time, the moment we have all been waiting for. The moment is upon us. We finally get to test the new dungeon, and I am very excited. I will most likely be playing Guardian all day, trying a few different builds. But we'll see, depending on how many dungeons we do, maybe I will start testing the other tanks as well. There is no rush. Over the next month, I will be pretty much exclusively on PTR, because I love PTR. Genuinely, really do enjoy this type of gaming. I don't have to gear the characters. I can play whatever character I want. And I'm genuinely excited to test the new dungeons. So that is the plan for today. Plan for today is to keep myself fit, keep myself healthy. I shall move. I shall stand. I shall go consume calories downstairs because I need more calories. I shall enjoy my testing. That is the plan. It's a good plan too, but I also have so many things to show you about a new Guardian Druid build. Many new Guardian Druid builds, in fact. I'll be testing a lot. I want my tier list, which will come out soon, of course. Of course they will. To be factual, to be backed by data, backed by experience, instead of just saying what will or will not be good. What's up, Argus? If you have tested the new dungeon, because many people have already been testing the new dungeon, let me know how you thought. I want to know what you think about it. I am excited. This is my favorite time to play WoW. I get to actually make whatever character I want. I don't have to worry about the gear for that character. I have to worry about my UI a little bit, and that's it. I love PTR testing. And I am super excited to see the implementation of the new Guardian Druid Apex talent, which I posted a short right before this because it is genuinely hilarious how bugged this thing is. I don't understand. A little bit, part of me in the back of my brain, there's a little voice that just says, when Blizzard creates a new talent, a new Apex talent, a new class, a new this, how do they get it so wrong so consistently? I don't understand the code that this game is built on. And I should clarify that. I don't. But part of me wonders, because I'm going to show you a bug before I even try to find a group for the new dungeon, and we're going to test it. But before I even do that, I gotta set my UI a little bit. I gotta see if they've put some enchants and some other stuff on the thing. I'm going to move this like a little bit more center. Holy soap. Can I show you the new Apex and just how bugged it is? You play classes. Have you ever experienced this? You play Monk, right? Monk is often bugged. Listen, so when they release new Apex talents, it's genuine. I'm so confused about it. All right, let me just put this out. 3, 2, 1, here we go. Listen, there is a part of my brain, I will repeat this. There is a part of my brain that cannot wrap my head around the fact when they actually, when they release new Apex talents or new this or new things that people will definitely play, how do they get it so wrong so consistently? Because look at this new Apex for Bear. I'm going to show you what I mean, but I don't understand where, like how this happens, you know? What's up, Eden? It's so good. It's so good. Let's just say I'm ecstatic. I'm very excited to show this to you. I shall do one stream setup thing, and then I will show you, because it's really funny. What's up, Exilios? How's it going? Hello, good morning, good morning. Good morning indeed. I am excited. This is my favorite time to play WoW. Let me just open this. Is it a no Apex? No, it is the Apex. Like, you are playing Apex, but you'll play Apex as no Apex. And I made a whole video already talking about, initially when I read the changes, I logged on. I was like, oh, this is probably how you're playing. I don't want to harp on it too much today. I will show you the build, of course, and I'll test a few different things. But the current implementation, the current tuning involves a way to play Guardian, which is similar, but maybe less degenerate. So I think is good. I think that they've landed on a good spot. And with respect, if Blizzard decides that they haven't and they try to mess with this, I'm going to be upset. Because I still think that that's just a fundamental misunderstanding. If they make Guardian play in a way that's like really complicated, I just don't think anybody will like that, right? Kind of like ninja pulls. Correct. Yes. Now let me I'll show you the ninja pull though. I will literally show it to you. It's fantastic. What was I doing? Oh, I'm trying to open YouTube chat. That's right. Boom. I'm just going to open this here and then we'll do like so. Perfect. Okay. Watch this. So when I go into a pack, if there is a spread cleave, which there will be in dungeons, of course, as I activate the Apex, I just made this 5 target spread. As I activate my Apex talent for Guardian Druid, it legit just ninja pulls. Like the targeting for it is so weirdly off, and it's really off. Watch this. Are you ready? Okay, ready. Well, okay, look. So I'm doing my rotation, right? And I'm gonna force proc my Apex. I force proc my Apex by activating Wild Guardian. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. It spawns a gigantic bear, which is super cool. Spawns the bear spawns, but bear just kind of casually charges every single mob back and forth for literally no apparent targeting reason whatsoever. He's actually just running between things, and I have zero clue why. I am hitting the main target, but this bear is casually running left, right, center, left, right, center. It thinks it's a cheerleader. I don't know what's going on. But every time it procs, by the way, and it procs a lot, it doesn't just proc on the force, it doesn't just proc on incarn. Like every time it procs, it just casually goes, boom, boom, look at this, look, he's back, wait for it, he just goes, whoa, and then he's literally, every time why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? What? I was testing it, and I was just like, I really hope, at the very least, okay, I really hope that all these target dummies are considered combat. I'm pretty sure they are. So at the very least, maybe it's capped to combat. But if it isn't, imagine it's not. Like imagine that you're actually just this bear will literally hit anything and everything. I think that would be pretty funny, to be honest. They want us to play Apex. We're going to play Apex. All right, so I think my character's pretty much ready. I just got to go see if there's any sort of things here, though. He does. Also, it does literally just pull the whole dungeon. Oh, boy. Is there a dummy spread like this that does damage to you? No. But I'm pretty sure it counts as combat. Like, I think that all of these flag as combat, so maybe that would help. But I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. I'm really, because Waking Nightmare does this. Like this talent here, when you played Waking Nightmare, that's what this does. Whatever you're targeting, it will hit, but it won't hit anything you're not targeting. So it's not going to pull anything unless you are actually targeting a mob that's out of combat. Like then it will hit something. Are all dungeons live? No, unfortunately. So this whole weekend is just a new dungeon. They announced the schedule for it. It's just going to be a new dungeon, the Fang dungeon, and we're going to see if their design philosophy has actually been correct. So this is the only new dungeon. We have no idea what it's going to be, but they have stated some design goals. Did you guys see the design goals? Where they acknowledged tanks and healers have too much responsibility. They specifically acknowledged this yesterday. There was a blue post, and it said, we want DPS to have more responsibility in a dungeon. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about this. Part of me feels good about that change. Like I think that's generally a good thing. But then I think about some of the hunters I've played with. I don't know if I want to give them more responsibility in the key. They fail the current level of responsibility. And their only responsibility is to dodge the puddle currently. And if they had more responsibility than that, I'm a little concerned. Part of me is a little concerned. Garbage, I can redeem. Flex redeem. All right, but I haven't feeling a flex redeem in a long time. All right, flex redeem, Betty. Ooh. Big flex. Drying. Oh, man. Dude, my stomach was so bad yesterday. I tried to eat actual food, and then today, man, honestly, I straight up think that genetically, God or whoever had to nerf me. And the reason they had to nerf me is because if they didn't nerf me, if I didn't have all of the chronic illnesses that I had and my stomach actually worked like a damn normal person, I'm telling you, I wouldn't have made it past 25. And you want to know why I wouldn't have made it past 25? Because I would have become too successful. I would have gained too much awareness. And then bam, I would have uncovered the truth of the world. And then of course, it's over for me. It's over, right? Like it's at that point, I cannot exist, and therefore, if I didn't get nerfed with all the chronic illnesses that I have, which has significantly slowed down the amount of life I have been able to live, then bam, that would be a problem. You see? I agree with you. They need more responsibility. Still scared about it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I want to see the new dungeon design. I still think dungeon design is a massive part of toxicity in keys. Like they are. I significantly believe that Blizzard does have a say in how we end up playing their game. What I mean by this is if you design dungeons to kill most tanks, it creates toxicity because no one likes it when your tank dies. And so the player base is responsible for the toxicity, but dungeon design has a large say in that. One example of this would be like the last boss of Magister's Terrace. Originally on beta, if you remember, and I'm so glad they nerfed this because it would have been an absolutely atrocious boss otherwise. Here's the thing to understand. Originally on beta, the last boss, you know the one where you have to soak a puddle? It was split into 4 quadrants, which means that every person on your team actually had to soak those circles. Otherwise, it was a wipe. And it was also tuned to be like an insta-wipe. What they did was change it so that it only split into half, which means that one aware DPS can carry the other unaware DPS on that side. So if you have a healer or one DPS in your group who knows how to do it, you'll be fine on the boss. It's still better if everyone contributes, but it's not now a requirement for every single person to ace that mechanic, or it's an immediate group wipe. That was a design decision. That was a good decision. Does that make sense? You still wipe to it sometimes, but the idea was their decision to nerf that boss by allowing the good person to carry the other person was smart. Because if they had kept it into 4 quadrants, you would just be dead. Like it would have created a lot of people yelling at each other, right? Elena, Daniela, Charita on YouTube. The question is why, not you are. Never mind. I'm not even going to engage with that. Sorry. I tried. Guild Wars 2 does a good job of it. I don't actually know the Guild Wars 2 stuff. I'm not aware of it. All right, let me see if they've added any other trinkets since they redid this. Nope. Do I want to play with the OP raid trinket that I'm going to have to farm and probably never get? Or do I want to not test with it? Because this trinket is still significantly overpowered and will absolutely skew results. This trinket is way too good. I don't know if I actually want to do this, though. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to do it. I'm curious. I do want to know for sure, but I don't know how they're going to make this new dungeon. I am very curious to see. I think that this new dungeon is going to be it's going to help me understand whether or not I should be excited, whether or not I should be not excited. I don't know. It's actually a thing. It's short. So short is good. 3 boss dungeons are good. Respect people's time. That's a good thing. Long dungeons are not good. But the question is, are there one-shots? Are there this? Or is that Ocean Alley in the background? Ocean Alley. Pessimistic Lemon. Ocean. No, the answer to your question, I guess, is what's Ocean Alley? What is, the music. Oh! God damn, that makes way more sense. It is Ocean Alley in the background. I was so confused. Oh, you're referring to the music that I'm playing in the background of stream, which makes way more sense than the actual background of my camera. This checks out. Yes, it is Ocean Alley. That makes sense. Yeah. What's up, Pessimistic Lemon? When life gives you lemons, be pessimistic. Am I right? All right. Let me buy some enchants and stuff. We might as well do this because we will have these things available. Let's just do this. It's going to be the same enchants. I don't think they're changing anything. There is going to be new crafting, of course. I won't craft on PTR, probably. I just don't think it matters that much. And I believe I guess I won't. Depending on how the dungeons scale, I could use the embellishments if I wanted to do so. We could test accurately by actually equipping the same embellishments as before. As long as the dungeon scales the gear, it would be fine to do. And then we'll just grab enchant for chest, enchant for legs, and then we need a helmet or whatever. But yeah, I don't want to be Omega Giga geared because it just won't be wise to do so. I think that people who try to go too hard on it is a little bit weird for testing. We are in fact just testing. Okay, so we can buy a few things here though, like this. We'll maybe play some Resto Druid or whatever it is. I want to test all tanks, all healers. I have a feeling that this particular season I won't actually get to test all DPS as well. Maybe like a few DPS, but I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to do everything. It would be cool. I just don't think I'm going to have time to do so. Is what most people do. Yeah. A lot of people treat PTR testing as if their PTR IO actually matters. And it's fun when beta is like 3 months. I swear beta was like its own season. It was super weird, but I kind of liked it. I didn't mind. Beta testing was 3 months long, 3.5 months on the start of the expansion. TRXS test without the weird trinket? Okay. I made a crafted weapon, adjusted stats. Yeah. Is there a way to level a character on PTR? I don't know, Eden. I'm not sure. I genuinely don't know if there is or is not a way to test it. I'm not sure. Okay, so we probably have to make a group. Yeah, there's no one here right now. So dungeons, start a group, Altar of Fangs, Mythic Plus. We're going to start at a plus 12 because of scaling, and we're going to learn. So I'll put it as learning, of course. And we'll see. Eden, you said you wanted to come? Let's see. You can just create a non-template character and level. I think you have to actually level it, unfortunately. I don't like periods being long. It lets heavy testers gain immense knowledge gain. True, Khadgar. I will say that you're absolutely right about that. There's an unfair, basically, like, power advantage, right? A mage, okay? Well, Eden, what are you playing? Is that you? Is this Shaman you, just to clarify? Were you coming? Yes or no? Shaman, that's you? Okay, cool. Is that you? Cool. So, the thing is, all the testing on beta, it does give you an immense advantage, although I will tell you that, seriously, 98% of the competitive player base does not actually do it. So you don't have to worry that much. It is certainly not required. You absolutely do not need to beta test, and I think that that is important. Everybody should know that it is not a required thing to do. But if you wanted to gain the knowledge from beta testing, you simply watch the video that I will make. I meant to make a bunch more on the previous season. I just got overwhelmed with some life stuff. Now, if you remember, before the season even came out, I had already made videos. How to do the first pull of Algathar Academy. How to deal with the bleeds in Skyreach, as an example. Many Guardian Druids are still actually... Oh, is that you? Sweet. Many Guardian Druids still ask those questions of how do I deal with that pull. There was a guide. There was like a 4 or 5 minute video explaining the exact rotation to deal with the bleeds in Skyreach before the season even came out. If you are curious about any of those things, they will be available Patreon, YouTube members. Keep in mind, I cannot, and it is literally not allowed, I cannot post 2-minute videos constantly to YouTube. But if you are curious about those things, either they're going to be in Discord, either they're going to be on Patreon, or they're going to be for YouTube members. I'll post a lot of them as testing continues. I'm not going to do them early because we need to test and they're going to change some stuff. But for what it is worth, it will be there. And the YouTube membership is quite cheap. Patreon, not too pricey. But if you're curious about any of those, you can also wait and do a free trial on Patreon. And there, you don't need to pay any, like, it's like a free trial for 1 week and you can watch all the videos and then basically cancel your sub. You could do that too. But obviously, the testing will be very public. I won't test this build. So the first build I'm going to test today is actually what I'm pretty sure I'm actually going to play in the season, which is something like this. It's not quite like this. No, this was the original test, and I don't think this is the one. I think it's this one. What realm is this? I think this is what I decided on. I've noticed that any skill, any information in question, can be answered by YouTube, Google, or Claude. There are a ton of WoW content creators. I think that people kind of understand to some degree. Beta testing is really cool. Wait, I got to use raid style frames. I actually have to set up my UI a little bit. I like my frames a bit bigger for me to see what's happening. I don't know if any add-ons are currently working here, so I have none enabled right now. I'll be playing with no add-ons. What realm is this? Normally, there is a pretty specific realm. I don't know if there is right now, to be honest. I actually am not sure if there is currently a specific realm you have to be on. I'm not sure. I just made on whatever character, though. But yeah, Baldura, exactly, Baldura. I agree with that. And also, 10 hours of beta testing kind of can be summed up in 45 minutes of a video. It's not like crazy that you need to do it, though. It's not allowed. You talk through a bit of the process of creating content. Sure. Yeah, I don't mind talking about like what I've learned creating content. So this is exciting news. I shared it yesterday, and I'm pretty sure I am allowed to share this for what it's worth, Baldura. Yesterday night, so like a day and a half ago, I was officially invited to be a WoW partner. So like an official WoW partner with Blizzard, yeah? this is cool. So technically I am, now a part of the creator team, but you know what I mean. This is cool. So it's a little bit more official that I get to work with them. But I've only been creating content it's super cool. Yeah, so very cool. I was going to do content for WoW anyways. This is my favorite game. I want to go to BlizzCon. That means I'm definitely going to BlizzCon. Stuff like that. Very cool. The process of creating content is interesting. I've only been doing this for about a year and a half. It's coming up with July. So I've had my YouTube channel since January of last year. So it's been a year and a half. Co-op? Wait, is that JJ? Wait, is that JJ? I know that guy. Rep Pally, Mr. Cole. Wait a second, I just gotta ask. He's stealthy. I don't wanna say anything because maybe he was banned. Weren't you banned? Wait, never mind. It's not him. Ooh, excuse me. I thought he got caught up in the. I like it. It's me. No, just kidding. All right, let's see the new dungeon. So, process of creating content. Things that I have learned are if you are going to upload to YouTube, more uploads are not better. And if you upload twice a day, they hate you for it. I don't know why, but it seems to me that every time I upload twice a day, time difference matters and consistency matters. I upload a video at between 9:45 p.m. and 10:45 p.m. my time. Every YouTube video will always come out during that because YouTube will give you analytics that tell you exactly when people watch your videos and like when your viewer base is active, right? You can have access to that statistic. So I have to post during that time because it's effectively some Aussie people are still awake, but a lot of my audience is in the US, so they're waking up. That's my time, so that's morning time for US. It's afternoon for EU. And if I ever post a video because I'm like, oh my God, they've changed Guardian Druid's been nerfed, and I post that video because I'm super excited about it and I really want to get it out, and I post it at like 1 p.m. my time, the video will nearly flop. The first 5 to 10 hours of a video's life cycle is quite important, right? They basically sends it out to a select view of people. This is how all social media works. I've also learned this for Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and now I have like 100 million views or something across those with all the cat reels and stuff, which is cool. So Facebook has like 50,000, almost 50,000 followers now, grown from zero to since March, actually. Facebook grew a lot, really fast. The recent reels have been flopping for some reason. I got to figure that out. But they change it all the time. The point is, the way they do it is when you first post something, this is how social media works, they send it to like a sample size audience. If the sample size audience decides to engage with that, as in watch it for more than 3 seconds, or on YouTube, watch it for more than 7 seconds, then it counts as a qualified view. And then they say, okay, how many people actually stayed? What was the watch time? What was the duration? Did these people, as an example, comment on the video? Did they rewatch a part of the video, etc.? They have all these metrics. They're extremely good about all this. Then they go, great, the sample size enjoyed it. Let's send it to a second wave. Then they send it to the second wave. If the second wave likes it, then they actually expose it to new people. Does that make sense? But until that point, it goes sample size. If the first sample size doesn't like it, then it doesn't do well. Then basically it doesn't do well. TH subscribed to tier 1. Thank you for your sub, TH. I appreciate this. And TH, you have been here. How long have you known me now, TH? You've been a mod. You've been here for a while. Yo, what's up, random? Yo, yeah, exactly. If you want to do PTR, we got room. Let me know. All right, so I'm going to test this build, give or take. I have no add-ons. I have no UI right now, but this is basically the build I want to test. Okay. Let's make the key. Let's try it. Is this on normal? Where's the keyhole? Where's the keyhole? Uh-oh. Oh, mythic. Mythic. Sec. I don't think it's on mythic though. Just beginning your journey with one viewer. Okay, hold on, wait. Right click dungeon to it's not on mythic. Wait, we gotta zone out real quick. Just can't be open at full screen, and I need YouTube Live to see a chat. It's a little bit though. Yeah, my bad. We go bad thing. What's up? Good morning, Grimmel. So, Baldura, kind of, yeah. I've been Illustrating shorts, and if you want any advice, you could test out for shorts. I'd say add captions to the video. So captions on social media seem to matter because it drags people's eyes. So when you're scrolling, right, you scroll so fast nowadays, you don't even realize how fast you've scrolled. Bro, where are we? We have to Hearthstone? Holy. Really? Where's the dungeon? Where's the dungeon? Oh, shit. That sucks. Okay. Noted. Yeah. Shorts are weird. It seems to me, deleted it due to negative feedback. Oh, well. You got teleported. Okay. You know, that's a good point. Did you ever stop and think how fast today's tech taught you to consume? Dude, it's crazy how fast we consume information. The new Apex on Grizz, it's hilarious. I hope it doesn't do it in the actual dungeon. I was showing it as well. Dude, it's really funny. it just casually goes like crazy, though. Yeah. So you have to basically never provide context. Like, it actually, so it gets me in trouble because a lot of people... Wait, I'm lost. Where is the portal to Orgrimmar again? Wait, hold on, I'm lost. The whole idea of a hook is very simply, don't provide context. But the problem is that many people who consume content actually have zero clue that a creator cannot make an extended short. So there are so many people who know me from YouTube shorts, okay? But the YouTube shorts over the week are like, maybe it's negative or maybe it's this or whatever it is, right? That's the idea. Maybe it's like criticizing some systems or like the new raid or whatever it is. And they go, I've gotten so many comments where they're like, man, this guy just hates the game. And I'm like, me? And they're like so negative. And I'm like, me? Of all the streamers to say that to, me? And they're like, get this guy off my feed. I've had that a lot. I don't understand that one. They just keep saying it. It's very funny to me. Because they only know me from those shorts. And remember, I can't start the short with, okay, guys, so I don't want to doom and gloom, but I want you to remember these systems are a little bit questionable. Remember, there are good things too. And what I want you to understand is that this could be really bad. It would do fucking terrible. You can't do that, right? So the way I have to do it is, oh my God, you know what I mean, or whatever it is. I don't know who Sousa is. Thank you, Judge. I really try to be, and I want to be a positive force. I can be a positive force while also criticizing some things for the sake of enjoying the game, right? All right, let's go. Let's do it. First time tanking will go kind of slow-ish. Learning. I hope they fix the A-pens out. Dude, we're going to find out in a second. So the idea is, negativity sells. And if I make a thumbnail, which I'm not very good at, by the way, I'm learning how to do all that. I only, for the first 8 months of my YouTube channel, I never made a single thumbnail. That seems normal. Thank you. Well, normal. Wait a second. Hold up. Normal. You say I'm normal? I'm almost offended. All right, ready? Let's do it. Let's see how this is. I have zero clue what we're doing here, by the way. I came to one of your streams. I saw one of your YouTube shorts. This is pretty. Thank you. Wow. Pretty. Thank you. Much appreciated. There's some brutal trash in here for tanks or for everyone else. Okay? Caustic Mist Totem. Do I destroy this? Wait. Oh my God. I have base nameplates on. Okay. Uh-oh. This is terrible already. I can already tell you how upset I am about all this. Okay, so you force proc the ape. Wait, whoa. Okay, so a bunch of ads come in. Wait, this is good. No, this is exactly that's good dungeon design. We like ads. Okay, so you do this, and then you go like here, and you go like big thrashes, and then you go like this. I'm going to kick that cast. I can't really see much with my UI currently. And then you go here, and then you can go, wow, this is tough. All right, so I don't know how to assess this. Is this a normal pull? Is it not a normal pull? And then your incarn would be expiring. You have such a long incarn now. I love this new incarn. That's kind of cool though. You have to destroy all of them. So it's just like a checkpoint, okay? And then you go here, and my incarn is still active because of the extra 5 seconds from the tier set. And then it looks like I'm kind of pumping. I feel like I'm doing good damage here. Okay. So I'm dead. Is that normal? Can I split this pull? My Bark Skin expires, though. Did I pull too much? Did I pull it, or did my Apex Talent pull it? I didn't pull that, to be fair. To be fair, I went straight and just hit one mob, but it looks like it's almost dead, though. I mean, I'm alive, but not for much longer. Did I pull that? Bear be blasting. It seems like I'm blasting. No, I don't want to show you. I don't want to show you. I already know how this is going to work. Listen. I don't want to show you any breakdown whatsoever. I will not. I refuse, by the way, to show you anything. So wait, Mage can port, right? I'm not going to show you the breakdown. It's because they have decided. Okay, wait. We go like this and reset. They made a decision. It's not. Oh, I gotta enable my exit lag. I have 460 ping. All right, I might have to. Excuse me. Okay, back to Orgrimmar. Yeah, of course it'll be reset. That's fine. That's fine. If it's a first pull like this, though. Okay, no problem. I don't want to show you my breakdown. They specifically said that they're trying to not have this happen, but I still think it's good for Guardian Druid, so I don't want to show you. I don't want to show you. I have to. There's a different exit lag for this. So I'm just gonna DC real fast, then I'll come right back. I'll come right back. Listen. I'm not gonna show you the breakdown. Fix the action bars before next dungeon. What's wrong with action bars? So there's no plate or anything. Is everybody using base nameplates, or is there a way to get some platinator or something on this? Because the one thing Blizzard actually messed up on, for what it is worth, so Foximus, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, we lost Oxen. Damn. Plays that you can now leave. Wait. Did he mean to leave? Okay. Let me relist. That didn't seem that bad, though. Okay, so learning here, plus 12. Here we go. Do you play like that? This is kind of normally how I play, give or take, though. You just copy all add-ons, so you can copy. I didn't want to break PTR because it's like a brand new PTR, so I didn't want to actually break it by trying to get add-ons on the first day. What's up, Shellen? Good morning. Good morning. Or good evening. I don't know, where are you? Is it good night for you? Is it nightfall for you? Is it morning fall for you? All right, so the dungeon should be reset now, and I should be able to teleport, right? Once you see you're just kited, it goes away fast. Oreo Voker, good morning. What's up, Oreo? Did you play this season? Out of curiosity? Wait, did you actually? Oh, I didn't reset the dungeon. Okay, here we go. Can you use the new set? Oh, yeah, I'm using the new set. So the uptime on Incarn is maybe one of the only reasons why, first of all, EC is still going to be played. And I'm telling you it is. People are coping with the current tuning right now that you would somehow play Druid of the Claw. And they're missing a huge portion of why you wouldn't. I explained this before. I've already explained this in a video. I don't want to show it to you. Leave it. Trust me, more people will enjoy Guardian. Leave it. Don't change it. Leave it. Leave it just like this. Please. Hi, G-Dub. Good morning. Or good night. Please understand the tanks in this game. More people enjoyed how Guardian Druid had been playing in Season 1 than didn't enjoy it. It was good for the game that a tank was so straightforward and so easy that it didn't die all the time. Specifically because if your tank dies, everyone feels bad. I didn't pull it unless my Apex talent pulled it, which is very possible. It is extremely possible that my Apex talent pulled it. Okay? So there is a thing I knew immediately from when I read the changes. I was reading it and I was like, wait a second. This doesn't make any sense. And then I read it again and I was like, this doesn't make any sense. And then I read it again and I was like, oh boy. Would you like to see my breakdown? Don't change this. It's not unhealthy. For the love of God, if I show you this breakdown and anybody from the actual balance team is watching, don't change this. It's good. But also, if you thought it was unbalanced before, it's a little bit more unbalanced now. Hear me out. This isn't a bad thing. It looks like a bad thing. I understand. I get it. It seems like a bad thing. But it's not. It's a little bit of a sus breakdown. It's not that. It's exactly where it needs to be. Trust me. That is where we want that. That's good. This is good for the game. Just because it seems unhealthy doesn't mean it is unhealthy, right? Let's try it again. I didn't even have a flask on or anything. All right. Take 3. Let's do it again. I didn't ninja pull, but if it ninja pulls again, to clarify, it's definitely my Apex talent, and I won't be able to test Apex, which will be very funny. All right, ready? Let's go. So you go Incarn, Apex, and here. Okay. Let's just reset the meters. Surely this time, here we go. We go out of bear form. We'll do the tech. It will be just as tanky. Well, it would be a little bit less tanky outside of cooldowns because of your Lunar Beam nerf. Like 50% uptime on Lunar Beam is a big difference, by the way. Like it's a massive difference. Okay, so you open with the Lunar Beam still. You go here. Force Procket. Combat Potion. So does my bear actually pull? Is this a ninja pull? Did I ninja pull? Like I'm just here in the pack. I am not hitting anything other than where we're at right now. I'm not hitting anything. But the question I have is that me who's ninja pulling? Let me zoom out a little bit. Is it actually me that's ninja pulling? Something is. I just don't know if it's me. Your extended Incarn uptime plus all of the other things, there is a pretty specific reason why you will not play Druid of the Claw. And it's just because they sorta omega juiced part of Bear's kit, which is not a bad thing. Like I said, it's a straight, you don't spam Moonfire anymore. You're pressing Mangle. You even have Swipe on your bars. Like, it's okay. Let it happen. Just keep it like this. So my bear is spawned right now, by the way. I have an Apex out. Holy shit, puddles. Wow. Many puddles. Many puddles. Okay, so let's go over here then. You will have to cover a few different downtimes, though. Oh, shit, I pulled something. Oh, man. Dude, tanking a new dungeon without any knowledge of how to do the dungeon is kind of crazy. I forgot how rough it is sometimes. Okay, nice. Apex talent proc. Good. Yo, John, thank you for joining the Giga supporter crew on YouTube. If I show you my breakdown, this is not perfect play. This is my first time doing this dungeon. I don't know what I'm doing. This is definitely... I probably am not even pulling the right stuff right now. I've never seen it before. I'm learning. But this is... give or take, oof. This is what it's gonna be. This is how it is now. There is a lot of puddles, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of puddles. So now what you do is you would not Lunar Beam at the end of this pull. One of the big things, though, yeah, I don't think so. What's up, XQ date? How was your season? Also, Oreo Heart. Yeah, good job. Yeah, you didn't. If we're doing this, it's a 12. We're gonna pull. So I'm gonna go. I'm assuming through the middle now. Yeah. So Incarn is gonna be up more. Your Incarn uptime is your trade that you've done to compensate for the fact that your Lunar Beam uptime is now gonna be significantly less, right? I've been pinged, but I'm blasting. So the rotation here is okay. So that's not me. Whatever that was, something just pulled all of the sides of this dungeon. Oh my god, it is my bear. It is my bear. You saw it. It was my... You saw my bear to the right? It is my Apex talent. Bro, no. I can't test if I can't play my Apex. No. It actually is. No, it is my Apex. Was it? I thought the left side pulled without me touching it, but then all of a sudden I look to the right and I just see my little bear clone over to the side. No. Okay. All right. What if I went to the right instead? We can... No, I didn't mean to do that. It's just it's my bear clone that keeps spawning that does this. Was the bear actually pulling? I don't think it was the bear that pulled it. I think something else pulled it. And then the bear... Oh, what do we need here? We need this anyways. Okay. So maybe I have to... Yeah, maybe it pulled like it was in... Okay. So outside of cooldowns, it'll be a little bit weird for bear. I wonder if you have to delay bark and lunar now to get coverage. But effectively, this build is... I think this is a reasonable... I think this is a good balance. Genuinely, I do. In my opinion, right? Something about the Guardian Druid build before, I get that it was kind of degenerate. Oh my god, my bear is just down here, dude. So... They needed to do something, and I think that targeting Lunation was actually the right way to nerf it. I get it, but I also think it's important to realize, dude, it's not me. That's not me who pulled that. Something else is pulling. Okay, so I think that my bear is not hitting things that are out of combat, because you can see here, like, that clearly was not, that wasn't my bear who somehow dragged those two mobs, unless they're auto spawn. Yeah, that wasn't me that time. So these guys have a stacking rage effect. Should I soothe them? Or it's like you just need to get out of melee range. Oh, it's like quick kite or quick stun. Wait, are these just adepts? Attack speed increased by a lot. Wow, okay. Not as bad as having a bleed on you, but still pretty rough. I like Druid of the Claw. I think Druid of the Claw will have a lot more viability comparatively to before. I do think that Druid of the Claw will be more playable compared to right now, but there's a thing about the breakdown that you kind of need to understand in order to really grasp this, okay? You can't not take the Thrash Talons. I've explained this in the video, and I will explain this, and it's not like it's going to be a secret, okay? So I just don't want them to nerf it. I don't want them to change it because I think it's a good thing. But imagine not taking the thing that juices Thrash. Like, it is such a crazy large part. Okay, so what if I specifically pull, like, the sides? What if I walk over here? We need this totem thing anyways, right? So this is probably how I should tank it, and then I just, like, tank it over to the side. So maybe we don't giga pull. Okay, so then you just proc this, and you go here. Yeah, the bear pet targeting should be fixed. I think they'll fix it. That's not a problem. So this is like my Incarn plus Trinket. I'm also playing with the Giga Trinket, which will probably get nerfed because it is actually just broken. Like, double damage for 20 seconds is not okay. And they know it's not okay. They should not ever have a Trinket from the last boss of the raid that is probably twice the power of Onseer because, come on, right? Like, I'm... not alone, I think, in thinking that. Okay, that was a good pull. But see, now I've wasted my Lunar Beam. Out of habit, I sent Lunar Beam there, and I shouldn't have sent Lunar Beam. No, don't nerf this. Listen, don't nerf this. Let me have this. Don't nerf this, Blizzard. Listen, Blizzard, I know you're going to want to. I know you're going to see this, and you're going to think to yourself, we have the solution. You don't. Please, if you're watching this, this is the same thought process that led you to make 9 out of 6 mythic items for raid. It's not a good idea. Let it be. You ever hear, sometimes we have to learn from our past. Not always, but in this particular instance, please learn from our past. The Beatles were wildly successful, and part of their whole thing was to just let it be. Wait a second. Was that Elton John? Uh-oh. That's not good. Was that the Beatles? Wait. Let it be. Let it be. Do-do-do. Wait a second. Mother Mary comes to me, let it be. Guys, did Did I mess up? Who is that? Hey, it's the Beatles, right? Right? Somebody fact check me. The fact that no one is instantly... Okay, the fact that no one is instantly fact checking me means that WoW players should probably all maybe, like, get a life. That's a good song. Oh, wow, these guys hurt. Okay. So you have to fight 2 mini-bosses, and they're forced. That's going to be fun. It was the Beatles. Okay, thank God. I was concerned there for a second. I thought maybe I had done a little bit of a whoopsie-daisies. I was eating pancakes, but definitely Beatles. Okay, great. Fantastic. Can you imagine in an alternate timeline when instead of calling themselves the Beatles, they decided on the Ants? That would have been weird, right? Can you imagine if it was just like the Ants? It would not have landed the same way. But it could have happened. They could have chosen anything. Why not the Worms? Weird how life works out, huh? You chat is delayed by about 2 minutes, apparently. Is it? Wait, YouTube chat is delayed by that much? Interesting. I don't know. It was that delayed. The Ants doesn't have a musical pun built into it. The Beatles. The Beatles. Wait, what is the musical pun in Beatles? Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. You just jump? Whoa. Okay, visually, that's super cool. That's pretty cool. Swimming. Thank you. Thank you, Blizzard. Swimming. Oh, boy. All right. Sorry. Okay. I feel like that one should have been obvious to me. I didn't know that. I genuinely, I did not, I've never put that together. There has not been a single moment in my life I didn't know. So I'm supposed to kite the boss to where there's not, yeah, that's my bad. I actually didn't know that. Okay, so we soak these. Looks like a soak mechanic. Wait. Okay, so I'm supposed to kite him away from this so that there's just a longer run time for when he does this. Is this correct? Carry on burst. And then you have to soak more of those or they stack, okay? Why they weren't the Beatles instead? No. Is this a dodge? Whoa, okay, circles. So single target rotation would be here. It was originally Beatles, I see. If we get a 20th... Yeah, from the few PTR things that I saw, it appeared to be this gameplay is goated. Hold up. This is primetime content? I mean, hey, I like this type of playstyle. I actually think that there's enough nuance in it where I'm not unhappy. Is there a way I can do this, though? I'm older than Woo, and I've never made the connection either. Okay, so it's not just me. That's good. My single target is improved. What are we scaled to right now? 315. 315 is not max item level. It goes to the nearest one. Okay, so I just have to basically tank him in the middle, and then it's just an HPS check, among other things. All right. So this is going to be a dodge mechanic. This seems pretty intuitive. I don't mind this. When we initially tested Ecodome Aldani, one of the things that I immediately liked about Ecodome Aldani was that it didn't take a PhD to understand the mechanics. Like, they were pretty straightforward, where you just go, oh, okay, I understand now. You know, I've heard that the boss, the mob after this is really bad, right? This guy doesn't seem that bad. How are the visuals for the ground? Very clear. And I think that is actually a good thing. I personally think it's good when dungeon mechanics are something that you can kind of pick up by simply doing the dungeon. What's not fun, in my opinion, is when you actually just physically cannot learn, like, what's going on. I don't think that's fun. Okay, so single target DPS, pure single target. All right. So we go up the hole. Understood. This gameplay is goated. Wait a second. Wait, okay, wait. So wait, this, I've heard this pull is really, really bad. What do I pull here? That was insane, bro. GG. What am I missing here? I feel like I'm getting jebaited. Who's this? Who this? Okay, kick. I've heard something about this area, but I don't actually know what it is. Is this a debate? So activate overpowered trinket. Activate Apex on top of overpowered trinket. Get more thrash damage. Do big damage. Uh-oh. So I don't know what is butt pulling. Is this normal? That's not my Apex that's doing this. Is this normal? This doesn't look normal. This looks bad. This looks really bad. I don't think this is supposed to happen. I have a feeling it's not my Apex. There's no way it's my Apex. There's no way it's my Apex. I was just here. I was just in the middle. What are you talking about? How is it my Apex? It is? My Apex, I spawned it right in the middle. There's no way that my Apex is pulling things from that far away. How? It doesn't even cleave. It hits one target, doesn't it? Wait a second. That was my... Okay, what if I do the same pull without Apex? Okay, let me try. Are you sure? Are you sure it's my Apex? It is? Holy shit. It has to be? Okay. So what if I pull this all the way back? Here, I'm just going to pull this one mob here, and I'm not going to do Apex. Hold up. Okay, wait. Can I actually ask a question? Because this is the 4th copy pasta that I've gotten. My gameplay is insane because I'm clinically insane. Or you might consider me to be abnormal, a little bit weird, a little bit this. Okay, so no Apex has procced currently. Okay, my Apex just procced. It is my Apex. My Apex just procced. How is it pulling from all the way over there? Holy shit. Bro, how is this happening? All right. Okay, all right. We reset, I test no Apex. Obviously I'm testing no, I will test no Apex. wait, okay. All right. It appears to be as though my Apex might be trolling. I'm just sitting here doing a single target rotation. Bro, but the thing is the Apex auto procs, like it's not like I could control it. Wait, it's not like I could control it. It just auto procs. All right, okay. Reset, I test, no Apex. What am I supposed to do about that? What is the MDI Apex? Wait. I can't believe how is it even pulling like that? I don't even understand how that's happening. Wow. Damn. Try disabling my folio stuff? I don't even have the folio enabled, I'm pretty sure. I don't even think I have it enabled. I'm pretty sure I don't. Okay, wait. All the people who were saying it's insane gameplay, where are you from? Oh, right. You can't leave the dungeon. You have to hearth. My hearth is on cooldown. Uh-oh. So wait. Where are you guys from? Hello, new people. I feel like there's a group of people watching me right now, but I don't know where they're from. This is insane. Keep it up. Where are you from? What is happening? Wait. Hold up. Listen. First of all, I ain't a goat. And the reason I know I'm not a goat is because there is 0% chance that I would successfully climb a mountain. I am terribly uncoordinated. All these things that you see here, you see this? You see these muscles? They're market muscles. This was so that I could get a pretty girlfriend. This is market muscles. I'm not that athletic. I'm really not. I would lose in a fight every single time. Like I'm ferocious like a honey badger. I'll claw your eyes out, but I'm not that. Like, these are market. I can't climb a mountain. Goats can climb mountains. You ever seen a goat climb a mountain? It's damn impressive. There is no way I'd be able to do this. I can't match a goat for shit. I can't even bleep correctly. Look, bleep. Like, it's not right. It sounds weird. It sounds like a goat that didn't quite develop properly. I can't do that. I don't even know how to milk a goat. How do you milk a goat? I've never milked a goat in my life. If I attempted to be a goat, I don't know how to be a goat. Everybody keeps saying you're the goat. It's like, where does this come from? I'm not a goat. If anything, I can moo much better than I can bleed. Like, I don't think I can bleed very well. I feel like maybe like a cow. What if I was a cow? Wait, hold up. Moo. That's not bad. It's much better. So why don't they call me the cow? We need to hear both to compare. I tried the other one. The only reason I want to be a goat is because I grew up watching Naruto. And goats have the exact same eyes as Naruto's Sage Mode. You see? Okay, wait, I have to get back. I just realized that I can't actually abuse streamer privilege and get a summon. That's my bad. I will get there momentarily. 1 second. Yeah, my hearth is back in 30 seconds. Question, do you have that many bear forms? Hard to remember to go into it. Yeah, no, so I do this because this is actually a great tip for all Guardian Druid players. Outside of bear form, make sure every single global is bear form so you never forget. You're always going to be able to go back into it if you have every global being bear form for what it is worth. Yeah, I know there's no summon here, though. Cows are tankier than goats anyhow. It's true. Check this DMs. It's semi-important. Okay. Check Discord DMs. Yeah, dude, I was thinking that, so that's what I was thinking, right? But then I realized I don't think, it was a little bit, I'm curious about that too. I have no idea where it's coming from. The question is this. Okay. If you are brand new to my stream, I need to understand. I also can't be sure. That's why I'm asking, and I'm specifically asking, where the fuck are you guys coming from? Rodolfo. You need to tell, Rodolfo. I need to ask a question that somebody would be forced into responding to. Caleb Sangha. What question could I ask that you would be forced? That was W gameplay. Nothing's happening on my screen right now. Are y'all bots? And if so, what the hell? Wait, so this is actually true. Yeah, so I'm a little bit confused about this too. I'm just... Rodolfo is AI. That's what I'm thinking. Rodolfo, could you convince me that you are not robot? What's your favorite ice cream flavor? Yeah, because otherwise I'll just mod you. But out of curiosity, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? That's what I was thinking, right? There's like weird, they're bots. Yeah, solve the captcha. What's your favorite ice cream flavor? Everybody likes ice cream. Nobody doesn't like ice cream. What's your favorite ice cream flavor? Gleno, you're fine. You're good. Come on. What's your favorite ice cream flavor? That was W gameplay. Chayed, what is your favorite ice cream flavor? What is your favorite ice cream? Tell me Chayed, what's your favorite ice cream flavor? 2 messages. Okay, you have a previous message. You're fine. Chayed, you're good. You're good. You're fine. No. Chayed's fine because he has a message from April. April, you're fine. You asked me a question about Brewmaster. I can see this. Hamburger and cheese. All right, you're good. Rodolfo, Gleno, don't do it. Chayed's is trying to bait. Yeah, you're good. First time watcher. I've been following since I picked up. Okay, wait. SS Wu-Tang. Hello. You seem like a reasonable person. Thank you. A meat popsicle. Nobody likes... Well, hold up. Wait a second. I can't actually say that nobody likes meat popsicles because technically speaking, that would be very incorrect. Yeah. No, actually, a lot of people... It's 2026. We can't say that. A lot of people like meat popsicles, and it's very okay to like meat popsicles, you know. Okay, not gonna lie, this is too good. Skelly plays. I'm checking. I have to actually... Okay, so hold up. What is happening? I have to check previous messages. Have you only said this? No way that was crazy. No way that just happened. Not gonna lie, this is... Skelly plays. What's your favorite ice cream flavor? I can't open this dungeon. Something weird is going on right now. I'm getting... It's like a weird view bot. Rodolfo, what is your favorite ice cream flavor? There's what view botting is there? Somebody actually is... What is your favorite... Skelly plays. Answer the damn question. What is your favorite ice cream flavor? Answer the question. I'm checking your previous message. What is the favorite? I'm at least gonna time you out if nothing else. I don't think this can't be a view bot. There's like, if this can't be view botting because there's only two people doing it. Hold up, wait a second. This is my, are you kidding me? This is the first time I have ever been view botted, and there's only 2 fucking people. Wait a second. Hold up. If somebody's going to view bot me, why don't you make it 1,000 people? Wait a second. If somebody is going to view bot me, why only 2? I'm a little bit offended. Everything Zen. What's your favorite ice cream flavor? Hit me with it. Account created. Everything Zen. Now I'm just actually not sure if people are joining in or not. This is the thing. Do you guys hate gameplay? I know some of you, but I don't know all of you. I don't know if it's... Why do I feel like this isn't view botting? Because like there's only 2 people doing it. Wait, Rodolfo, when was your account created? Your account was created in 2014. There's no way. Caleb Songa, when was your account was created 2000? They're not even created on the same day. I don't think this is view. I think somebody's just trolling me. But actually, it's kind of important because like that's super. I don't ever want to mess with that. I feel like there's no way it's a bot, right? Because your accounts were created years apart. People get their accounts hijacked all the time. But why would somebody hijack an account and send 2 people to my stream to say W gameplay? That was an insane play. What is the point of this? Satan Death. That better not be your first time. Hold up. Satan Death. Uh-oh. Oh, you're fine. Wait, maybe it's a morale bot. Just be compromising a bot, but it's only 2 people. wait, is there an instance teleporter in Silvermoon, by the way? And if so, can you tell me where it is? I'm kind of running around here. Where is the PTR teleporter here, though? Wow, that's so good. What is this? I still haven't figured out what their favorite ice cream flavor is. Something is suspicious about this, but I don't know. All right. You got to go to org. Oh, there's not one in Silverman. Okay, I'll be right there. Sorry, I'm going to set my hearth properly this time. Is vanilla. Vanilla is good. There's nothing wrong. Yeah, vanilla is good in everything except the bedroom. Although, don't tell... I'm going to stop while I'm ahead. All right, coolant flavored ice cream. You know pessimistic lemon? That would explain why you're pessimistic. If I drank coolant flavored ice cream like all the time, I would also be pessimistic. If you ignore it and it goes away, you know those trolls. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Okay, I think we're chilling, right? Yeah, no, hold up. I mean, it's not Jeremiah. The thing is, it's not exactly like WoW players have much of a choice in the matter, right? I feel like most WoW players would sort of take what they could get. I feel like there's not a lot of optionality for things. If I eat a lot of ice cream, so I have the unique ability to do this. Okay, so I have to play no Apex. That kind of sucks because I'm pretty sure Apex is actually worth playing. But my Apex was Omega Giga pulling this entire dungeon, so I cannot play Apex. All right, we will test a fully no Apex build. It is what it is. Okay, that's fine. I cannot actually believe that my Apex was playing that way. Unbelievable. Apex was super bugged, I'm pretty sure. So I have to play no Apex. Unfortunately, Apex is going to be a lot more damage, I'm pretty sure. So we just take these talents and we play like a normal no Apex build. That's fine. All right. We'll just do the dungeon with no Apex. And if this doesn't actually gigapull anymore, then we know it was the Apex who was doing that. And that would kind of... When do you think they're going to fix it if that is the case? And also, how many other Guardian Druids have tested the new dungeon? All right, when Eden gets back, we'll be good to go. Just the troll the Guardian Druid play. Yeah, we want you to play Apex. Congratulations, it's bugged. Why can't they release a Guardian Druid Apex build that, by the way, isn't bugged? It's the first point that spawns the bear. Why can't they just release for once in Blizzard's fucking history? Why can't they just release a Guardian Druid Apex that is not bugged? Because the last Apex was also so bugged that it was unplayably bad. So, for once, could we potentially just get, like, something here? A little bit? Maybe? I just want to be able to play the game, and if nothing pulls right now, then we know It was, in fact, my Apex. It was absolutely my Apex talent because, look, nothing is pulling right now. Holy shit, my Apex talent was trolling. Okay. All right. So, no Apex for me. Yep. It was absolutely my Apex talent that was trolling, apparently. Cool. Fun. Can I pull this into the side? This looks like they're tank hits, so you probably want to pull that with the middle pull in the future. And then these ones are going to be a little bit more here. And then if the tank lives this, then they'll be fine. Dude, the Apex talent was absolutely trolling the last run. That is actually what happens. And then these guys work just like Adepts in Skyreach, so you just basically reset their rage stacks by cutting them out for a second. And it looks like they just do a lot of tank damage. To be fair, I can still play no Apex, and this is the same no Apex. I think that this will be just DPS-wise quite a bit behind, but it will absolutely be playable with a small rotational change. But it's not like this actually won't be playable anymore. You can still play the no Apex clearly. Okay, so you're going to want to kite this down. And then help your healer out here. Yeah, it seems like this is actually not the end of the world. Like, I'm still actually doing enough damage, and I'm very tanky still. So if you wanted to play truly no Apex, it seems like it would be doable. It actually doesn't seem that bad. However, they did not test that change, which is wild. Dude, they don't test... Okay. So I really like Blizzard. I wonder, I wonder about sometimes how much they understand us. I wonder sometimes about how much Blizzard actually understands not just their player base, to be honest with you, but their own game. Like, they play their own game, right? Like, 100%. Like, they definitely... Can we all agree that they do play the game? But I don't know to what level they play the game. And why does it feel like sometimes you have one class designer who just kind of goes, no, I want to do it this way. And even though it might not be the best thing for the community, they just kind of... They make a decision, they stick with it, and they don't always listen to constructive feedback. I have noticed this as a kind of like an almost unfortunate pattern where we get a change and we say... No, I don't think that's good. And they go, it will be. And we go, I don't think that's good. And they're like, do you not have phones? And it's like, no, we have phones. I just don't think that people are going to like this the way that you think they're going to like this. And they go, no, you will. And we go, I don't know about this. And they go, the thing is, you think you do, but you don't. And we go, no, I think we do. And they go, mm-mm. And pretty much every time, if you did just listen to the player base... We're telling you what we need. Like, I think that I think the WoW community is pretty good at communicating what they might actually want out of something, like what they might want out of their gameplay. I think that you have occasionally just some random voices that maybe are not like the best and the most reflective, but do you know what I mean? Goated gameplay enjoyer. Somebody is just trolling. There's definitely some Discord out there. There's definitely some Discord that's just casually going like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go to a Woo stream and act like we're view botting him. And it's there's like 3 people because I'm pretty sure that Goated Gameplay Enjoyer just made that account to do this. There's no way. Can you check, Soap, when that account was created? Are you able to do that as a mod? Because that account was created about 7 seconds ago, right? 2018. Okay, so wait a second. So Goated Gameplay Enjoyer, he's just here. His whole life is actually he exists to go and pretend. What if I'm wrong? What if we're actually all wrong? Yeah, it's the long con bot. Out of curiosity, though, what if we're all wrong about this? What if actually they really are just really impressed by my gameplay? Hold on, my mom always taught me to see the best in people. Yeah, I was about to say, what if my gameplay is actually just goated? Thank you. Most people on Twitch, whenever they comment on my gameplay, like to bash it. In general, if I was to take the average comments of talking about my gameplay, it's not positive. So this is a nice change of pace, actually. You know what? I'm just saying, you know what? Thank you, Goated Gameplay Enjoyer. I thank you for that. Yeah, because people are like, why do you click your buttons? Why do you do this? And I'm like, well, it's just, I don't know. I've played like this forever and it seems to work for me. And they go, but that's impossible. And I go, you're impossible. And they go, oh, how'd you know? What's the name change history on the account? If somebody was name changing their Twitch for this joke in my stream today, I would give them a sub. If you used your once a 30-day name change for this bit, which is funny, but not that funny, I would legitimately gift you a sub right now. Just out of respect. Like out of pure, I respect the bit. Like I'm power to you. There's no way though. Hi, Parvel. W streamer good takes. Thanks, Pash. But listen, there's no way. Also, this is actually no Apex, and it's not the end of the world. I do think that you will play Apex, but this is, if you wanted to play exactly the same build, then you could actually do this. I think they get to take over the channel at that point. I won't ever let anyone take over my channel. Wait, we missed the totem. It's this one. I won't ever let somebody take over my channel because there's a lot of suspicious people out there on the internet. I don't know if you've figured this out. I sort of figured this out when I was 5. But the internet is filled with people who are, at the very least, suspicious, if not downright should be in jail. And that's most of us, by the way. If you're like, haha, woo, that's true. There are some weirdos out there. It's you. I'm sorry to break it to you, but you're the weirdo. I'm talking about us. You can't vote them out. It's us. We're the weirdos. I'm talking about us. What do you mean? What do you mean those? What do you mean those people? It's you. It's me. It's us. What are you talking about? Yo, wait, no Apex is kind of pumping. What the hell? That's just the trinket. I actually don't know if I should be testing with this trinket. I don't even know if this is applicable. I don't even think. It's just the Feral Frenzy on top of the trinket because it lines up. This trinket is so powerful. What in the world, man? They have to nerf this trinket. This is the most overpowered trinket. They're gonna nerf this one. I hope they nerf this one. This is it's an agility trinket, and I think it swaps to strength as well. It's just you can't make a trinket like this. It's not healthy. It's actually just physically unhealthy to have this in the game. I think it might be the best on use. It's got to be at least one of the best on use trinkets that has ever been created for World of Warcraft. So this is just a DPS check. Like you have to break the shields. Is that correct? Is that what this is? And then you got to soak here. Okay, so we can just reset the boss real quick. This is the trinket. Hi, Chad. Okay, actually, goated gameplay enjoyer, you have to be very careful about even saying that word on Twitch. I won't immediately mod you, but it went to the wrong pile. Why does it matter? It shouldn't consume one pile twice. Oh, is that a factor? So you have to go one pile and then the other one, and I drag it closer to the other one in the future? Okay, understood. This trinket. Whichever has fresh meat is no good. How do I tell which one? Okay, I'll have to look at the fight then. My bad. This trinket. It's the new raid trinket, and it's off the last boss, so good luck getting it. No. The Spymaster's trinket might be overpowered too, but this one, it's a 1 minute 30 on use, and if you take a look at the amount of primary stat I get from it, it's nearly double the primary stat for 20 seconds. Primary stat is the main scaling modifier. Imagine Puzzle Box gave you 1,000 primary stat. That's what this is. Like, imagine that instead of mastery, Puzzle Box granted primary stat. That's basically what it is. So if I trinket right now into my Feral Frenzy burst window, it's so much damage that the burst will take care of like the rest of it. It's going to be biz for everyone, that especially a 130. Even if you're a 2-minute class, you'll need this trinket. And as you do it, it has a proc and it continue. Look at my primary stat right now. So I'm going to be at 3,600 toward the end of this trinket. Look at my damage, and then it drops back down. It's agility, so it's crit on the actual primary stat, and then... So wait, this one is okay, right? The first... Let me just make sure I understand, actually, this boss. The first one is okay, or is this the one I shouldn't have gone to? Because the shield looks... We just don't have damage. So you just have to soak here, and then you break the shield, and he stops. And then look at the thing, whoever doesn't have fresh meat or something like this. Oh, that was the wrong pile. Okay. That was bad. Which is the other pile? Fresh meats. This one has fresh meat? Regurgitate? That was me the other night. That one has fresh meat. How do I tell which one has fresh meat? Where's the meat? Kite the boss to where there isn't any meat. No, that's the meat. That's the meat. That's the meat. Okay. Wait, no, this one. I see. Okay. How much time do I have to kite the boss? This one. I understand. Okay, I see it now. I got it. Okay, good. Is Mythic Plus only this new dungeon? There's only one dungeon that's testable on PTR currently, and it is the new dungeon that they have introduced. We have to actually see how it plays. I was really curious about their design philosophy because they have said, and they've kind of promised a lot, and I really want to know if they're going to follow through. Timinism. There's a few jokes that could be made about this. Yeah. Yep. I see the potential for the humor. Yep. So basically, if I amp this Lunar Beam with the trinket, then I go Feral Frenzy, my boss damage will do an incredible level of burst on single target. I'm going to basically just get 10k more DPS with this trinket press, even if I don't press Incarn on top of it. All right, fresh meat. Look at the altars. It's this one behind me. Wait, that's also an altar? Okay, this one doesn't have meat. That's fine. So, the main issue I have with Blizzard current tuning is they've said the right things, but my ex-wife also said the right things, and words are fine, but actions are better. And I would love to see if, like, what direction they take things in. Thank you, Goated Gameplay Enjoyer. I know you're not a bot because no bot would dare say what you said previous to this. So I know you're not a bot. That's good. Okay, so this guy right here is super bad, and basically you just don't want to pull anything else with it. Or like a few mobs maybe. Maybe like 2 mobs. What does this guy do? Gamble just subscribed for 3 months in a row. Thank you, Gamble. So this is an Envenom. There's one kick here. What does this guy do? Rattle. He rattles like a rattlesnake. It's just an unavoidable AoE hit. I've heard so many... I've heard horror stories about this. What's this? This guy doesn't seem that bad. You have to stop the evolve, right? You just CC the evolve. That doesn't seem that bad. What's bad about that? Okay, well, JJ's blasting, but what's bad about this? I saw somebody testing this dungeon earlier today, and I asked them, like, what was the hardest part, and they said the mob after first boss. Or was it after second boss? Okay. So as long as you pull this area reasonably, how much do I have to pull here, you think? You want to pull through the center now? Okay. That's the rattle, dude. All right. There's going to be a weird... Oh, this is the fixate. Oh, right. These are the guys they just fixate. So you have to... Like, Vortex would be really good here. And then you go here. One thing they said in the blue post that I was just really curious about, perhaps, is whether or not... So you want to pull a funnel into this, potentially, some of the sides, perhaps, maybe? One thing I was really curious about was... They mentioned that they want DPS to have more... Basically more say in the dungeon. And I kind of agree with that. Like, I agree, and we've been saying it for a while now, and I think that everybody kind of... I don't think this is like a hot take, but I would agree that tanks and healers have a bit too much responsibility, and unless you really enjoy the roles, they can often feel like a chore instead of fun. Like, there's a certain level of gameplay that it's it becomes more of a job. And you can tell this because many DPS players, although they could swap to tank, don't. And they definitely don't want to tank. And they say, well, if only we had a tank. And you say, oh, look, you're playing Feral. Why don't you play Guardian? And they go, oh, no, thank you. You know, or you'll have a Windwalker main who just won't swap Mistweaver because they don't like healing. The new dungeon, yeah, you can. So I feel like actually in a weird way, Mistweaver is like that Slabby Dabby, but most things are actually better. I would say healing lower keys, mid-level keys. The key level that's hard but not impossible is harder than higher level keys. Wait, press cooldowns. This is the hardest pack? This is the unavoidable pack. Okay. I don't have. All right, what's this? This is the one that's really bad? Okay, so there's casters we got to do here. This guy, you need to do something here. I will try everything. So I'm going to try every tank over the... I'm going to live on PTR now. You will see this dungeon many times over the next few weeks, and I want to tank it. I want to heal it. I want to heal it on several different healers. I want to tank it on pretty much every tank and just see how it feels. There are some things about, if you only ever play Guardian, some mechanics are just really easy and some things are super hard. Currently, I would say this feels easy to tank, but also we're very geared for a technical plus 12, so we would have to try it on a hierarchy level. And I don't know, are we playing with people who already know the mechanics or whatever it is? Like, I'm curious about... I want to try Prop Pally in particular. All right, this boss. The Writhing Coil. He looks kind of cool. He looks... I like this. This visual is pretty sick. Do I hold Feral Frenzy for Trinket? Probably. I would play Prop Pally next. Those are the two I'm most curious about. Given how... the type of danger, it seems to me, in the very first area of this dungeon was pure physical damage, where the mobs were getting an attack speed increase that was a rage effect. Create magical vines that aid something. What's this? Uh-oh. Okay. Wait. Uncoil something. There's probably a mechanic. I should be paying attention. 1 second. What's this? Oh. You have to group them, but not take melees. Oh, I'm taking melees. Holy shit. It's a poison? So I can dispel. So wait, how do you hit them if you're melee? So blood is good then? Well, so no, that would actually be a problem. There are some tanks that have better magical mitigation. There are some... Ooh, look at that crisp frontal. I like that frontal. That's a good frontal. Synchronized Venom. All right. You hit the other people's. Gotcha. All right. Not a huge fan of when there's a communication check like that required, but all right. Tail Scythe, that's a tank hit, probably. And then I guess I sent Incarn here. Trinket Press. I can't believe that I can't test my Apex talent. I was actually so excited to test the Apex talent today, and then they just giga-bugged it. Okay. So the idea... Can I Vortex, you think? Are they CCable? You can Vortex them, but I guess that might be trolling. And then you basically just want to stun the one, and then you can maybe like a War Stomp here. I have my Sara Caverns and AA left for your Resil 16 on Prop Pally. I tanked a 20 Algathar Academy on my Prop Pally yesterday, was it? It could have gone better. I thought it was okay. The first pull, it was just one of those things where Prop Pally is still in this very weird spot where people don't understand what it actually needs. And the thing with Prop Pally is you actually have to depend on your DPS being good. Anytime a tank doesn't have what's called, what I would consider to be perma coverage, where, in other words, Guardian Druid right now, the way that I basically help people on like the coaching calls and everything that I do is one of the things that we have to talk about is the straight up defensive coverage, where you don't actually tank a pack without cooldowns. Prop Pally used to be like this, but not as much anymore. Kia, are you thinking about quitting? Why? What has broken you this time? Golden Wolf. Excellent question. For anybody that's been in my stream now for any amount of time, I'm just curious, how does the new Guardian Druid Apex talent feel? Golden, I'm not trying to call you out. I'm just I'm laughing a little bit about this. How does it feel? Feels I would say It's coded perfectly. I would say there's no issues with it whatsoever. I would say it's goated gameplay. You know what I think? I would say, yeah. The new Guardian Druid Apex talent is W gameplay. Absolutely goated gameplay. I would agree with that. That's the best way to put it. Absolutely. It's W gameplay. Goated gameplay. It is what I can tell you is the new MDI, the season 2 MDI, everyone is playing Guardian Druid. I can make a prediction. I'm gonna make a prediction that in the season 2 MDI, I would rename the Apex talent the MDI talent. So Golden, the Apex talent is super crazy bugged right now, where it is literally pulling the entire dungeon. Like when it procs, it pulls every single mob out of combat, in combat, line of sight, doesn't matter. I think within a 40-yard range, if not 60. So it's untestable right now. It pulls mobs from the next dungeon. It is not coded correctly. I don't know how this happened, but it happened. I'm just not sure how it happened. But somehow... there's a lot of poisons in this, yeah. Okay, so totems, we spawn this here. It's just a weak tank. I lived. My group did not. Is this a boss? Mini boss. Blade of the Altar. I'm being pinged. Wait, you bring him... What? Oh, there's like mobs that spawn on this. Okay, so I have to go just get aggro. Okay. Hold on. Is this aggro? What is this? Is this a fixate or aggro? Wait, what is this? Whoa. Am I doing something wrong here? Whoa. Is this a boss? What are we fighting right now? What is this? What the hell is this? Whoa, I don't understand what's happening. I think the rest of this dungeon seemed maybe okay. What is this? What? Whoa. Okay, so all of these things fixate, and to be fair, this is what I thought they should have done on the Guardian Druid Sentry and Algathar Academy. So one thing that people really like doing, even though it's not the right thing to do most of the time, is AoE. And if you have a mini boss that you have to fight, the best way to make that mini boss enjoyable is to actually just make a bunch of little ads spawn. Having them force fixate is probably not the best idea, because this is a little bit toxic right now and doesn't feel fun, especially for melee DPS. Like, it's super anti-melee DPS friendly. However, I will say this is a way to make this area of the dungeon kind of fun. Because we weren't ready for what it did. Yeah. So to be fair, that is not the worst design if you just make it so that a bunch of little ads spawn, because people like doing AoE. And it didn't, we did live. I don't know how bad that actually was. I bet you that is not so good. This is worse than the birds in Skyreach. They're outplayable. Birds in Skyreach are outplayable. Toxic, I think it's kind of coded. That was so weird earlier. For a second, I actually thought I was getting view botted, and I was kind of concerned. I've never been view botted before, and I was really worried about that. I was like, okay. I have heard that is a thing that happens to people. Okay, this is the last boss. Zoologen defeated. Wait, our timer is not good. What is this? This is not a boss. Living venom thing explodes when it dies. There are so many poisons in this. If I may make a take, and I don't know how I feel. Whoa. I like the visuals. Visuals are actually fantastic. Visuals are very crisp. Look at that. Visual extremely clear. That actually is. No, the take is this. Whoa. Okay. This is the thing. Wait, what is this? Hold on. Blade of the Altar. These guys fixate? No, it was the little ones that fixated. So these are tank mobs? Okay. I like that Blizzard considers the theme and fantasy of a dungeon. But just because it's called the Altar of Fangs and you have the Venomous Abyss being the new raid doesn't actually mean that every single trash pack in here really needs to have a poison mechanic. Like, I get it, but I don't, because it doesn't have to be, like, I don't think anybody would be upset if there was, like, a mob in here. Like, it's very green, and that's good, and that's fine. But it doesn't, not every pack has to have poisons, because there are an extreme amount of dispels. And that type of dispel type, that spell profile is like something that doesn't tend to scale well into keys. It's kind of okay at mid-range of keys or lower keys or like your first Mythic +2, but it gets very toxic very fast in higher keys. And I feel like I'm glad that they're going hard on the fantasy, but you don't actually have to, like, the green is enough. I get it that everybody is super clear. This is extremely green. Wait. Do you guys remember Kangaroo Jack? I'm unlocking kind of a core memory here. You know Kangaroo Jack? Do you remember the scene when they're on the plane and they're in the bathroom and they find the money? That was a good movie. That was a good. I rewatched that movie like a few years ago, and it was still a good movie. That wasn't a good movie because we were children. That was actually just straight up a good movie. Okay. As of right now, I don't hate the new dungeon. I think that maybe they need to tune a few things, but I actually don't think I hate this. This doesn't feel like the worst thing to play. I am curious about the timer. Obviously, you can group a few more things, but the fixate mob could be maybe just tuned low so at least people can enjoy it instead of have to like struggle on it too much. I can't. Apex though. You remember Samurai Jack? I remember Jake Long, the American Dragon. There were a few shows from back in the day, but Kangaroo Jack was actually a good show. Okay. Last pack is an Ulatex Chosen. Okay. Let's withhold judgment after you have missed the first soak on the last boss. Uh-oh. How much gear have you gotten from raid for season 1? Can you clarify with me what you mean by that, Jeff Sense? Like, how much did I raid in season 1 and how did I feel about it? Or what do you mean by that? If I could get clarification. Or you mean like currently on the gear that I have at the moment from season 2? Dismember. That's not good. Yes. I raided Sporefall, and then I raided Chimeras to get my trinket and to do the thing, but I don't like raiding, so aside from that, I took my Mistweaver and basically have killed heroic paladins about 9 times in the attempt to get Litany. Never got it, was upset about that, started bonus rolling heroic paladins, never got it, still don't have Litany. Soak Red Line or I Cry. Uh-oh. Zula. Wait a second. Zul'Jan. Uh-oh. What's this? What? Soak the lines. Oh, soak the lines. I think he said red line. That's not a red line. It's a green line. It's a soak. I understand. Red line. That was a green line. What do you mean red line? That was green. Yeah, actually, you can't parse. Okay, red line. Understood. That's the red one. Understood. Okay. So it's a split damage. The Venom bursts. Oh. Get him out of the puddle. What's up, Revenant? We're trying. This is the last thing here, though. Pretty much only raid if you get an OP item. If there's an item that will make me raid, or if the thing is puggable, I will consider it. But right now, I have a problem. Okay, this is a big soak here, so I'm going to go into this one probably, because it's just the tank one. What's up? Good evening. You have no more Venom Sacks you do not need to soak. The AoE he does is going to one-shot you no matter what. Probably, without rotating defenses. Axe Grinder. Well, I mean, obviously, we don't know how the timer is because PTR testing is all sorts of weird, right? I have to play no Apex because I can't play Apex right now because the increasing damage buff he gets. Soak the red line. Increasing damage buff he gets. One of the ways that I like to test dungeons, because this is actually how most people play the game, by the way, if you didn't know this, it's kind of impactful to understand this, okay? The vast majority of the player base does not actually watch a YouTube guide before the season comes out. They sort of walk into a dungeon and attempt to figure it out to the best of their abilities. That is how most people play the game. In my opinion, this sort of means that Blizzard needs to design things so that it's possible for people to figure out. Like, I actually think that that's important. You should design dungeons so that people have the opportunity to figure it out without having to, like, go find an external source about it. That actually didn't feel like the worst thing in the world. I don't know how that scales into higher keys, but okay. Not bad. Does that make sense? I think that's actually kind of an important aspect of game design, is you have to be careful about... Like Ecodome Aldani was a good dungeon specifically because it was designed in a way where if you just walked in, it was like, this thing here, that's a circle, dodge it. That makes sense. The only thing that was not making sense about that was the second boss, and that did kill people. Class set gives you 3 of each press. Wait, you didn't call it the bug on the class set NPC. It does it? On second boss when the ads come out, because they hurt me so much. Yeah, I don't know about that either. Okay. Can you tell me what the final Omnium Folio will be for Season 1 look like for Guardian? We don't know at this point. I don't think anyone knows, but most likely there will be a Abyss thing to take, and you just take that. I don't even think I have my Omnium Folio thing selected. You don't even get to test it right now. Can you get the weapons on PTR from vendor? No, I'm playing with the basic weapon. So I'm playing with the new tier set. I have the new tier set equipped, which is this. And I'm playing with the new OP trinkets, like the Omega OP trinkets. But I am not playing with anything else. So I don't have like the weapon or like the new helmet or anything like that. It's going to be until next X-Pack. Yeah, but we don't know exactly what it is, though. You need to just stun and kite them together, right? Okay. Yeah, thank you for coming, Argus. I thought it was pretty decent. I don't know. We can't actually compare damage. This was my tier set here. That means they need to make 10s and lower more punishing so they can learn. Ooh. That's a tough balance to find. That's not an easy conversation to have. But it's something that it's like depending very much on your perspective. Jay Fryatt, okay. You would have to ask the player base what they feel about this. Should they make lower keys significantly more lethal so that you actually learn as you're progressing to higher keys? Or should they keep lower keys super easy so that people could access them, so that people could enjoy them, so that they want to progress toward higher keys, and then they have to learn the mechanic? Because currently in the previous season, we had a little bit more of the second option where you could just smash a 10 and never learn anything. You could also reasonably smash 12s with almost zero understanding of any mechanic. The problem with that was that people were then thinking that they could push for the 15 and then the 18 and then more without any understanding of the dungeon. And there was no emphasis on having to learn because it was too friendly. But the numbers also show, and it's hard to say because it was season 1 it was, the brand new expansion. It's kind of hard to say. There was more Mythic Plus participation, I think, than we've ever had. It was one of the most successful Mythic Plus seasons in a long time. Season 1 of Mythic Plus was good. Genuinely was good, Was it not? Okay, by the way, you want to do one more? Their philosophy is good with damage downs and movements down. Well, let's see if they actually do it though. That previous dungeon, I didn't really see a lot of that though. I hate that Starcast is grouped them to thrash damage and the Blizzard damage meters. Yo, yeah, that's fine though. That's not a lot of damage anyways. Used to be more. Okay. I think Farseer would be good, or no? You could try it. I mean, I want to test this dungeon again. I might go play my Prot Pally though. Let me just log into Prot Pally, set that up real quick, and I'm gonna play Pally. Play Pally. I can't test the Apex, and I'm really hoping they fix it by tomorrow. The Guardian Druid Apex is so much though. Guy in Robe says, I think the 10s were a little bit too easy. But I think it's odd for pugging the 12s are easier than 10s, yeah. Like you said this on some mechanics on 20 versus 23. Making the accessible allows more new people. I guess it depends on the perspective that you have. So 18, I find every tank's pretty strong. I agree with that, Balosh. But it depends. That's actually, I don't agree with it fully because it fully, significantly depends on how experienced you are as a tank. There are many tanks that are dying in 10s, 12s, and 15s, for what it's worth. They missed deliberately. Untelegraphed and non-intuitive mechanics now. Yes, but if you can help new players get into the game, then they might have enough interest to pursue the game further and learn, and then we'll have more of a player base, and that's good. That's helpful. Like, that's a good thing. It's actually not an easy answer to come up with here, for what it's worth. Hold up, my game is lagging. Okay, let me swap lead to JJ promotes a leader. I'm going to go set up my Pally real quick. I'm going to hearth back. Can we create max level characters on the PTR? I don't think so. Shit ton of stats for a first season that helps. Even average players not min-maxing anything can pull out serious numbers. The whole point, no, Satan, I don't. And I can't show you exactly why because I couldn't play the actual build I think we're going to play. Unfortunately, the Apex is super bugged right now. Are easy? I think so too, Pessimistic Lemon. Going to try the 2 new talents? Yes, I will. For sure. I will play the new talents on Pally. We'll see if the Pally is also super bugged. Let's find out. Let me hydrate. I'm going to make sure I take care of myself. Make me do some physical therapy today. As I go log into my Pally and set this up, I have a drink behind me. Make me hydrate. I should actually walk on a treadmill too or whatever. I have... So these are the electrolytes I have to take because I'm feeling a little lightheaded right now. And I want to confidently tell you about this point that I'm about to make because I'm going to cook. I'm going to cook hard. I'm not going to burn down the kitchen. These are the electrolytes I take. You can read how much sodium they have in the start. So I have to take... I do like 3 of these. No. And this is the Thai brand. But the sodium is like one thing here. Unintuitive mechanics. Unintuitive mechanics, I agree. Yeah. It depends how good they are at game design. Making CC wanting to be done in Mythic Plus. You have a kitchen in Thailand, it's pretty rare. Is it? To have a kitchen in Thailand? Well, I live in a house, Naz. I don't live in like a small condo, to be fair. We're gonna go downstairs later and have an actual drink, so I'll make myself a little snack. I need more calories today. My stomach's still been a little messed up. So we take 3 of these. This is about 4 grams of salt in here. That totally worked. 1 second. Bye, TRX. Thanks for hanging out. And also, W gameplay, TRX. W gameplay, you're the GOAT. Here's what I can say. I, on stream, will continue to rant about these topics in World of Warcraft. But I also don't want to be too pessimistic with my YouTube videos, and I can't keep posting the rants of YouTube videos because the last 2, in particular, I feel like have been a little controversial, and I don't mind posting them because I think they're important, but I don't want to be posting rants like that every day, I think. What's up, Chad? I just played Guardian Druid, and oh, it's weird right now. Guardian Druid is in a weird spot, let's put it that way. But Lush, what do you think? Would it be the best thing to pair with a marksman to optimize his DPS? JJ, are we not friends on PTR? We might not be. Don't worry, I wouldn't worry about it that much. Belosh, being able to pull is proper. I also live in Assault, though. I don't live in Assault. I think our house also have a kitchen. Most of the kitchens are small at the places here. Yeah, our kitchen is not crazy. We have an oven, though. This house does have an oven, which is pretty cool. All right, edit mode. We're going to bring our action. Can I do this? Is there no save from this, though? Someone called you the Deep from the boys. Yeah, people call me the Deep a lot. I don't feel like our personalities are very similar. I also don't think we look that much alike, to be fair. Me and the Deep, I go deep, but I go deep with my words, not necessarily with any of my appendages. You know, let's just say it this way. If you think I'm funny, there's a reason for that. Being able to pull properly for your marksman is going to be way more impactful for what it is worth, okay? Being able to pull for a DPS is more impactful than whatever group buff you can provide. Can you not lock this? I need to... Hold up. Thank you. Okay. I will make a new key. JJ. I don't know if JJ wants to do another one. Or copy it from live. I use bartender on live, so I have to actually just quickly set this up real quick. It's not the end of the world. But I got to go get... I have the new tier set. I just have to actually go set this up real fast. Brew could be pretty solid with the marksman. I don't know how much of their breakdown is. It depends. Dark Ranger has a little bit more magic damage than physical. But we also just don't know the balance. Like, currently, you don't necessarily play things for group buffs, which is really weird because traditionally that's never been the case. But currently it is. No, I always run... I have a... I have like a 99.9% average in raid. I do not... I like to do good damage on raid. You did a 15 of this dungeon, JJ? You did a 15 of the new dungeon already? Of the altar? Huh. It didn't feel that hard to tank. That was my first time doing it. Didn't feel that bad. Triple Subi as well as hierarchies. It's overrated how much the DR actually matters, but it's not. You want to do group buffs. The Druid buff is cool. Doesn't feel terrible to tank, which is good, JJ. It looks pretty rough to heal because the amount of damage that people take is going to be super variable, of course. It does seem like it's actually going to be properly impactful for the tank, for the healer. Okay, let's just equip 2 random trinkets, and then I buy this, and then basically just set up my prop pally real quick. Chest enchants, leg enchant, call it a day. Can link the log? Curious, yeah. Well, I got timed out. If you link it, I'll just copy paste it. All good. Link it. So... JJ, you're into fitness. If somebody were to ask you for fitness advice, what do you think the most important thing you could tell them is? I've been working in health and fitness for a decade of my life, and I'm not a game designer. I want to clarify that. Oh, it was a Mana Bananas and Melee. Oh, I know all these people here. Yeah, you were playing with some Giga gamers. Man, Melee was blasting this key. Damn. That's good. Sleep, don't overtrain. Diet. Can I give you my thoughts? Eat right. You want to know, in my opinion, what the most impactful thing is, and it does have to do with how to establish gaming. It only matters if you're still doing it 6 months from now. And when it comes to gaming, it's the thing that I think we oftentimes forget, is we're talking about the optimization at the highest level. We're talking about how to make the game fun, if Mythic Raid enjoyable. Could we tune Mythic Raid to do this? Could we affect Mythic Plus, you know, so that the title reign, so that this or that. But what you actually want to create is a ramp so that people enjoy the game. Because once you get into WoW, it's super fun. But in order to get into WoW, you need a certain level of consistency and motivation to learn enough to enjoy the game. So their ramp is the hardest thing to design. We are having a conversation about how to manage the game at the highest level, but they need to think about how to get new players onboarded so that they can even engage with the highest level of WoW. And that is where we as the player base fail the conversation. Because we're way too into this, and we have almost no understanding whatsoever of what a new player goes through when they are trying to learn World of Warcraft. It is super, 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 super hard to get into WoW. Once you get into it, amazing game. But goddamn, it's so hard to actually get into it. This is the build I would test. I think this is what I would run. I would drop these and maybe even drop Solas potentially. It caters to people of infinite time. And they need to change that, JJ. I don't know if you've seen the last few YouTube videos I posted, but I think that that is a significant issue, and they might want to take a look at that. I think they really should take a look, to be honest, at that. Let's try this. Let's try something like this. I think there was a lot of physical damage in that key. No, I'm pretty sure you have to drop Sanctuary in order to pick up Seal of Reprisal, and if you want Blessed Word, I'm pretty sure that's what you're going to have to do. I don't think you would drop... There's two ways to pick up the new talents. These are what you played before, but now I think this is a great talent, and I want to play with it. The game is the way it is because it makes them the most money. Unfortunately, there's a real factor to that. They are a company and they have to make money. But also, do you have any idea how much money they actually make when they release a $5 housing decor item on the in-game shop? Like, I feel like it is significantly more money than we could ever even begin to comprehend, genuinely. Working out, though, just like the game, if the person starts to struggle, they lose motivation, eventually give up. If it's not properly dosed, then yes. Idian, are you healing again? Otherwise, Vicious wants to do a key as well. And I'm going to start listing this group. So if you want. I think Vicious, if you want to play after that, sure. Make the most money. Dude, what percentage of the player base buys a WoW token? It's a good question. I don't know if there's actually stats on this, but out of curiosity, I would want to know what percentage of the player base in World of Warcraft has bought at any point a housing or a WoW token. What would you imagine? Guess. I have no idea what the number would be. 10%? 5%? It's not that high. There's no way it's like 40% or 50%. 5%. Okay. 5%. That makes sense. I think about 5%, something like this. If 5% of the player base has bought a WoW token, how many of those 5% have bought multiple WoW tokens? Get it? If you have bought one WoW token, you have probably bought several. So as a business model, if you can get somebody to buy into this type of system, they're going to fund a lot. Like, if you think about how much money Diablo Immortal made, there were people who literally spent, it made them a lot of money. Unfortunately, because there were people who cared enough to actually spend that much money. You know. All right, who wants to come? Vicious. I think Eden is healing this one, but Vicious, you can heal next. Demon wants to come back, sure. And then who else? Probably more like 70%. Do you think that the people who bought a WoW token, if I say whole player base, you got to realize that, what is it? It's still something like 70% of the player base doesn't even do Mythic Plus or rating at all. So that's not actually a fair statistic, for sure. Farms, hunt. Beastmaster, hunter, sure. Any other DPS want to come? I need to just set up my gear real quick, set up my cooldown manager, and just fix a few things before I do this. So, I also want to go get Platinator for this because the actual in-game things are really bad. Okay, advanced cooldown settings. Hello and welcome. That's such a Thai thing to say. Wait, Eden, are you Thai? Hello and welcome. Hello and welcome. What's this guy? I know this guy. It's a shaman. Certain point, they buy gold from external sources. Don't do that. Don't ever do it. Do not, and hear me out. Do not buy gold from not the in-game shop. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. Don't do it. They have super cracked down on that. Do not attempt to do that. It is a bad idea. There are some people who I know that have done it, got banned, did it again, and didn't get banned. But for the most part, it is a bad idea. Don't do it. Sometimes you have to do it. They're really strict on that. I would never I think that Blizzard, their AI detection might not be good at coding the game or doing the class tuning, but god damn it, it is good at catching people who are trying to do things that is against TOS. Okay, and then frames go here. I need to make the dungeon mythic. New character. Save. If you were from any South American country, you can't get tokens? Really? They suck at cracking down on the boosting. There was the big ban wave that happened more recently. That was scary. There was the big ban wave that happened with Lemora or whatever it was. Also, TBC main game. How was your Brewmaster? Your damage was 156. I don't know what the route was that you did, but this looks pretty decent. I don't know. I never actually boosted with them. I was in the Discord, but I didn't do anything with them. Okay, after this, I think my trinkets were troll. Which ones were you using? The OP one? Which ones were you using? Romeyer's. I'm gonna follow fiery shrapnel. Nah, dude, this one is. You saw the primer? You saw the stat budget on this, right? Dude, this is the most ridiculous trinket I have ever seen. This is an unbelievably good trinket. Is buying raid clears for gold? No, it is. They will nerf this, right, JJ? Please tell me they're gonna nerf this. It's over budgeted. Like, it's fine to have this exist, but it's over budgeted right now. It's basically double damage, which is ridiculous. It should not exist as a double damage trinket. It's a little bit too much. Okay, Paladin will play normal weapon, just the trinkets here. This is kind of what we have here. What's up, Mr. Dalgroth? Dalgroth, have you seen the new Guardian Druid Apex? Wait, Dal. Have you seen the the new Guardian Druid Apex talent, dude? It's so funny. It's really, really, really funny. I was trying to test it earlier. Oh my god. It pulls. Currently it is bugged, and it pulls literally every single mob, ignoring line of sight, ignoring combat or anything. When it procs, it hits, I think, everything within a 60-yard radius. It might be 40 yards, but either way, it is fucking egregious. It is ridiculous. Like, I was trying to test with it, and it's actually unplayable just because it's casually pulling the entire dungeon for you. And I was like, man, who's butt pulling all this? And I was like, oh my god, it's me. Oh my god, it's me. It was really funny. How much bigger is the consecrate you throw out? It's actually noticeably bigger. I think it's noticeably bigger. I'm just gonna. What was the other thing? I need to leg enchant, and then I'm good to go. Let's just do this here, and then let's go. Should be everything I need to do. It's an MDA. They should just name it the MDI. It's the MDI Apex talent. It is. I really wanted to test it, man. And there's a build that is currently working. I think it will work well. Yeah, sorry, I'm coming on my way. Oh man, I was so excited to test it too. I was so excited, but nope. Not today. Pretty much. Not today. Oh, man. It's Waking Nightmare 2. No. No. Waking Nightmare has that thing where if you're targeting something, it might target that thing. I meant I went to do the first pull of this dungeon, and I was like, wow, everything pulled. I thought it was forced RP. Like, I thought it was like a random spawn. So I tanked this here, and literally that corner pack pulled, that corner pack pulled, those two pulled, this corner pack pulled, and that corner pack pulled. Like literally everything. And I was like, wow, this is crazy. This dungeon is wild. I can't believe that they've designed it. This is really hard. And it turns out it was just me. It was just my Apex. For somehow, when the bear spawns, it pulls. I don't even know how, because it's supposed to hit one target, but it is ridiculous. All right, here we go. Sorry. Sorry. All right, let's see how Prop Pally feels. I haven't played Prop Pally at all. This will be my first Prop Pally test. I don't know if this is actually the right build or whatever it is, but let's find out. The Consecrate is pretty noticeably bigger. That is, I think it's a sizable increase to Consecrate with the new tier set. Let me actually put on that thing I just bought, and then I'll make the key real quick and at least put some crit on. What's my crit at right now? And let's do it. Altar of Fangs, level 12. Cool. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Bam. Okay, let's see Prop Pally. I know give or take what my Druid would do now, so let's find out how Prop Pally feels. What's up, Kafaze? Paladin, the tier set for console is bug right now. The size is increased only visual. Of course it is. Of course it is. I don't know, genuinely, why Blizzard is so allergic to potentially designing their game so that it isn't always perma-bugged. It's almost like Blizzard is genuinely allergic to maybe making a choice to not actually just have their game. Oh, wait, is this too much? Oh, I just realized this isn't going to work because, all right, hold up. That's my bad. I probably shouldn't have done this big pull. We don't have a DK, and this is DK routing here. I love this game, but it is also kind of bugged. Wait a second. Are you Farseer right now? Okay, hold up. Reset. I won't pull the side. Reset. I won't pull side. I feel like that pull would actually be okay, potentially, if we grip the side in and then you do this. But we don't need to do it. It's okay. All good. You are playing Farseer. I noticed you were playing Farseer because there's not actually a fifth person on the damage meters. Missed our C timer 21 by 40 seconds. Ouch. Dude, that sucks. Oh, let's just reset real quick. Quick reset. Yeah, I don't have to pull the side. It's okay. No problemo. At this point, the bugs are just a feature for real. They are, though, actually. I would now call everything an excuse. It's true. Yeah, it's a DK route. I love Blizzard. I love this game. Dalgroth, can I tell you something exciting? You want to know something kind of cool? This is cool. Two things. Number one, I'm going to BlizzCon. That's cool. And number two is that they reached out and I'm a WoW partner now. I have been recognized by Papa Blizzard, by the daddy of Blizzard. Very cool. Exciting. They know who I am. Can we kiss in Anaheim? Brylax, it sets an unfortunate precedent because even if I wanted to answer yes to that question, you know, it's 2026, so if I kiss you, that means I'd kind of have to kiss everybody. And some people, they eat pineapple, and I don't know if I like pineapple. wait, I forgot to teleport back to the dungeon. Now, wait. Hold up. My bad. Banny the Gamer. Oh, it's still happening. What is this? All right, thank you. Reinvite. Not gonna lie, this game is hard. Banny the Gamer. Is it happening again? On Anna's High Sloth Garage. The participation trophy of kisses. Brylax, based on what I do know about you, I don't know if we would be kiss compatible. I'm not 1,000% sure about this. When you are testing the... Thank you, Sachin. Bro. I really am trying to figure out, like, Soap, are you still here? Is this... This is the thing? Where are these coming from? I don't understand. There's definitely something. It's something. No, it's something. I just don't know what. Drake, I feel like we would be Kiss compatible. To be honest with you, I can't actually say. It's hypothetically speaking, of course. But I feel like we would potentially be Kiss compatible. I see. There's like the weirdest, ever so slightly tiny little. There's like, you know, you're eating pineapple. Never mind. That's fucking. Never mind. It's over. It's all. It is what it is. It's over. It is. Nope. Can't happen. I'm a super basic bitch. See, that's the thing. I like my ice cream vanilla, but that doesn't necessarily translate to everything, right? Why don't you have a new tier set, by the way? Me? I have a new tier set. But you took away your diamond? I took away your diamond? When did I do that? I didn't take away your diamond. Okay, so let's pull this. What about this pull? Better? Oh, wait, this is not actually bound right now. Is my shield macro to something? DK route. This is insane, bro. Thank you, Wex. I think so, too. I thank you. You know what? I'm just going to start saying thank you to the people. You know what? Thank you, Wex. I also think my stream is goated. You know why my stream is goated? Because I mastered all of the hand signs because I was a super awkward child that had significant autism. And therefore, I really, really, really liked anime growing up, but not like casually liked anime to the degree where I could do the fire breath jutsu, the ice jutsu. I could do all sorts of jutsus, but I can't show you and prove it to you. And you want to know why I can't show you? This is the thing. Leoric did nothing wrong. This is the problem. I can't prove this to you. Because in order for me to prove this to you, I would need to do the signs. And I'm pretty sure that Twitch would actually recognize this as a gang sign. And I wouldn't do that because that's very not allowed on Twitch, which I will respect the rules. But it's not a gang sign. It's actually just ism. And the way that I have obtained, or not obtained, that is 2026, you can't own people anymore. But what you can do is date people. And basically, most of my dating history, I've gotten the opportunity to date some very attractive people. And I would argue that a lot of the reason is because I risen with the tism. And when you risen with the tism, it's really helpful to know these hand signs. But I can't prove it to you. So it just sounds like cap. It just sounds like I'm lying to you. But I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you, man. It's a real thing. I pride myself on my ability to handle conversations. So I agree with you. This is all contributing to the fact that my stream is goated. And I respect it. I thank you for saying that. Aha, Leoric, I fucking got you. I fucking got you. You're not a viewbot. I knew it. I fucking got you. You thought that I went on that whole rant for no reason? Caught in 4K, motherfucker. Sorry, excuse me. That was too much. You caught in 4K. You said something else. You did hear me. You're not AI. You are a real person. I'm not. Wait, I can't actually give you the middle. Bit bop. Gotcha. This is it. This is the power. I took a. Wait, these are serpents. Wait, we can't actually pull these. Okay, so you want to try to avoid the serpents. I thought, yeah, you can actually. I don't think you can. I can pull the altar, maybe. No, they also have serpents. We don't have any ability to move mobs, so I think we should actually do this though. I'm Super Saiyan. Thank you very nice. Thank you. I am a little worried that if I go to BlizzCon, there's some people who would want to use Leoric's ultimate from Heroes of the Storm on me and then use your following name, the one who just said that was super insane, very nice. The problem is I feel like there are some people who would want to try to combo me with both Leoric's ultimate from Heroes of the Storm with the Innovator Deep thing. And I think that I might have to take some precautions, like maybe like duct tape or something. Yeah. you, I don't want to, I respect the bit who, I don't know where it's coming from today. I just want to say I do respect the bit. However, you spelled that wrong, Sajin. It's starting to fall apart. First of all, Leoric couldn't keep it together. And Leoric didn't do anything wrong. I agree, the king. But you may or may not have accidentally. So you spelled that wrong. And it's kind of starting to fall apart a little bit. So you need to get your act together. You guys, you're going to have to figure this out because here's the thing, right? It's all falling apart now. Spelling it wrong. Yeah, I was thinking, so, all right. When I write, I made a few videos like a few weeks ago at this point. Dude, this is through Sentinel. What the hell? These guys just clap melee damage, huh? Prop Pally still feels like it has the same problem as it did before, where if a mob just does enough melee damage, like, I really feel it. Interestingly enough. I made a video, and it was not... I don't write my titles or, like, my descriptions with AI. Like, I just come up with them. But I made a thumbnail, and I sent it to Kitty. I sent it to my partner. And I asked her, I was like, hey, do you think this is a good title or a good thumbnail for this? And she goes, yeah, but don't write it with AI. And I was like, wait, no, I didn't use AI for this. And she was like, oh, my bad. And I was like, wait, what? And then I sent her a different one that was like a short title or something. And she goes, yeah, that one's good. And I was like, that one was AI? like I did actually ask AI for that one. And sometimes I wonder if you want to like not seem like you're using AI, do you intentionally just misspell things? The problem is that AI is definitely smart enough to realize that you have done this. So would AI now start misspelling things if we did that to try to fool the system? How do you manage this? My damage seems good on Pally. I'm curious to know what the single target will feel like when we actually get to the boss. So we're going to go to the side now. I think you pull here. I know people have strong thoughts about AI, Zeralian. I get it. It scares me too. But at this point, it's sort of like this. When I started playing World of Warcraft again, I ultimately think it was a bad decision. Like, I should not have started because now I'm hooked. Now I'm in. You know what I mean? That's the thing. Once you're in the game, you can't get out. It's over for you. Like, basically, the only way. This is why when people say, oh, I'd love to get into WoW, you have to really ask them. Like, are you sure? Yeah, so here's the thing. If you can't beat them, monetize it. That's like part of the entire whole point here, Brylax. If you can't beat the addiction, at least you should make some money from it. That's what I was thinking. That's why, that's like, this is the whole point. I figure if I'm going to be spending all my time doing this anyways, I might as well make something from it. So that Sentinel there, that wings was 19 seconds because I didn't get enough resets. And if I had synced it a little bit better with my Bulwark, I would have gotten Sentinel to 20 seconds. So Pally, if that Sentinel was 20 seconds, I'm going to have some coverage issues. What made you come back? Access. So when I moved to Thailand, I didn't play. I couldn't play. I didn't have a PC. When I initially moved to Thailand, there was no option for me to play WoW. And all of a sudden, I had to come out. I played a mobile game because I had a phone, but I had no PC. And then right around when COVID hit, it was just right after Shadowlands actually started. My wife at the time had a gaming laptop and it could play WoW. So I decided basically, I was like, okay, There it is. This is primed for a collab idea. I still do want to know what the hell is happening with this. I don't understand, to be honest with you, what is at. Oh my god! I forgot I had this trinket equipped. Dude, I haven't used this trinket once. I just realized. Okay, ignore all of my damage. This doesn't count anymore as a test. I'm going to have to play this again. Where is this coming from? At some point, are you guys actually ever going to tell me? Like Sajin banning the gamer. I get that it's kind of funny, but at some point, will you actually explain to me what the hell is happening? I do sort of want to know. Because at some point, we actually do have to make sure that this is, in fact, not any form of view botting. Kentamine. Yeah, that's a tough one to pronounce. That's going to be tough. It's every time I read your name, I have to now risk being potentially banned. But maybe you just really like horses. It's possible. There are some people who really, really, really like horses. What's up, Kent? How much money do you make from WoW? These days, not a bad amount. But most of it doesn't come from where you think it comes from. But, like, originally, I mean, nothing. You make an extremely low amount. You make... So... where people think that streamer money comes from is very, very, very incorrect. I'll put it that way. The actual... No, ads make you nothing. Ads are... From actual ads on both YouTube and Twitch, it makes... It's this altar. 1 second. It makes... Let me think about this. 5% of my total income. From everything stream related, the ads from like this stream and every other stream will make me less. It's somewhere between 5 and 10% of total stream income. It's a weird thing. You would think that it's more, but it's not. Doesn't matter. And this is, you could have like, let's say that I was to average 200 viewers for a month of stream, and I streamed on average 3 to 5 hours a day. So let's call it an average of 4 hours a day, and the average viewers was 200 over that period of time. You would make, and I do not, but to be fair, I also, some streamers do actually do, they make like, they put like 10 minutes of ads per hour. I have mine set to the absolute minimum. I actually consider removing ads because I just hate I hate the fact that I'm having a conversation sometimes with people, like a really meaningful conversation, and then all of a sudden we don't get a chance to have that conversation because ads interrupt it. I'm not a huge fan of that. But you can't really remove ads from your channel because it's like a problem. So the minimum amount that you can have is 3 minutes. And I have currently 3 minutes, though. Where does the majority of the income come from? I try my best. And on YouTube, you can't control it as much as Twitch. Like, Twitch is an actual option where you have a toggle that basically says, here are the amounts of ads that you can run per hour. And it lets you decide, whereas other sources do not. Like YouTube, I cannot decide how many ads are shown on a live stream, unfortunately. Most of the income comes from Patreon and coaching and memberships on YouTube and any sort of donations or like gifted subs or bits, actually. Like bits is a huge part of the income from regular stream as well. Reels on social media make you next to nothing. As an example, not next to nothing, but per 1 million views on any of my Facebook reels. So there's a Facebook reel I have that has, I checked this actually like yesterday. There is a Facebook reel that has 6 million views. Yeah. How much money do you think that makes you? So it's a fully monetized reel. It's 6 million views on this reel. It's about 20 seconds long. Out of curiosity, how much do you think that actually makes you? $150, much less. It is approximately $10 per 1 million views. So that reel has made me $60, which is awesome, by the way. Yeah, super cool. I was like, damn, I made $60 from this reel? Like, that's insane. Yeah. No, this is the thing. People think you make a lot more than you actually do from stuff like that. No, that one. And that's only Facebook. So I can't get monetized on TikTok because I live in Thailand. I got to remember how to use this trinket. I got to put this somewhere I actually see it. So that's only on Facebook. And then TikTok, I can't get monetized at all because the creator program only exists for Americans, not people in Thailand. And then Instagram pays you $0. So, for example, I have some Instagram reels currently. Did we pull this whole pack? Okay, so the problem here is that I didn't actually pull this pack. Let me pull. I was gonna tell people to cool down that. Damn, that was my trinket and wings. Had a collapsing star. This is the thing. The demon hunters, man. Instagram pays me $0. So my Instagram right now, it's been trailing down, to be honest with you. I don't know. The last few reels, I guess they haven't landed the way that they were before. But it was at one point, it had like 15 million views in a month. And then right now it has like 5 or 6 million this month or in the last 30 days. Makes me $0. You get nothing from this. You can buy ice cream with reels. Got to be something. True. You got a YouTube video of Guardian Druid? Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that I have on current tuning, there is a way to play Guardian right now. And I'm quite positive that that is how you will want to play. However, the end tuning, we're going to find out. Because I don't know if they're going to let this current way of playing it slide. I will obviously update Patreon and YouTube members. I'll have this. But yeah, so the breakdown of where income comes from, I think I could do a deep dive on like a Patreon video if you really wanted to know. I don't want to get into like specifics, but most of at the end of the day, I think that the vast majority of my income would probably be sponsors. When you get sponsors. Guardian looks the best. We don't know, Royal Snipers. I could tell you my initial thoughts, but we have zero ability to actually say what is going to be meta at the moment. We would not be able to answer that. The tier list will come soon. We need a lot more testing, and currently I cannot actually physically test Guardian properly because the Apex is broken. So I have zero ability to test how Guardian should technically be, but given what I understand about it, it's going to be fine, yeah. And if you currently like the playstyle that we have, you will have a good time, I think, next season. And if you want to play a different build that's a bit more active or a bit less like the current playstyle, that will also be available. Hopefully they balance it a little better. But yeah, I think it's interesting. We live in a society where kids today, they don't really say, I want to be an actor. Have you heard that recently? When I was growing up, everybody wanted to be an NBA player or like a movie star. Everybody was like, I want to be a movie star. Nowadays, kids say, I want to be a streamer or a YouTuber, right? I mean, listen, I don't spend a lot of time around children, but I imagine that this is probably the thing that everybody says. I want to be a YouTuber. I want to be a streamer. I want to be the next Mr. Beast or however it is. Am I correct on this? Does anybody have children or has any insider information about this? I think I'm correct on this. The understanding of what that actually means is definitely not well understood. And it's cool because I'm in a unique position now where I've seen a little bit of it. This is not my full-time job. Oh my God, I died. I thought I had an extra second. Oh, it's a thing. He knocks you back as he goes back to the middle. I didn't know that. My bad. Oh, there's a res. Nice. I'll take that res. Burp, 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 burp. I think this boss might do this intermission a little bit too fast. I'm glad you are finally getting some recognition. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I was on an Azeroth TV video, by the way. I was on a video of his Jeffrey a long time ago. Yeah. I made it onto one of his videos because I had ping problems when I was healing one of his keys, and he was like, I'm on his spreadsheet. My evoker is on his spreadsheet from many seasons ago. So you have to avoid when they go back to the center. That. What's my full-time job? I've been working in health and fitness now for over a decade of my life. I work purely online. I did just take one in-person client that was willing to pay me enough, and I'm kind of curious about it. I will most likely do one session with him because I want to solve his problem and then move on. But yeah, I work 2 kilometers underground. Do you really? What do you do? Wait, what do you do, Branky? Okay, this you can probably pull. I think this whole room is a pally. Mining. Can you tell me a little bit about mining, since I know absolutely nothing about it? I would only know in the movies. Okay, don't pull this room then. Key starting, let me do. Okay, no problem. I'm always curious to learn about these things. Yeah, I'm curious about it though. So, Naz, I've been working in health and fitness for a long time. I help people achieve whatever results they want to achieve. 1 second. Just looking at this, though. Going right now in the Bitech Convention Center. Wait, you're Thailand? Okay, so note to self, don't overpull this area. Okay? This is a wipe and a reset. Wait, Naz. Do I know you? Oh, you were saying this earlier, right? Hi. You mentioned this earlier. I forgot your name. It's not me. Wait, it's not you, it's me. I don't know you. Okay, that's good. Well, it's good because it would be awkward for me. I'm not fantastic at meeting new people. I'm going to be real with you. I try my best. I feel like this could be going better. My bad. How does Pally feel to live? Hard to say because A, this is a 12. I bamboozled you once and now you're always suspicious is true. So, Naz, let me tell you about this stalker that I had. It's crazy. You know, since I started streaming, I never thought this would happen to me given that I live in Thailand. But at one point, I had a stalker. It was crazy. So I was pretty new to streaming too. I hadn't even been streaming for like a year at this point. It was a long time ago. It's about a year and a half. It was a while. I was like just basically like a baby streamer. And there was this girl. She was like really hot though, I will say. Like she was like super attractive. And she was like totally stalking me through stream. Yeah. Because this is a successful stalking. I'm not saying that you should do this, and I'm not saying it will work for you. But this was, for what it's worth, this was actually a successful stalking, right? This is not like a unsuccessful stalking, because now, right? So I don't know what her goals were necessarily, but for months, she was just like in my stream. She was being like really subtle about it at first. And she knew me in real life, but I didn't know that she knew me in real life. I had no idea who she was. I just knew that like she had a name on stream, right? And fast forward like a year and a half, and I now hand feed her senior cat medicine from a syringe when she's away. And we do occasionally knock boots, you know, a little bit of a horizontal marathon, a little bit of the good old cardiovascular mumbo jumbo. So never say never. I wouldn't recommend this. I'm just saying it has been a highly successful stalking. I'm not saying that you should do that. I'm certainly not advocating for this. I'm just saying, you know, sometimes it does work out. All right, for context, for anybody that isn't actually able to pay attention, like does not know the lore, Kitty L. Kitty is my girlfriend. We live together. We have lived together for quite a bit now. And I knew her from 7, 8 years ago at this point, a long time. I've known her for an extremely long period of time. But I didn't know that we hadn't talked in about 5 years. There were some events that happened, not between me and her, but actually between other people in a friend group. And I didn't talk to her for like 5 years. And then randomly, she found my stream one day when I first started streaming. But I didn't know that she found my stream. And that's her. She's up there. And then she reached out. I found out basically randomly, and then now we live together. So that's kind of the history. That's the context that you might be missing here. Yeah. No, now I'm taken. There will be no more successful stalking. I didn't know it was you. Why would I know it was you? Nas won't let you get a cat? Macho Nacho. Wait a second. Do you guys know each other? Macho Nacho. Are you... There have been some weird stuff happening in today's stream. I love streaming. You never know what's actually going to happen. You literally never know what is going to happen in a stream. Sometimes we talk about necrophilia, not always. It was like a much greater theme a while ago. Sometimes we talk about World of Warcraft. Sometimes we talk about cats. Sometimes we talk about dolphins. Sometimes we talk about Harith. Sometimes we talk about Brylax. Sometimes we talk about soap. Sometimes we talk about this. You never know. You never know. There is actually, one of the weird things? Yeah. One of the weird, funny things about stream, because I am newer to this. Like, I really haven't been streaming that long. There's now so many inside jokes with the people who have been here for long enough to understand the inside jokes. It's kind of funny. But then I feel like I have to explain the inside jokes to people because I don't actually get the chance, like, because I want to include people. Like, I want people to understand how funny that was. But then I have to go back and explain the inside jokes because I was like, oh, that was from a year ago. Yeah. You know what I mean? That was from a year ago. Can I ask you a question, Naz or Macho Man, if I may? I have a question. Macho Nacho. How did you find my stream today? Do you guys play World of Warcraft? And the reason I ask is because not many people in Thailand play World of Warcraft. It's actually quite rare to find WoW gamers in Thailand. I started playing WoW, so I'm new to watch. So you do play WoW. How did you end up playing World of Warcraft if you live in Thailand? It's a genuine question because seriously, like, it's a surprisingly unpopular game here, though. Did I not? No, yeah, I never actually spent that. You're right about this. I never actually did the Omnium Folio thing. Prop Pally feels like it has exactly the same problem as it did before. There is a small chance of a coverage issue, with Sentinel being a few seconds reduced without Sanctified Wrath. However, overall, I would say it feels decent. I'm from the USA. I just recently... You retired from military, moved here for medical treatment. Got you. Very fortunate that you can do that because... You said you lived here earlier for a year. Is that correct? How cool is it? I've lived here now 8.5 years. Been a long time. It's actually crazy how long I've lived here. Beautiful country, isn't it? Did you know that you were going to move here, or did you travel and then make a decision? And I'm 76 in Vancouver. Hold up. I had 7 thoughts, and I could say exactly 0 of them. So the gears are turning in my head to figure out Listen, the gears are turning in my head. I'm just trying to figure out which of the. It's like a drop-down menu in an RPG Final Fantasy game. So here's the thing. Every single dialogue option that just basically happened here, I couldn't say. Like, I had to basically make a proper decision to choose the right dialogue option. Like, this is not Baldur's Gate 3. But then I short-circuited and I couldn't say anything. And now I was a little bit of a stun lock. Yeah, I'm not normally lost for words, but I just had to get a little creative here. I'm going to go with, okay, so can you say it again? Macho Nacho, could you say it one more time so that I could have a chance to respond and act like it was completely like my first response? Like, imagine, fresh start, right? If you could just say that one more time for me. Same thing, just like copy paste it. I'm 76 in a cougar. Wow, Naz. Better? That's what I decided on. I wouldn't say it was like the best thing in the world, but it's okay. It's decent. It wasn't at the top of the list, wasn't at the bottom of the list. It was somewhere. It was not bad, right? Like it's funny, it's good. I feel like it was right in the middle. It was a solid. There you go. Yeah. I think it was not bad. I'm pleased with it. He got me a walking cane and a wheelchair. Well, that doesn't really tell me anything about your age because in general, that's basically how I flirt with people. I basically look at them and I'm going to be like, haha, girl, you're going to need a walking cane and a wheelchair when I'm done with you. God damn, seriously, every single thought that applied right after that, I also couldn't say. Because the way that my brain works, right, is I love irony. Partially because maybe I'm anemic, but I really like irony. I think it's funny. So one thing that I was going to say was like, you were like, oh, woo, I can't believe you were so spicy. Like normally you don't say things like that on stream. But then I was going to mention something about cannibals, something about my fridge, something about my freezer. And then I was like, wait a second, woo, that's too much. You got to backtrack it. You got to stop for a second. That you've gone too far, woo. Like that's not going to work. And so I thought to myself, okay. And then I couldn't. And then again, my brain is just, I'm just recovering from the flu. So I'm not as quick with it as I was because since I can't say any of those things, now I'm explaining the thought process instead. I miss the late night streams for that weirdness alone. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody was like insane gameplay. And I was like, nope, just insane human being. Am I full crit? I am not optimized whatsoever. This is my very first dungeon on the prop pally. I don't know what I'm doing. This is my very, very first attempt at prop pally. I am certainly not, by the way. Ooh, After Dark is my favorite. Yeah, no more After Dark. So these two are not soaking. Does that actually affect the amount of damage that... Is it a buff that he gets, or is it a... Is that a tank buster right there? So I think you just kite in a circle like this. This boss is going to be interesting. I don't think I hate this boss, but I'm not sure if I fully understand it either. Like, that was a weird movement from me. I apologize. I don't have the talent, apparently, to use that on my allies. Apparently, he doesn't like cats, but he likes cougars. Well, that's fair, because not everybody likes things... Something... Depending on your perspective, cougars bring out the best in me or the worst in me. And it really is a matter of perspective. From the perspective of the cougar, it brings out the best in me. from the perspective of my girlfriend, it does not bring out the best in me. Yeah, that's an accurate statement. Which is a joke, because she'd find that funny. You know, all I could say, Naz, sounds like you and I would get along. Also, I know that you're not actually a cougar. And you know, I don't know how I know that, Macho Nacho. It's a Freudian slip. Do you know what a Freudian slip is? Also, Macho Nacho, Ben Quantai. What are your arms doing? It's like the awkward arms. Remember your omnium folio thing. Yeah, that's right. Okay, that run didn't go particularly well, but for what it is worth, I feel like Pally did not feel that bad. Talent-wise, I really want to see how much... I should have been using this more. I kind of forgot I was playing the Blessed Word talent. I was just kind of chilling that run. Healing, HPS. Is there a way I can see how much Blessed Word does directly? It won't apply, right? Blessed Word, why is 0%? That doesn't make sense. Yo, bye, Aiden. Vicious, I don't know if Vicious is still here. Wait. Blessed Word, is it bugged? Yes, she is Thai. Okay. Do you speak Thai? Because I can speak to you in Thai, Macho Nacho, and we can have like inside jokes because no one else will understand what I'm saying. You can try all the tanks? No, I'm going to try all the tanks over time. I'm just figuring out what I want to play right now. I know that you're not actually as old as you said you were because you could have chosen any numbers. And it's a Freudian slip because you chose 6, 7. But you just reversed the order of them. So I know for a fact that I'm older than you. Also, Balance Point, hello. Thank you for the Prime sub earlier. I did see that. I was distracted by the potential of a cougar in my stream. It happens. I'm sure you can understand. But 76 is not a cougar. Listen, it wasn't a random number. It's... Razrahu, what's the... Is there... I feel like, Raz... you're limiting... Hold up, Salty, Raz. You're limiting yourself. Tony Robbins once said, life is about experience. And you are limiting the potential of happiness. You know, it's 2026. Yeah. 76 isn't even... It's not even that old. Can I ask how old you are? I'm 29. Yeah. I'm 29. I'm turning 30... Oh, shit, I'm turning 30. Holy fuck. I'm turning 30 in January. That's crazy. That is crazy, actually. Wait, Peko is doing dungeon? Bro, I want to see if anybody else has actually been able to play this. We're all a little bit older now. No one plays WoW that's young, to be honest. Like, WoW, it doesn't exist, man. Wait, Peko's on. Is this his first dungeon of the day? So no one is actually able to play Bear right now because you can't. Like, you could play the actual no Apex build, but you couldn't play the proper Guardian Druid build that you actually want to test. It'd be rough. Man, I really want to test it is the problem. Like, I actually want to be able to play it, but I don't know. Is just that bugged? You could... No, I don't think... Were you here earlier? Were you by any chance here earlier for that? I kind of want to play Prop Pally in like an actually better run. Do you want to try that real quick? Here, why don't we try like a better Prop Pally here? Why is Blessed Word act like it's not actually healing properly? At least I'm trying to play WoW at the age of 40. Naz, how long have you been playing WoW for? You said you started playing only like this year, right? 42. I wish I could tell you my. I wish I could tell you my job here in chat. You can't? Why not? Oh, Dirty Undies wants to come. Sure. Show me Windwalker. 2 to 3 months ago. That's very new. Can I ask how you ended up getting into World of Warcraft? So World of Warcraft in general, Naz, have you played it before in your life? I think that World of Warcraft has a new player problem, which is just, it's really, really difficult to get into this game. Once you do get into the game, it's so much fun. The community can, once again, just like Macho Nacho was saying earlier and me, it can either bring out the best or the worst in people, but there are so many times where people have gotten married, met their best friends, and met lifelong partners. I mean, you really, it's a crazy thing that World of Warcraft actually, played for 2 to 3 months back during Wrath. So you only played a few months. Most of us, and this is actually a crazy thought, Naz, I don't know if you know this, most of us, I think in this chat, what do you think, for everyone listening currently, is the average amount of time that you have played World of Warcraft? If you were to average everyone here. So, like, think about how many years you've played. On and off counts. Like, if you've taken less than a year-long break, I'll count it. So, how long have you been playing WoW is the question. Jeffriot, Nazo, Tuller, Edgar. How long have you been playing WoW? Harith, Wiz, Zeralian. How long? Kefaze. We're going to get large numbers. 12 years. I've played since 2004, almost every day, hours a day. Yep. 12 years. 2009, long time. Jamthon, 18 years. Crazy, isn't it? BFA. So that's actually Meldon. You're one of the babies here. You're one of the newest. The longest time possible. Yeah. Yup. Yup. The history of this game is crazy. What's up, the Razor? Hi. I haven't played since the max level in the beta was 20. That's actually longer than me, Wiz, for what it's worth, though. I follow OG gamers. Thank you, Thraz. So when I was too young to really play Classic, to be fair, right? Like I played back then, but the problem is that I was a wee child. I was actually too young. Like, that's one of the weird things about it is my brother had an account. My older brother actually played World of Warcraft, and then I farmed items for him. Like, he used to pay me, and this is a real story, you can ask him. He used to pay me a quarter to sit in Alterac Valley for him. That was like part of our exchange, is I would make a quarter, and I was super excited because quarter was a lot back then. And basically he would be like, yo, I'll give you a quarter every single time you sit in a full Alterac Valley. Like, if you actually do the Alterac Valley and you finish it, I will give you a quarter. And I was like, sweet, I love quarters. So I made a lot of quarters back in the day because he didn't want to farm his honor. He was like a competitive raider back in the day. He played Warlock. And I was like, sweet, he really liked it. What's up, Balosh? Thank you for the Prime sub. Easy money. The thing is, my brother is very smart. No, that's the thing, right? My brother is very smart. So the problem was it wasn't easy money because every time I would end up making any amounts of money, like my mom would give me $5 or whatever it was, my brother would do this thing. He knew that I wanted to be a good younger brother. I had problems and I wanted his approval. But he would look at me and he would go, since I'm such a nice older brother, I'm going to give you 2 $1 bills. If you just give me your 1 bill, that's $5. Now, I was a little slow developmentally, but I wasn't fucking bad at math. Like, I knew what he was doing. But I did it anyways because I wanted to be a good younger brother. So he would be like, I'll give you 2 $1 bills if you give me your 1 $5 bill because I'm a really nice older brother. And he made bank. He's smart, man. He leveraged my emotional vulnerabilities. He was very intelligent. He knew how to get me. Yeah, every single time, man. Oh, sorry. Let me reset. I got a hearth out and a reset. I actually have a Stormwind portal right here. Oh, yeah, I got hella exploited. It's true, every single time. But I knew what he was doing. He could have just asked for it, probably. How many quarters do you want me to give you to sit in on a raid night for me? There are no amounts of quarters. Actually, hold up, Wiz. Wait. There is an amount of quarters. You know one thing that I don't agree with? Some people stand on a level of a moral high ground that they should not be standing on. And what I mean by this is that they sit here and they pretend like they don't have a price. Bro, everybody's got a price. Your price might be very high, but you have everybody's got a price. So I don't want to sit here and pretend. I wouldn't lie to you and tell you that there isn't an amount of quarters. It's a lot of quarters. But I don't want to pretend like there is no amounts of quarters that I would do this for you. There is absolutely a certain number that we could find here. So, you know, I don't know how you would get that many quarters, because I'd like to think that I charge for what I'm worth, and I'm worth a lot. I'd like to think that I've cultivated a very certain set of skills and deserve a lot of quarters for these skills. That being said, Why are you in the middle of the screen? You know, the Razor, it's actually just because I'm lazy and I didn't really set this character up. I just wanted to play, and I just tried very quickly to kind of get my prop pally at least game ready, but it's not, my UI is all over the place. This is PTR, so it's not my full setup. It's just what I have available right now. My older brother always asked me to do this and not offer me money for the tasks. You never saw a goddamn dollar. Got to make him pay up front. Yeah. You learn this with the special set of skills that I've cultivated, Mazzo, is that you always make him pay up front. You see money first, services after. This is the time I had 3 to 4 accounts. That's also true, by the way. I wish 200 people would have seen your old helium UI. Bro, I was looking through old clips on stream. Can I show people? Hold up. Give me... You don't want to see my old UI. Give me... Hold up. Give me 2 minutes. 1 second. I'm going to go find this, actually. If you look at the oldest clips that I have on Twitch, many of them are about this. Yeah. I'm going to find it real quick. Hold up. It's... My old UI was good. I used to heal. When I first started streaming, I was a healer, not actually a tank player. And I played Prez Evoker. And if you go sort clips to, not all time, but if you sort clips to filters by category, where is it? How do you sort them by date? Date new is first. If you go to old is first, you will see my old UI. Farak Mount, plus 18, My Panties, DK RNG, Wholesome, first stream snipe ever, top 10 world preservation evoker, Awu Confidence. I don't know what the Awu Confidence thing is, but okay. Holy shit, I have glasses on in this. I'm going to listen to this first before I send it to you. That's not a good clip. That's not that funny. Bro, what is this UI? I'm going to show this to you. I just want to actually, I'm just going to show it to you. I'm going to out myself here. I can't believe I actually played competitive WoW like this. I cannot believe I fucking played WoW like this. What is this shit? All right, let me show this to you. Hold up. This was the opposite of a clean... Let me show you this. Window capture... This was my UI. Can you even see it? I can't even zoom in properly on this. Look at this. So I played with this on my screen for the entire time. This is how I healed. It was a UI where basically I had the buttons. It's called Helium. And you just click the spell for the target that you want to heal. And it would track, and it barely showed anything. But it worked. This is the thing. Like, this is how I played all the time. This is a plus 19 tyrannical. This was like plus 29 Ruby life pools, basically. This is actually just like how I heal. This is like, look, I'm healing Ruby life pools right here in this pool. And I pulled the dragon. Yeah, it was crazy. I used to do it, but the thing is, it encounters 19 tyrannical caution. This is the thing. You know who I'm healing in this? This is Noxiv. This is Walks and Nox. This is Nox Walks. This is Dalgroth tanking, actually. This is Nox Walks and Dalgroth. This is me playing Prez back in the day. Yeah, I'll show you. Isn't that cool? Yeah. I didn't want to use keybinds. Because I was stubborn and I really, 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 really didn't want to learn how to use keybinds. That's it. You can see it there. All right. Anyways, let's go to the key. Because I was concerned about using modifier keys. If you think I'm stubborn now, I was really. My thing is, if it works, it works, and I made it work. Okay, let me figure out exactly how I should be tanking this. I'm not that aware at the moment of what I should be doing here. Cool. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Count down. 10. Well, Macho Nacho and Naz, thank you for hanging out, by the way. Are you trying to healer yet? No. I just got on. I don't know. It's been a little bit. I know this has been out for a bit, but because of Thailand timing, I didn't actually get to try it until just now. So this is like one of my first attempts, actually, at this dungeon. So nope, I have not played healer just yet. I have only been playing tank thus far. So we don't want to pull the thing behind me. We want to pull this side, I think. Combat potions in my bag somewhere. That's a pretty good Prop Alley burst. But Prop Alley appears to me to have the same problems that it does on live, which is that intense melee damage and things that enrage and just do a lot of actual melee damage does hurt. And I'm playing the talent that technically makes me have more armor too. Overall, not a bad burst. That's pretty good damage there. Please close your bags. Yeah, I'm sorry. All good. So these guys work like the Adepts in Skyreach, where you're just going to need to know to kite them. Just did a 20 Skyreach and got 2 done. Nice, congratulations. That is a... I don't like that, though. Of course, didn't know you streamed until today. Only watched the tank videos on YouTube. I wonder... Can I ask you a question, Naz, actually? If you have seen my tanking videos on YouTube, I have 2 big questions for you, which is that, out of curiosity, what the hell do people think of me if you don't know me? That's one of the random things that I'm actually really curious about, because so many people that are just watch like the occasional YouTube short, which is, again, I talked about this earlier, which is clearly the thing that gets you the most attention is negative press. So if I make a video and I go, well, hey guys, I just want to point out that there's pros and cons to this system. I'm a little bit upset about it, but remember there's also good things as well. And just, it's really important that we all have a nice, reasonable thought process about this. Nobody's going to watch that. Like, it doesn't actually get the attention at all. So, of course, I have to make a short and it goes, oh, Blizzard, or whatever it is. I love this game. I'm incredibly passionate about this game, and I want people to enjoy it as much as I do. That being said, there's a certain level in this world where negative press gets you attention. But one of the weird things that's happened is because of that, there have been some people who are like, man, this guy, he just hates the game. And I'm like, wait, what? Me? And they're like, yeah, you keep coming out on my shorts and you're like, why are you so mad all the time? And I'm like, me? Like, I'd like to believe that I'm one of the least inflammatory streamers that plays WoW, at the very least. Like, I'd like to believe that. I try my best to be as reasonable as I can be. But in particular, I don't like and I don't enjoy the inflammatory type gameplay where you're capitalizing on the fact that people are angry all the time. I think it's something I significantly don't enjoy, in fact. I don't like that. Do you know what I'm talking about? There are people who their whole shtick is that I'm going to yell really, really loud, and I'm just going to, and if it's not working, I'm just going to scream louder, and I'm going to make fun of people, and people become my content, and that one guy, I can't believe that DPS trolled my key or this tank or whatever, It's not my thing. I don't find that. There's something sour about it to me. I specifically, that's through Sentinel. That's the end of Sentinel right there. Ow. It's not just channeling on people's insecurities, because there's a lot of people who do genuinely think like that. That's not like a unique thing. It's not, okay, hold up. I'm just going to bubble now, which should reset their stacks now, because they can't auto-attack me. Good, so bubble does reset the stacks. But this is what I meant when I said that I do just take a lot of melee damage. So I have no healer for a second. I could defensive trinket if I absolutely need to, but this is where I would need to kite. I don't think I would seriously play pal. Oh my god, I'm slow. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Good now. On the topic of underground mining, I got so burnt out from WoW tanking. I haven't played in 3 weeks. I hope that they take a look at that, genuinely. Only bad PR. I mean, even then, I think that's not even bad PR nowadays. But the idea is there are many, many ways to interact online. And even if it's bad for business, quote unquote, for what it's worth, I would never want to put myself in a situation that I have to be what I would consider to be inflammatory for any gaming community, no matter what I play. Because inherently, I just have this, maybe it's a weird belief, like maybe I'm wrong, but I sort of believe that we do play games for fun. I understand that there's a large component of gaming, which is a level of competition that is not bad. Like it's not inherently bad in any way, shape, or form. I think that people are trying to have fun when they play games. Not everyone. Certainly not everyone. But I do think that a lot of people are. And at least that's me. My life is plenty stressful enough without having to worry about just gaming, Do you read Word of Glory all for yourself? I don't have my UI set up, so I can't Word of Glory my team even if I wanted to, which is sort of trolling, but also it's a 12, and this is like first day of PTR. But for what it is worth, I actually am sort of trolling because I don't even have the ability to sacrifice my team right now because I never set up my UI. This is just frames to see what's going on. My whole guild stopped about 3 weeks ago. Kind of just where the season's at for a lot of people. Yeah. And I don't know if it's good or bad that WoW has become a significantly more seasonal game, That was your first impression, Talizra? It's okay. People can think whatever they want. What's up, Rathios? Long time no see. An example of this is I am not everybody's cup of tea. And you know what? That's actually okay. Like, genuinely, I don't want to be everybody's cup of tea. There are some weird people on the internet. There's some super weird people out there. The type of person that I am, some people just don't vibe with me. Yeah, that's okay. Like for some people, I'm a wonderful, delightful cup of warm chai with a perfect amount of sugar, I'm a beautiful Thai tea, delicious Thai tea. By the way, if you're in Thailand now, as you can appreciate, Thai tea is like one of the best drinks ever created. Absolutely delicious. How's Prop Pally feeling? Rathios, I also had, by the way, a while. There's got shown you reels after a lot of the reels are here's the problem with this. And while you aren't being explicit, I think the repeated farming of here's an issue with. Exactly. And you know what? That's absolutely fair. He doesn't like Thai tea. Get the hell. Wait, what? How do you not like Thai tea? Thai chai. How do you not like Tai Chi? Wait, Tai Chi. Wait a second. That's different. That's martial arts. How do you not like Thai tea? Really? Interesting. I really think that I drink it like 2 cups every morning. I love Thai tea. At one point, I wanted to actually be like competitive and make it myself. He said it's too sweet. Corpus. Okay. It's pushing. It's okay. It's pushing it a little bit. You're okay. It's pushing it ever so slightly. It's pushing a little bit though. That's fine. No problem. I was just debating on whether or not I wanted to engage with that or not. That's a lay on hands, but I don't actually have it. I went to click it reflexively because I actually really like Prop Pally. Prop Pally, I don't know if this key level is straight up high enough for me to actually test how Prop Pally feels. Currently, I would say it is not feeling terrible. Feels decent. My Druid felt better. But it might also be that the first part of this dungeon is very melee damage heavy. Whoops. That's not good. I got this one. I might have just wiped my group. I was an inch too close to the center. And unless we have DPS to break this, whoops, my bad. I got distracted. "5 a.m. EST and off to work." Yo, balance. Good luck. I was saving it for next bowl. Good luck at work. 5 a.m. That's crazy early. That's crazy early. Also, single target's very low for Prop Pally. My gear is scaling, right? Let me go execute an entirely single target rotation. Why does that feel so low? I've enchanted my chest and my legs, right? That's super low. I mean, I wasn't really trying that hard, but... Really? It's incredibly low. I think for this item level, that's too low. All right, let me see if I get this right. My Druid was doing much more than this. And for not having a group buff, you kind of need Prop Pally to do a little more of this, though. I think I was just not paying attention enough. Let me see if I can execute a proper... To be fair, I had to play 2 different builds for Bear. Both of them I was testing with a very overpowered trinket. So it's a little bit not a good test. I don't have single target Consecrate, so I wonder if I'm actually not even supposed to be in Consecrate. Like, I wonder if it's actually it's like if it's a worthless global for me. It might be. It might actually be just the wrong move. So this is with Lust. I'm pretty sure we just lost it. That's a better opener. You can see here. What's the meta tank at the moment? We definitely don't know. I can't tell you, Corpus, for sure what is or is not the meta tank. I can tell you, based on the few dungeons I've done, what this dungeon might require of tanks. However, man, Doorlion is still going. I really want to figure out what weird Discord I was dropped in today. I'm very curious about this. I can tell you what the first part of this dungeon seems to be and what the damage profile is. But when I decide to make a tier list, and I will absolutely make tier lists coming up. When I decide to make those tier lists, it is going to be important to me that I offer an explanation as to why I may or may not be ranking things the way that I decide to do. Because I think that that might actually be a specific thing that is missing from tier listing in general, is just people will say this is good or that's bad. We rank it low, we rank it high. but they don't actually offer the explanation or like the reasoning as to why. So for me, it's going to be very important. Delivering games like it's nothing. That was wild. Let's go. John Layham. I've never laid a John before. Oh, there is an indicator for that. I just realized. I have no idea what's happening, Wiz. I have no fucking clue what's happening. I'm so confused. I'm genuinely just like wildly confused about this today. I cannot figure it out. Okay, so wasting globals on Consecrate is probably not worth it if I'm not actually playing single target Consecrate. So that's actually using the last wings plus the last trinket single target much healthier. I think that I was just being so lazy. I was being too lazy before and not trying hard enough. But you can see these auto attacks are still chunking me, whereas my bear was not getting chunked whatsoever. Thank you, John Layham. John Layham, let me ask you a question. Have you ever met a Mr. Lewis before? I heard that they were a nurse who worked at a hospital. Have you heard this? I'm trying to figure out where people are from. This is like a... Has anybody heard of John Lewis? You never heard of John Lewis? Okay, not that. Wanna scrap. Callum Amphlett, you are the perfect person. I'm so glad that you're here. Callum, wait, Callum Amphlett. Wait, stay. Callum Amphlett, are you still there on YouTube? Wait, Callum Amphlett, please stay. I have a question for you. It's important. It's not that important. If you have other things to do, that's fine. But are you still there? Mr. Callum Amphlett, I recognize your name. I have direct questions for you. Can you come, Callum Amphlett? Yes, you are. Grr, fantastic. Could you please come if you can? Do you have a Twitch account? Could you come to Twitch? I'm so excited about this conversation. Please. Just come because I want other. This is actually like an interesting case. So I'm gonna think about how to say this for a second, and I mean this. If you could just find a Wu-Tang on Twitch, you are exactly okay. So I don't want to be sarcastic about this. I really want to be genuine. I'm just thinking about it for a second. If you give me just a moment to consider how I want to say this. Okay. I don't get to read every single comment on my YouTube channel, but I read most of them. I just can't respond to them, but I glance like in the morning and throughout the day. I'll take a look at the comments in YouTube Shorts or on YouTube comments. And I recognize your name. Yes, thank you, Birdbrain Page. Okay. You have left 3 comments on my recent YouTube videos. One of them, if I remember correctly, was get this guy off of my FYP. Another one was, why do you hate the game, or something like this. You've left 3 comments. But one of them specifically was, why does this guy, like, get this guy off my FYP? Like, I hate this guy. If I remember correctly, okay? Was Azumi's Bear PTR at the moment? Oh, yeah, and it's worse in Dungeons, by the way. It's super bad. The Apex Bear is pulling everything. Okay. I actually am, and I will not let anyone tear you to shreds. I am being very specific. I will not let anyone yell at you in any way, shape, or form. There will be no negative comments about this conversation. Can I ask you genuinely, what goes through your head when you comment that on somebody's YouTube short? So you see a YouTube short, it's 10 seconds, you watch it, it's 10 seconds, maybe you watch 3 seconds of it, maybe you watch all of it, I don't know. And you think to yourself, I hate this guy, I don't like this guy, get this guy off of my FYP. or some sort of negative comment. If I may ask, had a bad week, genuinely? No. You're fine. Like I'm seriously, I will not let, and I'm actually being genuine about this. I will not let anyone be mad at you for this. I'm just not your target audience. So I'm just curious. I have never understood where it comes from, and I want to understand it. The thing is that I'm not asking you in a sense for content or anything. I'm just, since I have started making YouTube videos, and it hasn't been very long for me. It's been like a year and a half, right? It hasn't been an incredibly long time. I have received all sorts of comments, some positive, some very negative, but overall, many of the negative comments, I'm just trying to figure out sometimes why people comment that. And you said, I'm just having a really bad week. You know what? There is a thing that I have in game. It's on my Prot Warrior. It was from Dragonflight, was it season 2 when Underrot was in the rotation? And I was tanking, I was playing my bear, that thing. I was playing my bear that season. Bear was really good. And I had a Prot Warrior alt because I always like playing all of the tanks, right? So I had a Prot Warrior alt. And I believe it was, at that point, a plus 20, which was not a very high key. That's like a plus 10-ish, right? Something like this, because it was before the squish. So I had something like a plus 20 Underrot, and I'm pretty sure I was trying to help a friend get that key. And I had a DK, I remember this specifically, who did not know what the hell he was doing. 0 kicks, died 7 times to frontals or something crazy, just with respect, was a very not good player, okay? And I was having a bad day. It was unlike me, but toward the end of the dungeon, we actually managed to get through the first boss, died like 7 times or whatever it was. We got through the second boss. He was not good, low damage, infinite deaths. We weren't maybe going to time it, but I was trying my best as a tank to save the dungeon run. And the last pack died again to one of the tentacle slams or something like this. And I remember I opened party chat and I just said, bro, why the fuck are you in my key? And I raged at him a little bit. I opened party chat and I just straight up was like, don't join my keys. Like, if you see me in looking for a group, never join my key again. You are bad. Please don't join my runs. I don't think I actually called him any sort of I didn't call him a slur or anything like that. That's never really been my thing. But I was rude. I was just straight up. I let him know I wasn't happy. I was toxic. That's exactly right. I logged off, didn't think anything of it. The next day, I log into my warrior, and I have an in-game mail, okay? And it was from this guy, and he said, yo, I'm really sorry about your key. I have a job, and I don't get to play very much, and I know I'm bad. I don't know the mechanics, and if you don't mind, if there's any way, could you teach me? I'm really sorry for your key. I didn't mean to throw. I don't know what to do, and no one is teaching me. And he had ice cold milk attached to this in-game mail. And bro, I felt absolutely terrible. Man, I just felt like the worst person. And I saved that letter. It's in my bags. I never deleted it. That was the last time that I ever raged at somebody like that in a party chat. Because it was a good reminder. You have no idea who you're playing with. You don't know what their story is. You don't know. I got divorced almost 2 years ago at this point. And it wasn't a great time in my life. I was playing WoW at that point, and I had some bad dungeon runs. I was pushing. It was on my Prot Pally. I was pushing that season. It was the War Within Season 1, I think. And I had some bad runs. And I remember specifically, I'm 29. I got married young. It was too young. So when I got divorced, I was having a really bad day. But nobody knew I was having a bad day. Why would you know? You didn't know that. All you saw was that your tank died. It was Grim Batol season. It was like Grim Batol City of Thread season. So to be fair, a lot of tanks were dying. It wasn't just me. But, you know, it just... I wasn't necessarily playing my best. And there were some people who let me know. They had no idea what was going on. I just felt... I wish I could have explained it to them. But obviously I wasn't going to do that. You don't know what somebody's going through. And I don't take it personally. Don't worry. Don't worry. I don't let the negative comments get to me. It just happened to recognize your name. Like I caught you in chat and I just happened to recognize it. I get it. If you've had a bad week, I genuinely hope that your week gets better. My fundamental belief is the fact, and John Lamb, fully geared beard, you can tell me what you think about this. No, you don't need to apologize. It's okay. I hope your week gets better. You don't need to apologize. The stream things, I know it's a joke, but it's actually getting a little bit much. Be careful. It's starting to sound a lot like actual viewbotting, and I don't actually viewbot my stream. And remember, if somebody is viewbotting me, don't just send me 3 people. Send me more than 3 people. It's not me, by the way. There's only so much I can do about this. This is actually just the hatchlings. They fixate randomly, though. No, listen, man. If you imagine the first time I ever get viewbotting. I don't think I've actually getting viewbot. But imagine the very first time somebody ever viewbots me, and they only send me 2 people. Bro. That sucks. If you were gonna do it, you might as well just send me all the people. Is all the streamers right now too? Selmers, is it actually? So here's the thing. Some of them are not bots. And I can tell you why some of them are not bots is because I broke somebody earlier. So here's the thing. I got someone earlier. Who was it earlier? It was King Leoric did nothing wrong. I did break one of them. There was real people behind this. It's not viewbotting. They're not bots. I don't think they're bots. I think that this is like a group of friends who is having a little bit of a good time here, Selmers. Because one of them I got to say something without realizing that he had broken character. I totally got him earlier. It was great. I just had to, it was advanced 3000 IQ play type shit. Yeah, it was good. Trust me, I was doing it. I think they're real people. For what it's worth. I don't think they're bots. You should still make a GPT clone break it. Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what I had said, but it was pretty funny. I don't remember what it was, but it was funny. It was good. It was something about goats or this or I don't remember. Oh man. So Callum Amphlett. I inherently believe, and I get that I was saying earlier, I'm not everybody's cup of tea, and you know what? I'm super okay with that. I know. For the people who get along with me, you would think, wow, how could anybody hate somebody like you? A ton of people hate me because you know who I am not good for? Like, do you know the type of person who really dislikes me? In general, I am a terrible friend to ask when you are going through something and you want to basically go grab a drink at your local bar. I am not the friend to invite to this. No, not just anybody who dislikes the game. I'm just not good at avoiding topics. Like, I'm the type of person that you invite when you want to actually work on a real problem that is bothering you. I will brainstorm with anyone. But I'm actually not a good person for that drink and let's all forget about this and just I'm not good at small talk. I'm good at distracting people, but only in scenarios that I'm more well versed in, you know. Lots of people are disenfranchised with this game, as you're aware. That's also fair. So, and that makes sense, right? I address, basically, I'm not good at ignoring the elephants in the room. That's why I'm normally pretty good at tanking my Sara Caverns Pessimistic Lemon. Correct. But I do inherently believe this. And this, again, this pisses some people off because a lot of people don't inherently believe this. But I don't believe that anyone sets out to fail. I think that everyone really, I genuinely believe that every human being you come across, if you go outside, God forbid, but if you did go outside and you were to see 100 people, the first 100 people you see walk past you, I believe that every single one of them is trying their best. They don't have the information they might need to succeed, and maybe their best is not enough. And if that's the case, they know. You don't have to tell them. Trust me, they know. That doesn't mean that they'll be able to express it. That doesn't mean that they're going to be able to communicate that to you. That doesn't mean they're going to have the emotional intelligence to say, sorry for being rude, I'm having a bad day. What it does mean, and I think I need these two bobs here, by the way, is that they're still trying. Like, not a single soul actually just wakes up and says, I'm going to be really unhealthy and feel like shit today. I just don't believe that. I actually fundamentally believe that everybody tries their best, and if they fail, they're not having they didn't want to. Their self-sabotage is a real thing, but I believe inherently it happens, but very few people are genuinely malicious. You now have met me, a depressed person over 20 years. I understand. To each their own. And I don't, for example, Streamer Goose, I don't want to pretend like I understand everything about your life. I don't know your life. I don't know what you've been through. I don't know the events that have led to you being here today. But I do know something about mental health. And I do know something about despair. And I do know something about feeling hopeless. I think more people might relate to just trying to keep their head above water and get through the next hour or the next day than you might realize. When I was younger, a large part of me believed that I was truly alone, that I was the only one who felt the things that I felt because my childhood was incredibly unique. And I could back that up. I could absolutely back that up. I promise you, in fact, that the vast majority of human beings have not been through what I have been through. I have spent more time in a hospital than most people will spend in their entire life. And I used to use that as a separating factor. I used to really believe that that just made it so that nobody would ever understand me. What I didn't realize was that although no one will ever understand the things that I went through, the feelings that I had are a little bit more universal than I might realize. I was not the only one who felt despair. I was not the only one who felt hopeless. I was certainly not the only one who felt like I might have been an alien put on this earth. And like I didn't belong. That feeling is for how bad it feels, it's surprisingly and unfortunately more commonplace than you might realize. I don't pretend to understand what you have been through. But I still believe it's not supposed to make you want to try. I'm not even saying that you have to. I'm just saying with everything that you contend with, feeling alone and like you're the only person who feels the way that you do is not something that you want to add to your plate. You deal with enough. you know? It's already overwhelming to feel the way you do without also adding isolation on top of that. So the comment, no, you're absolutely fine, streamer. This is something that I am passionate about talking about. I know that this is a World of Warcraft stream. For as long as I stream, I will always want to talk about these things because it was my life for so long. And if I could provide even a fraction of a good feeling, or best case, a little bit of hope, I would love to. That would be a great thing for me. And it gives me a little bit of meaning too. Remember, it's not just for you, it's for me as well. It's a huge part of what makes me happy and it gives me the ability to connect with people, is that I get to have this conversation with you. So thank you for being willing to share that it's been tough, and it's been tough for a long time. I can't promise you that things will get better. But thank you for being willing to share, at the very least, how you've been feeling for a while. I think that's a really important. I think it's just important to be able to talk about those things openly, even if there's no solution. That's not why we talk about things. We don't talk about things because we have an answer. We talk about things because it's actually just important to get it out there sometimes. I don't actually have an answer for you. Dave, you were saying, I've been sad. I got WoW to get out of this depression, but you're sucking in WoW. I would highly recommend, Dave, first of all, in terms of making gold in WoW, you can do so through passive means as long as you have the time to do so. Yeah, this is a very melee anti-unfriendly dungeon. I noticed that. It is actually very melee anti-unfriendly. Make sure that if you are really sad or feeling overwhelmed in real life, just do me one favor and make sure that when you decide to play World of Warcraft, you're having a good time with it. Do me a favor and ensure the fact that if your game time should make you feel good, not bad. This is pretty important. Make sure that your game time is rewarding. So that's important. There are many ways to play this game. Make sure you're having a good time. And if you're not, change it up. If you are not actually having a good time playing WoW, change it up. Time to change it up. How do you like Druid and Pally for the moment? Druid felt good. That was my Pally dungeon. Obviously, that run didn't go very well, but I felt decent, and also my damage was much better there. Bear is omega bugged right now. I don't mind going back to my Guardian Druid for sure, but God, Bear is so bugged. Ibericus. Holy, Bear is... Well, the apex talent for Bear is ridiculous. Also, Salmers, you see how you see how all of the people are gone? Where's my W plays? Is my gameplay not insane anymore? What happened to my insane gameplay? Where's my the L gameplay? Did I mess up at the end? I thought I was doing pretty good. Wait a second. It's not clutch gameplay. Yeah, what happened? Oh man. My stream not good anymore? Damn. That's rough, man. That's tough. That's so tough. You see, Salmers? There's no way that they're bots. They're real people who are going to each stream. I swear to God. They're real people who are actually going to each stream, and they're pretending to be view bots, but there's not enough of them. They're not consistent enough, and I got one of them to break character earlier. So if it's happening to Shadowwreck, it's not bots. There's no way. There's no way. That's not what it is. I can't figure out. I don't know what it is. It's really weird, but it's not bots. I'll tell you that. I've never been view-botted before. W gameplay. They were really convincing me for a second. Earlier today, I was like, oh shit, like, is there a problem? Like, do I need to end stream? Like, what's happening? But they're not bots. They're real people, I'm pretty sure. The accounts are also made at like different years. They've been around for a long time. Somebody changed their Twitch name to do it. I should give that guy a sub. That was worthwhile. Does Bear play with Apex? Probably. But so I made a video about it already. And when the Apex does get fixed, I'm really excited to test it more. Very exciting. The new Apex version of Bear is very similar to the no Apex version of Bear. But it's less degenerate, and I hope they leave it. I hope they leave it for what it's worth. No, anybody can play PTR. If you want to play PTR, just go to your Blizzard client, go to the battle.net, go to the drop-down menu where you see retail, and just hit 12.1 PTR. You just download, everybody can play. But you have to set up each character. Take a second, but yeah, anybody can play. I want to be Cowbear. I want to play Cowbear. You could stream. The Cowbear, the move thing. That's where I got him earlier. Yeah. So I could go back to Guardian. Pally feels decent. What I am surprised by, and I just think it must not be logging correctly. What do you think? Wait a second. Wiz, this doesn't seem right. You think this is wrong, right? There's no way the new talent... I have like... My crit's not that low. My crit is high. I have a lot of crit. Do you think... Is this real? The Blessed Word. That's the new talent. It's a shield, so it doesn't count as HPS? I feel like it's got to be more than this, no? Shields count for HPS, but it's the overshielding that it just seemed like it would be so much cooler, like a... I'm gonna go with real life. You're fine, Rathios. It seems like it would be way more impactful than this. 76k shield? Isn't going to be as good as... I thought it was going to be better than this. Is it... My HP is a lot more than this. I have 1,001,580. Is it because of the power? Is it like the attack power scaling of it? It's very low. It does stack, for what it's worth. It does appear to stack right now, but not very high. What is everyone wishing they implemented for M+? I want them to follow through on their design goals that they stated about making tanks and healers a little bit less. Everything is only visual? Maybe. I feel like it should be higher. Like, I just don't know why it's not healing for almost anything. So the thing is, yeah, I was about to say, it is an attack power spell, and Word of Glory in particular is really, it does suffer when you get a 25% max health increase and it doesn't get buffed. But also the problem with Word of Glory is that it does heal for more at lower health values. So traditionally, you're not even supposed to cast it unless you were already quite low. I've been sucks. I decided to roll tank even though it scares me. Love your content personality. Seem really down to earth and enjoy helping the community. W streamer, not a bot. Thank you, Kubo. I appreciate that. I'm actually really excited to make a bunch more content and see if I can help people feel more comfortable tanking. That dungeon feels okay to tank. I actually do notice that a lot of the mechanics they designed there are specifically not tank mechanics. Like the second boss, as an example, is more of a actual group check instead of a tank check. Around the bot allegations, fair enough. Walksteal is the same as before, can now overshield, can no longer crit. With the Word of Glory, they just increase the heal on 25%, but the AP scaling is the problem. Yeah. And effectively, yeah, it's going to be... Man, I was really excited about this talent too, but you wouldn't play it. It's actually... Okay, so now here's the weird thing. Now here's the really weird thing. If you don't play this, what do you take? I just assumed that you would want to play it. The question is, what would you take instead? Because if you take Vision of Sanctity, then you really want Sanctuary. But in order to now pick up Sanctuary, I'm going to have to drop... Do you drop 20% Ardent health? And actually play like this? Is that the build? And so you can still take the Seal of Reprisal? Maybe that's the build, actually. Maybe you do still have this. Yo, what's up, N-Boss? Your videos are good. Thank you. I'm glad that people enjoyed the last 2 videos. I don't want to rant too much. Like, tonight will be a other thing. Yo, thank you. Apologize. No problem. I've been away for a long time, Shinny. I was super sick, so I haven't been here for a bit. Thank you for stopping by, Shinny. I hope you're doing well. So, is this the build that you play, actually? So you still take the Sanctity and you still can actually consecrate and rely on it a little bit more? Like, 5% DR is still better than whatever this is. I guess, unless it actually just does increase the value of Word of Glory by, let's see. So with it being spec'd, I heal for 68k. So 68k with it being spec'd and without it being spec'd, I don't think it's implemented properly. Its healing is increased by your critical strike chance. No, it doesn't. It's healing for exactly the same. The tooltip does not get adjusted whatsoever. I don't think it's increasing the actual value like it's supposed to. I think it's getting unaffected by the crit scaling. And I don't know how much it was supposed to, but if it actually applied to that, it would be more worth it. But I think that currently that's the issue with it. I don't think it's actually applying. Interesting. All right. I would play Guardian next, probably. Blaz. Almost no tank mechanics, and bosses are so boring. What level of keys are you tanking? You tanking is boring. What level of keys are you tanking? Prot Warrior, then? I have to set up a Prot Warrior. 12s. You got to get higher than 12, I think. I think that right now, with the current item level we have and how keys are feeling, I think 12 is too low to really... Thrash is good, though, but bosses are boring. I think that tanking will feel a lot better once you actually get a little bit higher. Yes. Wait, what's tomorrow? My blood decay is getting demolished by first pulls. This game is so wild. Let's go. Try raiding. That's boring when you tank. Salmer, is anyone else... Wait a second. Salmer, is that you? Is that your priest? I recognize your name there. Buddy said the same thing. Once he started getting to 18s, as we said, it felt good, and his buttons mattered. I think that tanking and healing as well can just be a little bit of a level check, where, like, if you're overpowered and you're overgeared... I think it's... I can see that. It could be anyone. I wish to see Blizzard upgrade Lindormi's affix to allow us to change the color to glow around packs. What would be the one thing I would do for Mythic Plus? It's a great question. Ooh. Huh. That's a good question. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. I tell you what. I'm going to think about it, but I'm also going to go downstairs and get a snack. You want to come with me? You want to get a little house tour? Little house tour of the Thailand house? Little house tour? As I go get a snack real quick? I need a snack. I need some calories. I don't mind doing like another key or something after, though. What DPS number should I be looking for? Because apparently to do plus 16s, because 20k is too low. Oh, I was going to say, 20k is definitely too low. 200k, Phoenix, what are you playing? 200k, so let's talk about it in a second. Can I join? I want to try Dev Evoker? Sure. We'll do a key after this, but first, let me just set this thing up. Warlock demo. The thing is that overall damage actually matters so much, depending on your route, depending on your comp, depending on so many things. 200k should be absolutely fine. But it depends, like what dungeon, what is your tank doing? I think that one of the most underrated things for Dirty Undies, by the way, you might want to do a key without me. I would say do it. I would say do one. quite impactful is how your tank decides to pull the dungeon. Very impactful, in fact. The pull sizing matters. Also, how fast bosses die versus how fast AoE pad lives. Think about the first pull of Algathar Academy. If you're playing with target cap specs, you are just going to do a lot more damage. It's a massive factor, with or without aug, whether you have augmentation, but also how your tank decides to pull the dungeon. If they do consistently small pulls and you don't actually get to blast on your combat potion, on your lust, on your this, on your that, or if somebody dies on a boss and a boss ends up living in like a whole minute longer, you know, it's a tough thing to say about specifically for damage, right? I think that's an impactful thing to say. Okay, 1 second. Let me just set this up. I'm getting good at this now. I know how to do it. Go here. Bam. Like so. Put the phone in the tripod. It seems like your damage is fine. Truthfully, I will say people will complain even if you're doing very well. There's just a lot of complaining happening in WoW right now, kind of regardless. So even if you do well, that doesn't actually mean that you're going to just have like a great time with it, to be fair. Like, that is kind of impactful. I think 200k is very good, though, for what it's worth. 200k seems like it'd be good. Select a device. So the camera is the wrong way. Okay, I was getting good at this. I'm taking you downstairs so I can get a snack. But also still say hi to people. I'm learning. Look at this technology. Look at this technology. Look at this technology. Technology. Except I gotta do this. Nope, too far. Wiz, have you seen this? Wait a second, Wiz. I asked you before. Have you seen this, Wiz? That I figured out how to do this? I just have to actually learn how to do it better. But, like, there you go. What's up, Eden? Should I do to improve your healing? Since I haven't healed that dungeon, I actually wouldn't be able to say. Yeah, Eden, I can't answer that for you because I don't know. Because I haven't healed that dungeon. I don't know how hard that dungeon is. I don't know if people were using defensives. I don't know what the solution is there, if that makes sense. It's not me. It might be others. Could be. It's very hard to say, actually, exactly whether it is or is not you. I don't know. It's a specific thing that I wouldn't be able to tell you. Doo-doo. Hot tub stream when? Soon. I tell you what, actually, Wiz, I don't want to be the one to tell you this because people will almost get mad at me for this, the fact that this is true. So we might move up north, and if we move up north, there's a very funny thing. By funny, I mean people are not going to be able to understand this. But we might have a private pool. God damn, this is crazy robot arm. We might have a private pool. And I'm never beating the streamer money allegations. Yeah. I'm never, ever beating the streamer money allegations if we actually move up north and have a private pool. That would be... There is zero shot. It's gonna storm here in a minute. All right, I'm taking you downstairs for a second. Well, streamer money, that's true. Familiar with a pool? Yeah. I mean, it's a potential. We're thinking about it. There are some things to consider if we actually were to do that. All right, anyways, hold up 1 second. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me okay? I need to go get a snack, so I'm taking you downstairs with me. I also should have thought about this because if I went pee first, then I wouldn't have had to worry. I wouldn't have had to take you into the bathroom with me. I won't take you into the bathroom with me because it's not that kind of website. It's impactful, right? It's a thing to understand. It's a deep money. All right. Why? Dude, this is so zoomed in.
Why does it get so zoomed in like this? Okay, anyways. Oh well. Okay. If this bricks, I expect you to do something. Wiz, can you just, you're a mod in my stream. Can you just say, for example, just be like, yo, Wu is getting a snack. He'll be back to testing the Guardian Druid Apex bug later. Oh. I thought Kitty was on the call again. Oh, thank God. I heard a voice as I was walking downstairs, and I was like, no, not again. It's so awkward because I have to walk through her office, but actually she just had my stream on. Yeah, I love it when pretty girls watch my stream. Dude, it's so dark. It's not actually the evening time. It's just about to storm. It's about to storm. Kitty, I've made a mistake.
What?
I forgot the iPad.
Oh, no. Did you charge it?
Yeah?
Where is it?
In my office. I'm going back up. So, I was so distracted by the potential of a snack, which I'm going to eat, a very nice snack.
I want a snack.
What snack do you want?
Pizza.
Pizza? Pizza's not a snack. So, this is awkward. I forgot to bring chat with me. I forgot. I kind of need this to read the chat because this technology doesn't actually work well enough on its own. It's a video, but it doesn't sync. I can't actually read the thing, so I use this iPad. That was part of the technology set. Now, if I could just find the on button for the iPad, that would be great. Excellent. Okay. Voila. Bam. And now I can load things. That is the way. Beautiful. Okay. House tour incoming. Perfect. The cats will think that it's dinner time because it's getting dark. And so they view based on visual light, and they're both staring at me right now. And these are little fucking land sharks, man. Holy shit. So they will be present, I will say. Okay, adjusting settings.
So dark.
Dude, it's really dark right now. It's gonna storm. I'm trying. I'm just gonna open chat first. Bring us in the storm. The big light?
Like the chandelier.
The chandelier, I'm never beating the streamer money allegations if I turn on the chandelier.
Why do we have a chandelier if we're not going to use it?
Why do we have a chandelier if we're not going to use it? Oh boy.
You only use it for Instagram.
I only use it for Instagram, it's true.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it's blinding. Holy shit. Oh my God. It's so bright. It's so bright. It's a beautiful chandelier. Holy hell. That's bright as shit. Buddy, I'm gonna need you to shut up. He's so cute. By the way, this is how you talk to your pets. This is how you know that you love them and they love you. If you're not actively telling your cat to shut up, you're not doing it right. And that's not a cat. That's an imposter. This is a cat right here. Yeah. Yeah. Anything else you'd like to tell people? No. That's it? Yeah? It's raining now. Ugh, why do you smell so bad? It is actually monsoon season. Yeah. He does need a shower. It's true. Ooh. He's gonna storm here.
You should stream it. And you should
You mean the front door open? On these I did not. I in fact did not. I should stream the rain, the storm? Have you guys never seen rain before? What I was gonna do is get a snack. If I actually just open this door, you'll probably hear how loud it is. You will hear it. It's not storming yet, but it's about to. It's just here. Here, fine. You are the snack, bro? Thank you. Hold up 1 second. Don't dox? No, it's okay. My yard, I've already made sure that this... I had thought about that. It's a good point, Blood Knight, but don't worry about it. Knowing that I might actually come down to get a snack, I've already kind of gotten rid of everything that might have my address. Outside has no address. I have thought about that, but thank you for your concern. It's about to storm. Yeah. Show them the balcony. Nah, I haven't vetted the balcony. And there are some weird people on the internet. I kind of don't want them to know where I live. And also, we're moving soon anyway, so it's fine. But still. No mosquitoes when it rains. That's actually a good point, to be fair. I don't like going outside because of the mosquitoes and stuff. Okay, so the snack that I was going to get is here. It shows the balcony before. No, I mean, it's fine. It's fine. Thank you for your concern. I do appreciate it. All right. I'm going to make myself... I really need calories, and I really need probably some... I probably make myself a sad homemade milkshake. Let's do some actual protein powder, and I will use this cute mug. What's this mug? Yeah, hold up. Mama. Hey honey, this is the cute cat. She's the cutie. Here, I'll show you. Kitty says not to show the things that are dirty. 1 second. Look, let's sit down on the floor. I can't touch her, so I can't like pick her up. But she's very cute. Kitty, look at it. Oh, look at that little kitty. I'm not allowed to hold this one because she will bite me. I'm wheezing because I put my face too close to him and he needs a shower. He's a dirty boy. It's basically Brylax in cat form. Oh. Alright. So, that innocent cat would never bite you. Come here. They are not the same. We respect her space. That was a warning. She didn't actually bite me, but that was her letting me know that if I continue with this course of action, she will bite me, to be fair. Nah, yeah. No, the thing is, she'll bite. I don't want to, she will bite. You don't understand. She's going to actually bite. This is, you see the spice jar? But this, she was trying to show you this the other day. These are all the spices. This is like the... You can actually make your food taste good if you use this. I don't, but this is like how to make your food taste good is spices. I just use sugar. I feel like gourmet is basically just fancy talk for we don't want to use sugar for some reason, and so we're going to use all this other shit that doesn't actually matter. It's basically very unimpactful. 67 gigapumper. 99 parse Sporefall. Excuse me, 99.9 parse. Wiz, why would you do me like that? Is that 99.9 parse? What are you talking about? Cats don't bite, that's a myth. Jill Sandwich, you are incorrect. You have banoffee pudding in the fridge. Will you bring it on your way up? Actually, Kitty, I've run into a small problem. I have realized this. I made a tiny, wouldn't call it a mistake. I'll just call it an error. I sort of need 2 hands to make this snack. And I only have 1 hand at the moment, which is problematic. So I've been buying time as I come up with a solution to this extreme problem that I might be facing. What's up, Gold? You see, put the phone on the fridge. The phone stand is right there. But the thing is, I can't put the phone stand with the gimbal. It doesn't work. I need to... It's like a combination of... See, it doesn't work like this. The gimbal will disconnect. You want me to use the phone stand? I'd have to take it off this to put it in here. Good morning, Little. How's it going? Hello. I'm getting a snack right now. And I was showing the house and this stuff. No, wait, how do I... I'll go back. Hold up. There's probably a way to do this. This is why I wish the stand worked. This is why I need to fix the thing. Because it's supposed to have the tripod attachment, but remember, it doesn't really have the tripod attachment because it's broken. It's currently broken right now, so it's not going to work. Proceed with the... Yes. Well, Wiz, hold up. Self-flagellation isn't a punishment, depending on who you are. Hold up. What if I tried... This is either going to work fantastically or fail miserably. I have no idea. Wow. He worked. Great. Cool. Fantastic. All right, cool. Against the wall. We'll do a quick seat instead of that. That's a good punishment. Yeah, it was. The problem is that some people are like, oh, you know, I'm just going to like not breathe for a second. That'll be my atonement. And it's like, no, that's some people's payment. What? 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 Wow. 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 Okay, he's actually getting a little bit annoyed now. My bad, buddy. Look at this Jello cat. If I don't hold his neck up, he kind of just goes, whoop. Here, I got you, buddy. I got you. I got you. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Do, 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 do. I got you, buddy. Here. I'll get him some treats. Branky, Wiz, can you mod that? I read your comment, but Wiz, can you just mod that for a second? Now, listen. I understand what you're trying to say here, Branky, but there is such a thing as public decorum. Yes, no problem. In general, it was a reasonable question. But if there's a mod here and you could just ixnay that. The reason is because when you are in a public setting, and I learned this the hard way. Let me teach you something I had to learn. Right. Let me just teach you something I had to learn the hard way. It's a great social lesson. If there is a large group of people, context dependent, but 99% of the time, especially online, you don't want to mention the amount of hot sex that you and your partner are going to have on vacation. You can allude to it, and that's the skill. You want to allude to all the horizontal mumbo jumbo that may or may not happen. But you don't want to directly say it, because it spoils the whole game. Right. So, the trick is to figure out a way to communicate what you're trying to communicate without actually directly saying that that's what you're going to do. And so, do you see how I did it there? That was the clever way to do it. That's why if you had said, for example, hey, Awu, what do you think about maybe my partner and I going to Thailand and getting some cardio in. That, you see, that's straightforward. Everybody understands. Because the way this works is the people that know will know. And the people that don't know won't get it. And that's good because it will be a balance of this. Whereas the way that you said it is just going to be a little bit much. Does that make sense? And so, yeah. Right. And so basically, yeah, the Ret Pallies, the hunters, if they don't understand it, but that's fine because then it self-balances itself, if that makes sense. I said it in Australian though. So I speak Australian. I just can't say that word on stream. What's the best place in Thailand to get good cardio and to wrestle with someone? Good question, Jill. There are plenty of places, but I would say that it depends on how much you want to spend on this wrestling because, you know, really nice wrestling gear is expensive. And so, you know, Muay Thai is very popular here, mixed martial arts very popular. So if you're looking to get some quality wrestling, whereas this is a great place and there are many places to get this wrestling in, you do have to consider your budget for said wrestling. And that changes the potential answer to this question. You see, Frankie, you following? The people who get it will get it. And the people who don't get it won't get it. And it's perfect. Because that's... And it also makes it funny. You want the milkshake tutorial? I'll give you this milkshake tutorial. Yeah. All right. Feels like my dad giving a lecture. You have a base dad, Harith. I didn't know your dad was so cool. Damn. All right, here's what you do. So you take a cup, and then you take your jar of sugar. Thank you. So you take your jar of sugar like this. Yeah. Don't drop the jar of sugar. This is important. And then, you're welcome, Jill. You know, actually, I spend time with Jill sometimes. A little bit less now that I'm in a very happy relationship, but still, Jill and I occasionally have a little bit of a parlay. Okay, so you take your jar of sugar. Take a spoon of the sugar, like a heaping tablespoon, and you want to put that right in the cup like this. Yeah, not too much, because you can always make a second one. So you just need like that solid spoonful of sugar there. Okay. When does the pot come into play? That's just there. Yeah, that's just there. We're just going to leave that there for a second. Now you take your whole milk, you pour that into the cup. So that right there, that's a good base. Now that'll work. Just straight up spoonful of sugar plus this milk. That's already a really good combo. But you can make it better by adding a little chocolate protein powder. I am a culinary expert. I don't want to give you this information. It might be too much. This is like a super secret recipe passed down through generations of my family. Corpus. I let the other comment slide, not that one. Corpus. Okay, first of all, nod that. Second of all, yeah, thank you. All right, Corpus, hold up. So, I get where you're coming from, and in many communities, that would be funny. In my community, in my stream, that's not that funny. Can you appreciate why that wouldn't be funny here? Totally understand where you're coming from. Right, no, I get exactly. So, Corpus, there are many streamers who would laugh at that and potentially find that to be humorous. Power to them. I'm not trying to judge. In my stream, however, I don't like that sort of humor because I don't think it's that funny. So, place and time. I don't think you meant any harm by that. I don't think you meant any. I think it was a joke, but that joke doesn't land here. So, place and time. Yeah, and it's not. It's But rather than judge, you have to understand that we are all gamers. So, Jill, it's easy to judge something like that, depending on who you are and where you come from. But the idea here is we also have trained an entire generation to think that that type of stuff is funny. It's not actually it's not anyone's fault. And it's normally not meant seriously. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's meant with harm or malicious intent. It's just, we have trained people that it's funny. Wait a second. I almost put the protein powder in the fridge. That's not where that goes. So I totally understand it. At one point I made a video and I don't think it landed very well. But at some point, right? No, so you stir it, but you don't want to stir it all the way. You want to leave the chunky bits on the top. This is kind of like the icing on the cake, or in this case, the whey protein powder particles that go to the top. So you give it like a little bit of a stir, and then you want to take the chunky bits like this, and you just want to eat that first. That's one of the keys for this. So you just leave the chunky bits on top like this, because they don't mix very well. That's good. I spilled. A Jill sandwich, though, if I may. It is very easy if you view yourself as somebody who has an esteemed level of intelligence or emotional maturity. I think that it is incredibly easy, let me put a little more milk in this, to look down or judge anyone who uses, let's call it outdated humor from a Halo 2 lobby or Call of Duty. I think it's very easy to get into the mindset of anyone who uses these terms or things that used to be funny, a little bit funny, that weren't even that funny 20 years ago, they're in the wrong and you're in the right. But I also think it's important to understand in many communities and in many places, those jokes would land. Right? Not everywhere, but there are still a great many places. We were all raised like this. Like, I've been gaming my whole life. The things that 98% of gamers, if you've been playing games long enough, come on. At some point when you were 10 or 13 or 17, you said some shit. Let's be real. You said some shit you wouldn't want people to know you said. Today. You thought it was funny. Plot twist, it wasn't. It's not funny at all. But you thought it was funny. At the time. That's why you said it. I don't think it's okay to judge people when they're not actually doing it seriously. When they're not meaning it sincerely, they're clearly meaning it as a joke. I don't actually think it's right for us to stand and pretend that we're morally superior because we know today that that form of humor is not actually funny. There's a certain level of grace and respect I feel like we should give our fellow gamers, but at least give them the opportunity to learn and not insta-flame somebody for saying something. If they repeat the same joke 10 times, that's a different story. But I think if we draw a line and we say, hey, that's not really funny here, and they go, oh, my bad, then it's okay. Not that the actual jokes, you see what I mean? And that was a pretty light one. But for the most part, I'm saying, you know, I think that there are some communities that definitely like to project a certain level of moral superiority as if we don't all laugh at Instagram reels that we're not supposed to laugh at. In private, not around other people. You should never open your Instagram around other people. But in private, every one of us laughs at things that we're probably not supposed to laugh at. I'm just willing to say it. The only difference between me and other people is that I'll tell you I laughed at it. That's the main difference. At least I gave us something to talk about. You know what? Fair enough. I'm curious what he said. It wasn't that funny. I'm trying to get oh no, you're absolutely fine, Jill. I agree. You're totally fine. I'm not blaming anyone here. What was it? Somebody. I'm trying to remember what somebody said a while ago. Okay, it was like a month ago. Like 2 months ago. I was in a... What are the sticks behind you for? Decor. Don't ask me. I'm not a housing main. I just drink the milk. Corpus. Okay. Give you one more chance. I handled that with more grace than an evangelical church would have offered. Let me put it this way. If this is the people, if this is the subject matter, see this pillow? Okay? Watch this. I need you to look at me for a second. This is a pillow. What direction did I throw that pillow just now? Yeah? What direction did I throw that pillow? So I really need you to pick that up. Show us the reptile. Jimmy, I can't show you Jimmy because he's depressed right now and brooding. He's basically a teenager and he's really upset that I won't let him mate with the other lizard. I could show you Carly though. I'm going to give Corpus one more chance when he does get back. I will offer a perspective on this, but don't worry, I will actually take care of it. I appreciate the people who are here. Also, Xenoscythe, thank you for the Prime sub. It's actually, so this is new technology. I've never actually just kind of like sat downstairs for a second to take a break from WoW. But I told myself that as I was streaming again, I would take better care of myself. Like I would take more breaks. I would take care of my health. I just recovered from the flu and my health hasn't been great. So part of me taking care of myself is taking these breaks. And I was like, why don't I just bring stream downstairs with me to get a snack and sit down for a second. Show us the cats. I can't flip the camera around. I can sit over here with him and annoy the hell out of him here. I feel like I'm interrupting something. He also feels like I feel like this is a personal matter. Am I allowed to show this? I don't know if I'm allowed to show that. I feel like I'm infringing upon some level of privacy. You know what cats absolutely hate? Watch this. All right, ready? You know what cats fucking hate? Here. Wait, hold on. Wait, no. Gimbal. Stay. All right, hold up. Let me get right up in here. No, there it is. I knew it was gonna fail. Hold up, wait a second. My robot arm has failed me. I tried to change the angle too much. Okay, stabilize it. He knows I'm gonna do it. You can see it in his face. He knows what I'm about to do. Hold it. Clean yourself, buddy. Clean yourself. They hate it when you do this. Wait for it. It's like the best way to rage bait them. He's so offended. It's very harmless, but he really gets so offended when you do this. All right, I'll leave him be. That's enough. It is very funny because when they're cleaning themselves and you basically, yeah. Father, why? Yeah. It just cleaned that spot. He hates it so much. I'm violating with the ceiling upstairs being green. Is it? I have never noticed that once in my life. Dare you do this to the other cat? No. Remind what, Brad? The next time that Kitty's on stream, ask her to show her arms. Her wrist and her arms. Her wrist and her arms genuinely look like she was way more depressed as a teenager, but actually she just raised 2 cats. Rough joke, I'm sorry. Corpus, listen. I'm gonna make it super clear because I'm all for fun and games, and I tried to make light of things, but I'm gonna make this super clear, okay? And I need you to hear me because what you said before. My stream is a place we can make jokes, we can laugh, be sarcastic, be ironic, if you like. We do not offend people here. And we are absolutely not derogatory here. If you do that again, you will be timed out. At the very least. Do you understand what you did? Now, I feel like a father ranting. You made it clear. I won't do it again. Thank you. Your stream, your rules. Thank you very much. My cats love being pet, and then will just randomly attack you. Dude, cats are the weirdest. They're so weird. I don't understand them. I've never lived with cats before. I've always been a dog person my entire life. It's a very weird experience living with cats, to be honest with you. I don't understand them. They don't make any sense. I'm not angry. I'm just way more of a dog person. Hey, Silent. How are you doing? How are you doing, Silent? It's been a while. You told me what happened 2 months ago, I remember. Hey, Brenna. Not bad? Good. I'm doing okay. I was super sick for a bit. I got a new dog. What's your new dog? Who said that too? Look at him now. Okay, they are really cute. The thing with cats is they're visually just so damn cute. But in actuality are also so damn annoying. They're like, for as cute as they are, they were also programmed to just be basically perma rage baiting you. Like they're so good at it. They're like upsettingly good at it. Cause like I want to cuddle them. Oh yeah, I'll see it. I want to see when I get back. They tend to rule the roost even when we had a Staffy Lab. She knew her place when it came to the cats. Dude. So, I don't want to admit this, but this is true. Every relationship I've ever been in has told me that I'm a cat. I think I'm a dog, but every single partner I've ever had has told me I'm basically a cat. Where's the other cat? She's sleeping on the floor right here. I don't want to bother her. She's very cute. She's the orange cat. She's the old lady. She's like 14. I would say that you won't ever regret getting pets. That's not entirely true. Depends on your scenario. Cats, they're simultaneously very clean and absolutely filthy disgusting. The things I have seen them do, I've never seen a dog do some of the things that they've done. Makes me, I'm thinking about, I one time saw one of them was constipated, and to remove the dislodged excrement, he licked it. I was pretty scarred from that. I've never seen an animal do that. Yeah, you could hear her laugh in the background, right? She's Lydia's stream. She's on the second floor. She's up there. Yeah. It's okay. When I'm in my room, it actually like it really fuels me. Because sometimes I'll say like a really bad joke, and everybody on stream will be like, oh, such a dad joke, right? It's not even that funny. But then I'll hear her laugh from downstairs, and I'll be like, what's up, lad? Alvin in the room still. You drink your milk like a cat? What cats drink milk? What do you mean I drink my milk like it? They don't even like milk. They like cheese, though. They love cheese. Yeah. What's up, lad? Fair warning, honey. There's a very strong chance that we can hear you if you do say something. Probably need to let her know that. And the reason I say that is because yesterday she walked into the room and she goes, last night. And I was like, stop whatever you're about to say. I was like, whatever the next words out of your mouth. I felt like Chris. No, I felt like that guy from Rush Hour where he was like, I don't want you to, the next words out of your damn mouth. No. Whatever you were about to say, absolutely stop. I'm like, no, I'm live right now. And it turns out that she was just going to tell me at midnight she went to get ice cream from the freezer, but it was my ice cream instead of her ice cream. And it was dark and it was midnight. And she took a giant scoop because she's Thai and she never ever has any problems with like brain freeze or anything like that. She took like a gigantic scoop and then was immediately mad at me. And you're like, well, how can she be mad at you? You weren't even there. And it's apparently because my ice cream was matcha and she didn't know it was matcha ice cream because it was dark. And she was just like, I can't believe I took a giant bite of matcha ice cream at midnight. It's a valid reason for her to be mad at you? No, I don't think so. Matcha ice cream's actually good. It's green tea. To be fair, it wasn't matcha ice cream. I'm not bougie. Have you seen my shirts? This shirt is like $3. I'm not bougie. My leggings are the most expensive article of clothing I'm wearing right now. My underwear was like under $1. My underwear is like 50 cents. It is super not good for fertility. Vlad, which tank are you enjoying the most? You've done a lot of zero to hero things. What what have you enjoyed the most for your zero to hero challenges? But I do get validation on how warm it feels here at the moment. Wait, sorry, I missed this. Looks like my jokes are really dry, but do how we are listening. How wait, what? Wiz, I'm trying to understand your last comment here. I feel like I missed something. How tight? The leggings that I'm wearing are very tight. Extremely tight. Yeah, like they're actually so tight. The whole reason that I wear them is because they cut off circulation on my foot. So you can see that it's like the ancient foot wrapping technique basically. It's like super like it actually is like it's very very like circulation cutting off here. Yeah, it's like that's the whole reason to wear them. They basically prevent the blood from pooling in your legs. It's supposed to help with POTS. I don't know if it actually does. I think it does. I have noticed that I get less lightheaded. How do you have blood flow in those? No, the whole reason is that you're not supposed to have blood flow in them. So I'm much healthier today, but throughout my life, when I was 23, I was diagnosed with POTS. Do you know what POTS is? It's not like the kitchenware. It's a condition called postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. Doesn't affect me as much anymore, but recently I got the flu. And for whatever reason, the flu just really wrecked my immune system. And so I've been sick. And the symptoms have, I don't have the flu anymore, but my immune system's taken a while to recover. Yeah. And so basically my symptoms have just gotten worse recently. I've had like a flare up of all the conditions that I had to work very hard for. And I have to be careful about just blood pressure in general, like the blood pooling in my legs. So these are so tight. They're so tight that you can see my leg hair sticking out of them. I don't know if it's like, it will pick up. You see how like the fuzzy things, that's actually my leg hair like sticking out of them. That's how tight they are. Yeah. I feel like such a youngin, you know. I feel very local because I could be like, that's tight. And I could be like, so. What do you mean, ew? That's not what I meant. That's an American thing. We used to be like, that's cool. Oh, what do you mean? That's cool. Like, you're like, cool. Tight. What do you mean? Why do you think I said that weird? I didn't mean it like that. She has such a dirty mind. She has such a dirty mind.
Well, that's why we work.
To keep joking about things. Are you not at risk for DVT? No, it's the opposite. It helps. It helps the blood flow. It doesn't hurt the blood flow. Health is weird, huh? Health is so individual, but I do know what DVT is. I've had a few clients now with DVT, and the circulation in the body is weird, basically. It's the way that this all works. Having a stream? Thanks. I'll go back to some keys soon. I want to test the Guardian Druid Apex so bad, but it was actually pulling the entire dungeon. Like, can't test it. Oh, normally, to decompress from the stream, I would sit down here with the cats, and I would like just probably doom scroll for a little bit if I didn't have work. I would ask her if she's working. I would just like play Hearthstone or doom scroll. She is such a cute cat. I wish I could pick her up and show you. What happened to the dyslexic devil worshipper? All right, hit me with it. I'm excited. He sold his soul to Santa. I see what happened there. I get it. I've always felt like I want to give my opinions on geological true north or geological true south, but I'm a little worried about doing so on stream because the topic is very polarizing and I don't want to dive into these sorts of divisive topics. You know, I just like to stay away from these sorts of things. You know, things that involve polls on stream, just normally don't talk about it. Before you ask, I am proud of that one. Thank you very much. The reason that she's not immediately laughing at these jokes is because she can hear me say them in real time and then she hears it on stream. So it's like it loses a lot of its impact. But trust me, she would be cackling right now if I was upstairs. But because she knows I'm trying to elicit a reaction from her, she's trying to hold it together. And that's why if you, for example, like if you just hear her for a second, like right now, at this point, you're just gonna hear like a ha, and yeah. And so now what's gonna happen is she's gonna be really upset with me because she's like, that's not how I laugh, and got him.
You bringing my banoffee pie?
What was the? You have a pie in the fridge?
Pudding.
Oh, okay. Hold up. I like being able to make people laugh. I think it's a coping mechanism from my dysfunctional family childhood. Is it the brown bag? Yep.
Thank you.
Welcome. What you doing? Oh, can you mute my stream real quick? It's gonna echo.
I'm working.
Oh,
I'm drawing giant umbrellas
you're drawing giant umbrellas
for work.
for work? Damn.
Yeah, my
Dream
job
job.
is weird. Job is very weird.
Fridge organization reveal when? Probably never.
It just got organized. It looks good now. Sure.
Don't eat me. Be nice. Be nice. Come here, honey. I'm worried she's gonna eat the microphone and think it's a bug. Actually, this is a bad idea. She's almost certainly gonna think it's a bug.
Yeah, she will.
She will, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we... Hold on, honey. Honey, claw. Claw. Claw the shirt. Claw the shirt. Claw the shirt. Claw the shirt. You're gonna fall. Use your grip, damn it. You have nails. There you go. Come on. Active. Activate. 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 There you go. That's the one. Why are you making me do this? You can hang on to my shirt. You always do this. She's confused. She thinks it's a bug. She's going to eat the microphone. This is a bad idea. This is a super bad idea. All right, come here, honey. No. Okay, now she won't get off the shirt. Come here.
Sweetie Cardi.
Really, Carly. Come on, honey. Come here. Oh, honey. Okay, okay, okay. I know, I know, I know. She was very upset that I disrupted her
Art.
art. Don't show them, okay. I've always wanted like a really big lizard. You got all the pets? We don't have near. You say all the
Yeah, we have
pets.
so many more we're going to get. So we're getting a dog. We're getting goats. I decided this when I went to the goat cafe. They were really cute, and I think we should get goats. And we can't just have one. And so we get a bunch of goats. And then we need to get ducks for the goats, obviously.
Why do goats need ducks?
They just do. Trust me.
They just do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I think I would really like to have a pet cow.
Okay, and we need a pet cow.
Yeah. But
Okay.
the thing is, you can't just get one. So you need to get like 5.
5.
Otherwise they get lonely.
Would 2 not be enough?
No.
Okay, you can't need more than 2 cows.
At least 3.
At least 3 cows.
Think of all the money you'll save on milk.
Right. Guys, I'm gonna need a lot more subs.
Yep.
This is slash cheer big number for goat fund. Sounds almost like a farm to me. That's pretty much the goal, I'm pretty sure. I think it's a homestead, not a farm. That's the idea. Okay, I feel much better. The room I stream in, I think is pretty small. And sometimes I actually swear, like it's something I have to, I think it's like either the oxygen in this room just gets low or I should like open the window or something like that. In real life, no, I was just getting a snack. I'm back to my computer now. Hello, this is where I stream. See? What's up, buddies? Yeah, I have technology now so that I can like go get a snack throughout stream so that I can basically chill for a second, etc. No, wait, Wiz, the GoFund. There's not actually, I should clarify, thank you, Wiz, for the bits. I should clarify, there's not actually a goat fund, probably. Just to clarify. There's no goat fund me. Nope. Nope. There's no only goats. I'm gonna use that money for ice cream. Probably not actual goats, just so you know. There's no Gotreon. Yep, there's a Patreon if you so desire, but there's no Gotreon. That's true. Now, many people have told me that I am the GOAT, especially today. I felt very honored by this. But this is a GOATception. Okay, let me turn the microphone back here because if I forget to do this, I'm about to go pee, and I really don't need you to come with me for that. Great, we should be back to this microphone now, and hopefully somebody can confirm this. Frying chicken? What? Okay. This is part of being healthy, I'm pretty sure. What do you call a really expensive Velcro ripoff? It's pretty good, actually. Okay, so now we can decide what we're going to do about this. Silent just sent me the new dog. Oh, that it looks like a very cute dog. Is that a shepherd, McSilent? You got a shepherd? Shepherds are their decision. Oh, Pecco's in here. Dude, there's a preservation evoker and shit. Holy, wait a second. I have to test no Apex. Wait, that's Pecco.
And a Preservation, Devastation, Arcane, Affliction Warlock group. What the hell? Holy. Damn. Remember to pee? Oh, yeah. Good point. Yo. Yo. Give me a minute. I just need a minute to go to the bathroom. And let me turn this microphone off. Let me make sure I don't have the microphone on. I'm actually so panicked about going to the bathroom after this because I'm like, oh no, what if I forgot to switch the cameras and stuff? It's over. Bear back. Let me get to look back up apparently. Yo. Okay. Let's go. I have no idea. Corpus, I'm not sure. All right, Corpus, enough of the jokes, though. Let's do it. Let's do it. You have a powerful stream. Uh-oh. That's not good. That's not a good sign. All right, let's go. On the way. So I do have to play no Apex, and that is important. I will have to play no Apex. It is not optional because the Apex is playing. I want to try Bear. What build? On PTR or on live? On PTR, do not play Apex. The Apex is super bugged right now. The Apex is problematically. I don't know how they did this. Nikki Fred, be very careful. If you play Apex on PTR, it will pull the entire dungeon. Legitimately, it will pull the entire dungeon. Just so you know. Like, it's super bugged right now. I don't know how they messed this up. I don't even know what could have coded it like this. Because it doesn't just pull things that are like next to you. It doesn't even just target a pack. It somehow cleaves to literally every single mob in maybe a 60-yard range. It is actually ridiculous. It's kind of crazy. Have you noticed gore proc munch rabbit? Yeah, you can. So it's not just gore procs, I'm pretty sure. I think it's almost every mangle, but that would make sense, Wraith. Is clone the first talent? No, you can't play any Apex. It's not worth it. You have to play no Apex right now. I think the Omnium Orbs pull too. I don't even think I have that selected though. Just have the fire. What's up, Zeno? Rain something prop pally today? Yeah, already tested it. Already played it. I already played it. That's good. That's good, at least. Good. Berry picks will be fun. It's good. I still don't know the best way to pull this dungeon. We'll see. This comp is going to be interesting. There's a Preservation Evoker and a Devastation Evoker with an Arcane Mage. Damn. Same dev that did the changes for Shaman and Monk. I'm a little curious about it. No same build as live. So I'm going to be playing basically the same build right now for this key because I can't test with the Apex. The Apex is, I don't understand what part of it is doing it, but the idea is that this bear clone is actually, like I did this first pull, right? And I couldn't figure it out. I did a few things. And for what it is worth, when I went to tag this middle pack, the first time I played this dungeon, I want to play Apex, it'll probably be better. So I went to tag this middle pack, right? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, that corner pulled, these two guys pulled, that side pulled, and this side pulled. And I could not figure out what was happening. It was apparently just my Apex. That's how much it's pulling. Like, it's not, that's the thing. It's not like it's targeting one pack. That's the whole thing. All right, Corpus, enough of the jokes. Corpus, no more jokes. I appreciate it, but no more jokes. Too much. Too much, too much, too much. Sounds like a good pull. It was not, in fact. It was a bad pull. Specifically, it wiped the group many times. Basically, the problem is that I was pulling the dungeon. Like that pull right there, I'm pulling it as if it was a plus 11. But unfortunately, it is only a plus 10. And so, like, we're not quite at the MDI level. It's like we gotta learn that, though. It's really funny. It is actually just the MDI. Bless Corvus. That's okay. And I've only been able to observe, so growing up, I didn't grow up in like a very religious household. But you know me, I like to learn. I like to challenge myself a little bit, learn things that I might not be as familiar with, et cetera, right? I like to broaden my horizons as it might be. And so one of the skills that I'm excited about, that I'm proud of myself for learning, is the power of grace. I learned about the power of grace because when I was 19, she was particularly good at eyeliner. But the main thing is it's important to have grace. And I'd like to think to myself that I've done a really good job recently. I feel like almost like I should get a medal for this, What's up, Manuel Jack? You know what I mean? I just want to say, yeah, the eyeliner is what got me mostly. But you see, there's the kids these days. They keep doing this motion, right? They keep doing this motion, and people say, "What does it mean? What does it mean?" And honestly, what it means is it's exactly what I've been demonstrating. It's the ability to balance the things that I've been balancing. This is like the universal sign for balancing the scale, yeah. And so I feel as though I have managed to juggle, so well recently that I might as well just move to machetes. I feel like I could do it. I'm so confused right now. Delirium wins. It would involve context that you would have to have been on Twitch for the last while. But so how do I? Yeah. I would say. I take a particular amount of pleasure, Emmanuel Jack. one of my favorite things, one of my favorite pastime activities when I stream is figuring out a way that I can communicate 3 different conversations in one conversation. It's a very entertaining thing for me. Oh, I'm lead. Shit. Oh, my bad. I love being able to basically have one conversation with people and completely dependent. Yeah, exactly. So it's one of those things where it's like, if you are here, you are involved in the conversation. If you are here, you are involved in the conversation. And if you are here, you're just happy to be here. And so you combine all those things, and I find it to be just highly entertaining. But hopefully I do so in a way where it is enjoyable for all 3 parties involved, including the special 4th party who is lurking in the background. They're always there. You don't know that they're there, but they're there. They're there, Care Bear. They're there, Werebear. Hey, Hannah, how's it going? Your Twitch name is the easiest name to pronounce I've ever seen in my life. It actually reads itself. Hey, Hannah, how's it going? It flows very naturally. Look at that. I've been listening to your streams. Oh, I remember you from yesterday. Yeah, hi. Yeah, it just flows. I just read your name and it's like part. This is good. I should name myself Heywoo. And the reason that I should name myself Heywoo is because then every time people will say Heywoo, but sometimes they'll get confused and they'll say hey Heywoo, and then all of a sudden it could be problematic. Is that almost every time he starts to indirectly touch something very subtly, I have no idea what he's talking about for at least 50% of it. It keeps it interesting. Yeah. One of the things to understand, Wiz, is that, first of all, I'm much more of a direct toucher than an indirect toucher. I'm kind of a straightforward type person. But the other thing to understand about it is, in a live stream environment, I don't get to record things in advance, and I also don't get to consider things in advance. It's actually something that when I make videos and they're clipped directly from stream, sometimes people miss that context because they're not, like, I don't, like, wake up in the morning and plan out my stream. I've never done this before in my life where I go, well, around 2 hours throughout stream, I'm going to make this joke. Like, I don't have a plan. I just let things flow. Now, the problem with that is some people have a more fluid flow, right? And other people, they have a little bit of a more like a constipated flow. And so the idea is, for me, I tend to have a very loose flow because the thoughts appear up here and it's like a conveyor belt and it just goes straight out the mouth. It literally, yeah, Jark. I mean, that's the thing. I am literally a professional yapper. I actually think to myself, all the skills I've ever learned in my life, I really feel like I was born to be a streamer. Like, I actually feel like I didn't know this. I didn't know this for a long time. Oh, shit, I'm late. Oh, I'm yapping. Fuck. I didn't get to pre-in card. So here's the thing. I'm lead. Don't give me lead. Don't give me lead. I'm a yapper. Don't give me lead. I'm a yapper. It's always a bad idea to give me lead. So the idea, though, is this, okay? The type of person that I am, I didn't realize that this was something that was going to be such an impactful part of my life. But ever since I actually started streaming, I realized, holy, this is kind of what I was meant to do. I love gaming. I've been gaming for an incredibly long time. It is a huge part of my life. It's a massive part of, I just love being able to play the game, etc., right? My preservation evoker may not actually be able to. He said all his key bindings are gone. That's not a good sign. It's less than ideal. Need to fix it fast. All right, quick reset. You were born into an ADHD family. Yeah, but the thing is, you want to weaponize ADHD. And when I say weaponize ADHD, there's a lot of times where it can be something that is super tough to contend with, right? Because it can make living in the modern world chaotic and difficult and, to be honest with you, just straight up stressful to a degree that may not be enjoyable. However, if you have the right environment, it can be such an advantage. And this is one of those environments where I get to play the game, focus on all the things that are happening in the game, also be able to talk to you, and if possible, maintain 3 different conversations at the same time. My brain is getting a level of dopamine that I cannot even begin to contend with. In fact, it is actually so problematic because it is like an addiction. It fuels the dopamine centers in my brain. And because it fuels the dopamine centers in my brain, no amount of TikTok or Instagram will ever fill this void. I find myself doom scrolling social media, attempting to fill even borderline, just a little bit, just a tiny bit, just the tiniest, a little tiny bit of what I get when I am streaming, because recently I've been sick and I haven't been able to stream, and it has been sad. I can't even begin to manage the same level of excitement, the same level of challenge. People say, how do you tank a plus 20 and also yap and do this at the same time? And I say, I raise you a walking treadmill, because that's what I'm going to do. Because I cannot satisfy the insatiable lust that I have for dopamine. But it's also why I miss my kick. And also why I died, by the way. It's a combination of those things. It's a dopamine slam poetry. Dude, I actually think that if I channeled my resources just a little bit better, I would be a great poet. I always thought that. I don't know if I could be a good singer because I can't sing. I'm very tone deaf. I really like singing, and part of me really wishes that I could sing, but I don't think I would be good at it. Like a part of me is like, you know, somewhere over the rainbow, bluebirds fly. But then I'm like, oh shit, I messed up the lyrics already. And I'm like, I don't want to do Iki Kaleko Loko. I don't want to do them wrong like that. I don't want to do them dirty like that, because it's a really good song and I love that song. But the only thing I know how to sing is Disney. I love singing Disney music. But then I'm like, well, I can't sing Disney music. And you're like, well, why can't you sing Disney music? Because I can't remember the damn lyrics. And if I play the lyrics on screen, then I'm going to get copyrighted, because Disney. So I can't play the lyrics on screen. Was it, what if you play the lyrics off screen? Well, that will involve me looking off screen. Well, why don't you just look off screen then? Because I'm doing a key. I can't look off screen. I'm the tank. If I was a DPS player, sure, I could sing Disney all day long. But I'm not a DPS player. I'm a tank. And at this point, you're asking yourself, where is this conversation going? I don't know. You tell me. I'd also like to know. I never know. When I was younger, I used to scream into the void. And part of why I would scream into the void is because the way that my brain works is I can't know where I'm going. That involves a level of, it's never going to happen for me. So instead of understanding where it is that I'm going, I've kind of just learned to be okay with not knowing where I'm going. It's massively helpful. Very helpful. Is what I should do. Yep. I need to be more okay with not actually knowing what is going on. Speaking of not knowing what's going on, I don't think my group knows what's going on. What am I missing here? What are we missing here? After we have funded the goat, thank you for the bits earlier. I don't know what this clip is, Jark, but by all means, by the way, please clip me all the time. Thank you. Yeah, you should always clip me. You know why you should clip me? Because I have this clinical problem. I realized this actually today. It was like a massive problem. You know what the problem is? I have these moments, and some might call them, some might call them insanity. I'd like to think about it like the Joaquin version of I'd like to think about it as the Joaquin version. Why is this such a tongue twister? Holy shit. The Joaquin Phoenix version of the Joker. I don't think that's actually a tongue twister. I think no, the Joaquin Phoenix version of the Joker. That's how I'd like to think about it. Where you kind of just manage this level of insanity, but also control. And the idea was, dude, that was a great clip, actually. And I'm very surprised that nobody did clip that, because there was absolutely a shadow. I can't believe that happened. And it happened publicly, too. And I have no idea how many people in that raid were actually in my stream, but it was incredible that I straight up bribed the other tank to wipe an entire Sporefall raid because I was going to lose my 99 parse. Yeah, that happened. I told him, I was like 50K. I literally traded him the gold on stream. No, not right now. No, but like, I had to do it. You don't understand. I had to do it. You know, I'm not like one of those e-girls. I don't have the size in this portion of my body that might actually get me into a raid group and buy me some parses. I have to actually figure it out on my own. And, you know, it's a tough world out here. I think that many people don't realize how tough it is when you can't actually just Belle Delphine your way to victory. Like, there's a lot of considerations that I have to make that I just feel like, you know, I just don't feel like it's July coming up, and July is the mental health month for this very particular issue which I face, and I feel like we need to have more representation for this exact specific problem. I think we should talk about it more. And some people would say, for example, that you shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but in my opinion, you shouldn't throw a baby out regardless. You know what I mean? So anyways, I have these moments of stream and they just vanish forever. Like, I watch my own stream back sometimes, but normally I don't have the time, and I make myself laugh. like that's like, I think I'm funny. And one of the things to understand about it is, you know, so I never get to use them. Does that make, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't get to do anything with these moments because they just vanish into nothingness. They're never clipped. They're never, we could have moments. The last 2 YouTube videos that I have posted, have you seen them? I don't know if anybody here got to watch the last 2 YouTube videos that I did. This action bar, for some reason, is all the way up here, and I don't know why it's here. Wiz, did you get to watch them? Salmers, Jill Sandwich, Manuel Jack, out of curiosity. Jark, you got to see them? Okay. So both of those conversations were actually part of stream. They're direct clip. They're not edited. I didn't record. Like, those are just, I was streaming. Somebody asked me a question about it. I talked for 15 minutes. And imagine, I had to go back. I don't pay anybody to do this. So I went, oh, wait, that's not good. So I never went back to get them. That's going to be a quick reset. Quick reset. So I had to remember to go back. And most of the time after stream, I just don't remember at all that I had those moments. There's genuinely like no part of me that remembers to do it. So both of those videos would have been completely lost to time if I did not specifically remember to go back, clip them, download them, and do that. Why not note them down now? I always tell myself I'm going to do that, but I always forget. Like, I try to keep a little note next. I tried to open my phone, have a notepad, and just be like, yo, where, because I don't have a second monitor. I don't even know what hour through stream we are. I'd have to tab out of the key and say 5:05 Belle Delphine, don't throw babies out. And you're like, what? And then I would be like, I have to remember to clip that because it'll make sense when I do. You see, just as a PSA, I made a short about it earlier, and the short kind of takes care of it for what it's worth. Why don't you ask Siri to note it down for you? I don't trust her. She gives me, she gives me bad vibes. Imagine trusting Siri in 2026. So right now, by the way, I am playing fully no Apex, although my bars reset, so I'm realizing I don't have Sundering Roar on my bars. But this is actually just a straight up no Apex build because I don't have the option to play Apex or anything like that, though. Imagine using apple full stop. I do use apple. Part of it is because I can't eat apples. I'm not allowed to eat fiber, so I kind of miss them. Dude, Pekko is blasting. What the hell? Hey, Jar. Dude. There are so many things I would do if I was Iron Man. But one of them for sure would be talk to Jarvis like all the time. I would totally tell Jarvis to clip that. Whoops. Okay, guys. I don't have my BRS bound. I got it. Build it? Kitty, I spent 10 minutes earlier trying to figure out a tripod. I don't think that's going to work. This healer is stressing me out. Hey, way Morihito. I'm doing pretty good today. There are these pockets of stream which honestly I just realized that I was going to swap to current as well. I wanted to see my single target. So this is with the fully no Apex build now, by the way. However, I am using the overpowered trinket. Bro, I hate playing with preservation. Okay, I should clarify before I go on that rant. Morihito, how are you? My favorite time to play World of Warcraft is my PTR testing. It is by far my actual favorite time to play the game. Oh my god. No. I have just realized something truly. I am trolling. Oh my god, I'm trolling. Guys, my bars reset when I log back in. That is not a macro. I don't know why I was blaming I'm so sorry, Beaversaurus. I mean, you are still struggling, but I have not aided you. Okay, so to be fair, you do mangle as part of your rotation now. This is actually part of it. That the mangle is fair. The not pressing Iron Fur is less than fair. The no mangle is you are supposed to mangle. Your rotation is fundamental. Like I said, this key, I wouldn't call myself solely responsible for it, okay? I wouldn't say that I am responsible for this much at all. However, I haven't exactly been helping. I mentioned this earlier, but just because something is called Poison Snake Dungeon Altar of Fangs does not mean that you have to put this many actual poison debuffs. I don't think we are. I think this might be a little bit of an event. Now, here's the thing. It's not actually my fault, but there was only so much I could do there, right? What's up, Wexton? You got distracted? What was I saying, Jill? Yeah, what's up, Morihito? The only thing that would help in this situation is a Disney song. Okay. I tell you what. Pekko just left. They're doing well, I think. No, it's okay. It's okay. Nice try. If it's full of poison, priest healers are dead. There's so many poisons in this dungeon. There's actually I think there's probably like maybe 27 poison dispels. Like it's just an infinite amount of poison dispels, by the way. No, thank you. Someone told me the new dungeon is designed for Prop Alley. I don't know about that. I played Prop Alley earlier, and to be honest with you, my bear is doing similar to my Prop Alley. It's not that different. Obviously, that was not a fair dungeon to really consider, though. The absorb shields are gigantic. The healing absorbs. So healing absorbs are not Prop Alley's specialty necessarily. For what it is worth, Guardian Druid is better at healing absorbs. For what it is worth, okay? Yeah, but Prop Alley, good, strong. I know Brewmaster also, I think Hopefully, if we're right, by the way. We noticed that players weren't satisfied with the number of poison dispels and Windrunner. Dude, there's so... Would the game be better or worse if there were more Omni dispels instead of specific poison dispels? Because, you know, honestly, it's kind of annoying, man, where you have some classes that can basically dispel poison and some classes that effectively just can't. And some classes that can dispel diseases, but some that can't. Or some that can do curses and some that can't. And sometimes you have a season where the only dispel that matters is curse dispel. I just feel like it would be better if it was an Omni dispel, and therefore all DPS players that had a dispel could help with it. Like, I feel personally like that would be better. But maybe it's like a class identity thing. Like, perhaps that's a huge part of it, right? Is they want to make sure that you have strong class identity, and that's like why they have it in there. I don't know. I just feel like Omni Dispel would be cool. As in, you don't have specific profiles like this. G-Kick. Sure. That was the thing back in Classic and not now. Delete Void Shield. Jack made a video about Void Shield, didn't he, recently? I didn't actually get to watch it, but I saw him come up with it. Anytime a tank or a healer, for what it is worth, has to rely on any form of RNG proc, it sucks. Every time. Every time. If a tank like VDH has to rely on a meta proc, it sucks. If a tank or if a healer has to rely on an Apex proc, it sucks. And you know what I mean? And if it's too strong, it sucks even more. So, yeah. They fixed the RNG Void Shield with the new changes. Okay, that's good, at least. So it's not RNG anymore, which is nice. Is Guardian Druid tank strong in PTR? I would say yes. Right now, it feels strong. However, I guess it does depend on a little bit. We don't know what final tuning will be. I'm unsure. This will be a pain in the ass for shamans. This one, so Poison Cleansing Totem would go hard on some pulls in this dungeon, but Poison Cleansing Totem has a limit with the fact that it's really good if there's a 2-minute period where you really want it. But if it's consistent poison dispels, then it's actually less good than a Resto Druid or a Mistweaver, you know, or something like this. Also, the main thing to understand is that regardless of what you think, bro, this dungeon is so melee anti-unfriendly. The one thing I will tell you is that if you are a melee player, you're not having a good time in this dungeon. Pretty much like every actual mechanic in here is melee anti-unfriendly. It's not good. Too much, in my opinion. I think they went too far with some mechanic. I like the fact, you'll see if we actually progress this dungeon. There's crazy in the second part, crazy fixates, crazy this, crazy that, and you want to be able to do all sorts of. You want to be able to DPS and have full uptime, but you also have to kite pretty constantly and can't get hit. Resto Shaman season. Let me ask you a question. The feedback for season 2 thus far, right now, positive or negative? Was that the same guy who was just in that last key? And if so, how was he doing? Oof. We don't know how he was doing, to be fair. I just feel there's a mic low sense today. I feel like it's dropping. I might have adjusted settings earlier. Almost all of the feedback that I have seen thus far. I haven't seen Fury Warrior. Should we try him? Invictus. Almost all. Let me take Warrior. I'm going to walk on my treadmill for this. Of the feedback that I have seen for this season has been pretty negative. Does Blizzard actually care about that? I don't know. But if they did, we will see some changes coming soon. One of the worst set bonuses. There are worse set bonuses right now. How does Balanced Druid look? We don't know. Honestly, the truth is, Jark, and the way to think about all sets right now, including tanks, by the way, because one of the things to understand about tanks is that it's not individually how well-tuned they are. That matters for raid, kind of, but the thing is you could play every tank. What matters for tanks is the incoming damage type and the requirements of the dungeon, as well as what's good. So, as an example, if I was going to be, let me reset. Do we abandon, right? Is good. Should be reset now. So if, for example, we were going to have a season and Boomkin was just super good, but that all of a sudden means Guardian Druid is not looking as strong. If Guardian Druid and Prop Pally were equal, Prop Pally's better because of what Prop Pally provides. Unless you really want Mark of the Wild because all the other Druid specs are bad. If you have some, you see, like it kind of depends. Like tanks and healers tend to fill a role unless there's a really bad balance. Why can't I find your keys on PTR? Should be if you're on PTR, it's cross region. Like currently I am playing with Petco. So you can play EU to NA on PTR. I'm going to take off my leggings and make sure that I have the right abilities on my bar this time. Sec. I gotta take off my leggings, I think. Well, should be fine. I'm wearing leggings. And you're like, why are you wearing leggings? Why not? They're thigh high too. They're like way up there on the thigh. Super up there on the thigh, actually. They're incredibly thigh high. I feel bonito. Bonita. All right, let's go. Boom. Do you have a mango macro that's not assigned? I would not, even if we are going to be pressing it this season, I would still say same as last season. I would consider it to be not a good idea to macro to mangle. You would macro only to thrash if you are going to play the way I am currently playing. However, oh my god, my bear form is not bound. Bro, why am I just bad? I'm so anti-prepared on PTR. Yeah, I wouldn't macro because you're still going to have the same frenzied regen talent, and currently it is a problem for those who macro. You don't actually want to run out of rage at any point. Macroing is no problem whatsoever. I know that there's still a weird debate about this if you are in certain class discords. I don't know why. It's never made sense to me, Jark. Like people who are refusing and still think that it's a terrible idea to macro your Iron Fur. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. There's like zero reason not to macro. It is beneficial in almost every capacity. More money, my favorite. They say that money is the root of all evil, but what is the square root of money? Because if it doesn't have a square root, then it really makes you wonder, right? Okay, so I am a little bit of a suggestible type person, and recently I came across a clip of a guy that I didn't actually know existed, but he was on a podcast, and here's the thing, right? So, do you know what's his name? Nighthawk? The guy with the weird glasses and the very particular accent, and it's clearly a bit, but do you know what I'm talking about? He was on, what's his name? Chris Williamson? Yeah. Bro. I think it's been influencing me a little bit. I really feel like I've noticed some disturbing habits, and my humor may or may, I really thought it was, I've really been laughing a lot at those clips, and there have been a few things that I've said today that are relatively reminiscent, you know. And I don't know if that's the direction that I should be taking my entire personality, but I also figure why not. So good morning. I would like to ask, is PTR open? It is open. Just make sure that you have the right one. So there are a few different PTRs. There's the 12.7 one. You want to make sure that you have the correct PTR. So make sure that you have the right one. That laugh was evil. Yeah, do you ever wonder sometimes if you were ever in, like, if somebody wrote a book and you were a character in the book, would you be a hero or a villain? What do you think? Double SI here. I'm the villain of my own story. What do you think? Yeah, I like that. When I was younger, I was so obsessed with trying to be the hero of my own story. I don't know if I agree with that today. I actually, I wonder about that. I was like obsessed when I was younger about trying to be a hero. And it's because all of my role models, I wasn't socially adequate enough to actually make real life friends. And I also just had a weird upbringing. So all of my role models were characters, were anime characters, were show characters, were story characters. And that's who I idolized. I wanted so badly to be like Naruto or like this or like that. But I think that, oh my God, I went out of bear form. If he died to aggro, that's on me. He said, what the hell, aggro? I'm going to tell him, bug. Remember, no. I'm going to tell him he's playing Beastmaster. He doesn't have misdirect. Bug. Got it. I got this. It's not gaslighting. Why? Oh, shit. Yeah, that's a good point. Good question, Blaise. Good question. I don't have a good answer for you. It's a good question. Don't have a good. Yeah. It's PTR bags. Don't ignore those. Yeah. I think I need to make the treadmill faster. I feel like it's too slow. It's getting. I'm too bored with it. I gotta move. Wow. Yeah, I'm on a treadmill right now. Are you living your dream live? You know, if there is one thing I am determined to do in this life, it is actively enjoy it. Let's just say I'm quite passionate about this. If I'm going to live, I'm going to make sure that I have a grand fucking time. Like, I'm just going to make sure I have a giga time with life. It's very important to me. So I missed the trinket press on that frenzy. Whoops, sorry. I'm also just late. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the mechanic. Have enough damage. Don't die. Go, healer, go. Go, healer, go. Go, healer, go. We're dead. No, healer, live. One more tick. Defensive. Oh, man. Fuck. Okay, to be fair, I was distracted. Yeah, I'm distracted. Yeah, my bad. Seems to me that taking the talent that reduces movement speed isn't good, since we try to gather so much. Opposite thought process. Yeah, can. Yeah. I wish I could be playing the actual build. Maz, it's such a weird thing. Sometimes I actually feel like I could be doing a lot more with my life. I'm kind of a perfectionist, and I had this weird childhood where everything felt so impossible for me that I just wanted to do more. I just wanted to be better. I just wanted to do this, and everything was always out of reach. The thing is, I actually accomplished most of those goals. Everything I have today is pretty much everything I wanted when I was a kid. So you asked me, am I living my dream live? I have the weirdest relationship with this because I swear I feel like I'm not doing enough all the time, but actually every single thing I've ever wanted I have right now. And it makes me wonder why I'm not happy. Or not as happy as I could be. Because I sometimes have to remind myself. Just get water. I might actually just have to remind myself sometimes that I'm doing well. Unlike many people in the YouTube comments try to convince me. It's weird. Okay, I really got to take the leggings off. They're actually starting to piss me off. 1 second. These leggings are tight as hell. That's why it's a problem. Can we reset the run so we don't actually have this? Yeah, it makes me really wonder. I literally get to spend my entire day playing games and streaming, and then my actual job is that I get to help people. And I get to help people in real, meaningful ways. I help people improve their lives, not just their aesthetics, but their whole health. Look how thigh eyes are. Look at these. All right, hold on. This is really tight to watch this. Look. Holy shit. Ooh. Fucking hell. They require gusto to take off. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. Ah. I mean, they wouldn't work otherwise. Ooh. Okay. That's the one. That's the one. How am I gonna get to the dungeon? There we go. Ooh. You can see they leave actual patterns on my thighs and stuff. It's not an only for I got short. I wore underwear today. Ow. Okay. Whew. What do you mean? I specifically wore underwear today. I literally had a plan for underwear. I need to go to Stormwind, and I have no way to get to Stormwind right now. Is the fastest way to actually use a Dalaran Hearthstone? And can they please fix this? Because it's actually kind of annoying. Toy Box, Dalaran Hearthstone. Or Argentina key, right? I never got my Argentina key. I don't have it. I don't really do open world content, to be honest with you. Talking about demons in the head, my always tell me I'm not living up to my potential. The question is, sometimes I wonder, what the hell does success even mean? I seriously wonder that because, like I said, I'm in a position where I get to help people. I want to build stream, and I guess I always compare myself to whoever the... I have this unerring belief that I could somehow make it to an unfathomable degree. Because when I was a kid, my entire future was unsteady and uncertain. I never had anything basically promised to me except that I was going to have a good family. My family was awesome. They were not the problem. But medically, I had such a difficult and fragile childhood that I was just always at death's door, pretty much, like pretty frequently as like a very small infant, like a very small child. And then it was really just about constantly trying to figure out ways to keep going and figure out, just get better and do this and do that. And I guess the problem is I won. The weird thing is that I accomplished everything. It took me a long time. It took me decades. But the thing is, I actually made it. And now I get to live that life, but I have no idea what to do with it. Like, I'm so used to having a mission, an enemy. I'm so used to having something that I need to do because I have to figure it out. My kidneys are going to fail. I have to figure it out. I'm in so much pain. I have to figure it out. My organs are failing. I have to figure it out. My joints are dislocating. I have to figure it out. Just constantly. Am I zoned? Nowadays, so much is going well that I don't have to do much of anything. It's actually a little bit more about what I want to do. And to be honest with you, I don't really know how to contend with that. Fun. My game was weird. Someone else take lead. Never someone else take lead. I'm gonna give somebody else lead. Don't make me lead for parties. Don't reset now. So we can all go in. Okay. So do you think that maybe could be part of it? Like you don't have a direction? No. I feel happy. I do feel happy now. There's a part of me that I have to work for something. No, we're achieving my career, which is supposed to be a temporary thing. It's like eventually start my streaming career. My job pays so much. Yeah. Well, first of all, content creation doesn't make you nearly as much as you think it does, Rathios. I'll tell you that much. I have no problem talking about that. It's a very real consideration to make. I was saying this earlier, but I feel like a lot of times when I was a kid, every kid that I knew of just wanted to be a movie star or this or that. But I don't hear that so much anymore. I feel like all kids today, they just want to be they want to be a streamer. They want to be a YouTuber. They want to be the next Mr. Beast. But they don't realize that in order to achieve the actual level of success with that, you already have to be in like the top 1% of something. Like it's quite a bit. You know, it's very difficult to make any amount of real income from working online. You think it's easy, and the reason you think it's easy is because we have so much fucking access that the only thing you're just drilled, I mean, you just see success story, etc. But that's actually it's a weird thing. You have to be very careful with that. Because you literally won't see the not success story. It's designed so that you will not actually get to see that. You know what I mean? You have to be careful about that. I'm not unhappy. I just feel, part of me feels a little bit aimless. Maybe. Does that make sense? Part of me wonders a little bit about what it is that I really want to be dedicating my time to. Stream seems like such a worthwhile thing. Like stream just seems like an unbelievably important and impactful part of my life. I love streaming. It has every benefit, and like I said, I feel like I'm good at it. I enjoy being here. I'm really sad that I had to take so much time off of it. Like I was really, trust me, I was way more torn up. I didn't want to take this much time off, but I got the flu, and that really made me question things. Because when I got the flu, I was like, oh shit, like, are you sure? Am I sure this is something I want to do? Because I have to have that in the back of my head, you know, to think about that. And I was like, yeah. Thing to understand, Salmers, Rathios, I don't know how long you have known me, but when I first started streaming, I was married, and I had just right after that gotten divorced. Like pretty soon after I started streaming. At that point, I had I'd only been doing this for a few months. It was not a source of income. You know, I think I made I didn't have a YouTube channel even at that point. I started my YouTube channel, I actually think like the week or so before I found out I was getting divorced. And that all happened pretty quick. You know, I look back on it, and of course that time was very difficult for me, although I'm very glad that I got divorced because now I have this house with Kitty and this life with Kitty, and I could not have imagined that I would have it. I didn't realize that my marriage was maybe not the healthiest thing for me. I didn't know. It was just, it was the best I've ever had. And so I had this thought process in my head. I was like, this is everything, and I've just lost everything. But turns out I gained a lot more than I lost. But at the time, I didn't know that, so I was in a rough spot. I had no family in Thailand. My mom, my brother decided that they were going to come out. They were going to fly to see me. They didn't want me to be alone. I really appreciated that, of course. That was super helpful. But they weren't here immediately, so I still had to figure it out for a while. That was tough. And so I had no friends. I never invested in real life friendships. I felt pretty lonely. And something that I was just, I think, extremely fortunate was just how I had stream. If you didn't know me during that point, you might not know. I streamed the week and the month that I got divorced. I streamed like 14-hour days. I canceled a lot of the work that I had, and I was obviously, I needed a friend. I didn't want to, my head was not a great place to be. And I just needed to be distracted. And I just streamed literally all day. I woke up, if I had to, whatever work I had, I did. And then I basically was just on stream perma because I didn't want to be off stream. I didn't want to be alone. But it was that month that actually taught me this is what I want to do. Because if I succeed, if I put myself out there and this ends up being a part of my life that actually works, I will never have to be alone again. Not really. Because for me, growing up online connections are real. They're a part. They're real meaningful things to me. I think some people certainly still think, in real life, you can't replicate that. But it is a massive, you guys don't understand how much it means to me. That people even want to come say hi to me and hang out. It's so cool. I find this to be just genuinely super fucking cool. I would Typhoon Vortex these mobs in, but I don't know where my Typhoon is. I just realized. I have no Typhoon. Oops. So playing fully, by the way, I'm playing No Apex right now. The actual live version of No Apex, because I can't play the Apex talents, which I still think will be better. My damage is pretty decent comparative to my prop alley, except that I also have a meaningful group buff. Guardian Druid does not feel bad. I was thinking that this build will feel a little bit weaker. I read the changes and I was like, I think it'll be okay. And then they really want to buff the Apex. And I was like, okay, so we'll play Apex. And I wonder what the rotation will look like. I hope that they don't actually nerf this, what I'm playing right now. It's not bad. Even this version of it, which is not the optimal version, is still actually doing pretty well. And the breakdown's funny, but this is with the new tier set. I am playing the OP trinket, and you are most likely, if they don't nerf this, which they should, but if they don't actually nerf this trinket, by the way, you are probably going to bonus roll heroic. The last boss. You need to actually get to the last boss, preferably week 1, which is going to be really, really annoying. But you will want to bonus roll the last boss. Where are the weapon vendors? There's no weapon vendors on PTR right now. The PvP, if you want the rings, you have to go to the PvP vendor. Unsure if that is or is not added currently. So there's a lot of talents I don't have on my bar because it hasn't been set properly. One of them is Wild Charge. So I could, for example, Wild Charge here. But of course, the bars are different. Oh, it's on mouse click. So I don't know if people can relate. I think that a lot of people, I think that there is a genuine crisis of meaning in today's world. I think that a lot of people are feeling a little bit lost, perhaps. A little bit maybe confused about what it is they're supposed to do. We live in a stressful time, and the answers are not as clear, I think, as they used to be. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that, and the answers are actually super clear, but to me, it doesn't seem obvious. What I think, and maybe I'm old-fashioned for thinking this, but I like to believe that if I set out to help people, and I do so with genuine enthusiasm, and that is my goal, is just to be of service, to help people, that everything will work out for me. I really believe that, actually. Maybe I'm wrong, but I do actually believe. People back in the day just lived. I guess didn't think too much about it. Maybe. It's a peak symptom on how privileged and comfortable you are now. True. But it's so easy to be like, well, the thing is, there are children starving in Africa, and therefore you shouldn't be happy. And it's like, well, hold up. Just because other people suffer does not invalidate my happiness, nor does it invalidate my suffering. I am not other people. I'm me. And likewise, the fact that we have the luxury of having a crisis of meaning does not mean that it is any easier to contend with. We still have the crisis. Okay, I'm going to go big single target damage. Big single target damage. I trinketed. This is going to be huge single target right now. Huge single target value. That's it? Okay, I thought I would do more single target. Yeah, and I think that we definitely live in a culture where there is an emphasis on attempting to almost maybe save everyone. But the truth is you are not responsible for everyone. You're responsible for you. That doesn't mean you can't try to be a good person and, you know, make a positive contribution to the world. But you are responsible for you. And that's it. Holy shit, I didn't pull this. I didn't pull this. Unless it butt pulled somehow, I did not pull all of this, and this is a rough thing. You have to strong defensives. Strong defensives. I wasn't gonna pull this area like this at all. Thank you for the sub, by the way, little tattoo. Funnel. Did I social that somehow? Was he actually too close, the big guy? I went to Moonfire, the big guy, but I would not have... Oh, shit, they evolved. What does it mean when they evolve? Let me pull. Let me pull if possible. Didn't pull that. Get the sides. I want to make sure that people know it. That was not... Unless it socialed. It's possible it did, but I don't think you want to do this. Do you reset now? I don't think you can pull. Expensive. Please make one more joke. No, you cannot, Corpus. You had exhausted the goodwill earlier, to be fair. All right. I wonder if that is actually possible, or if that will be expected. The timer in this dungeon does seem tight, and I wonder if it's aligning with their goals. Yeah, no. You know, one of the weirdest things about knowledge is that knowledge is overrated compared to actual practical application of that knowledge. So there are many people who have read every psychology book known to mankind and can quote Jung and, you know, Lacan, the French psychologist, and they can quote Freud and this and that, and they can do all the words. They have every ability to explain psychologically the state that they're in and how they exist and why they have the problems that they have. However, that doesn't mean that they don't have those problems all of a sudden. The problems are just as real as they were. And yet there are people who have none of that technical terminology. They have no ability to express any amount of emotional intelligence. They have no ability to tell you how they're feeling, why they're feeling. They don't even know why they do what they do. And they are psychologically of sound mind, especially compared to the people who know everything. The facade of knowledge is, I genuinely believe, one of the most dangerous things that we have in the modern world. Because with the access to information that we have available, we also have the weird thought process, like somehow that qualifies us into not suffering or into knowing any more than we did before. And we do know more than we did before. But not that much. You can fool yourself. What's up, Ozzy? At this point, I'm just ranting. I don't know actually who's listening to this. This is a World of Warcraft stream. We'll focus on the boss mechanics. All right, big single target here. We want to trinket this and then hold the Pharaoh Frenzy after, though. And buff the group. Why not buff the group? So this boss... I want to actually read the tooltip. Why is GG not proccing nearly as much as it was before? Oh, you have to go into melee range, then actually drag it out. You get 5, 6 stacks. What the hell? Hello? Did we not drag it out far enough? Did I not click it somehow? I did. I did it, but then it bugged. And it did not reappear. Oh, okay. I think we did not click the actual action button. Man, my trinket. All right, I hope they fix the Guardian Druid Apex because I would love to do... I want to do so many dungeons with this Apex talent. Like, I want to game with several different comps and actually see how things feel. But I also kind of want to sit down. I've been standing up for a long time today. I'm starting to actually feel lightheaded and dehydrate. And go attempt to make dinner. All right. So if you go here... and you do this. And then we're like, bam. We'll see. I can't tell how I currently feel about this dungeon. I think with a few fixes, this could be an actually good dungeon. But I want to see if they actually make the fixes. Okay, so we break. Yep, root is here. And then we break. We break. Did I miss something? Or we just didn't? We all have to click it. The healer has to click it. All good. You have to press it in range and then get out of range. You can't press it from range, right? Okay, one more try. Boom. 4 more attached players moving 10 yards further. Did we not even... So we had 3 people do it, not enough. Okay. The potential is there. I don't mind the pacing. I think that first area reduce some of the puddles, because puddles are not fun. Like, if you have actual area denial and melee can't maintain uptime, that's a big one. Some of the packs here need to be adjusted a little bit, but it's mostly... I think this boss and the following area are going to be real stinkers. It's melee. I think it's the comp. This dungeon's a bit too comp dependent. It's weirdly... I actually see the design philosophy, Wiz, where they attempted to make it more on the DPS and less on the tank or the healer. Have you noticed that? That is one of the things I have noticed about this dungeon. Might be an abandon. I don't think the warrior's here right now. Have you noticed that? Where a lot of the mechanics in here seem to be DPS focused. As in, there's not much I can do as a tank or a healer. Like, you do actually need to have... You think about the fixates, if you think about this boss even, and some of the other stuff. But the issue with that is that it's DPS focused, which means that your DPS are going to need to actually learn the mechanics, which is different. What is the link here? Sorry, hold up. You're sending me a link here. Blizzard still not fixed that, Object says. So I see the world where that's cool, but they just have to be super careful. Blizzard still didn't fix what? Oh, the thing pulling? You mean your Apex talent pulling? Yeah. Why are they voting to abandon? Well, the warrior wasn't even here. Corpus, it's not a badge of honor to start getting. What a weird culture we live in. It's not a badge of honor to get modded in a stream. Don't make me lead. Don't make me lead. I don't want to lead. That is not a badge of honor. The first boss a little time. I gotta sit down at the very least. I make Pekko lead if he wants to be lead. You know what? All right, I'm moving my treadmill. I'm gonna sit down. Oh. Okay. I can't post the Guardian Druid build at this point, by the way, because I have no ability to really test it, not until they actually fix the Apex talent interaction. However, I think Guardian will be okay. Just from the initial day of testing, Guardian will be fine. It is not my job to call you a good boy, Corpus. That's not my job. Okay. Kind of want to complete one of these dungeons properly with Pekko. And then I'll see him over the course of PTR cycle for sure. I also don't mind playing my Pally for another dungeon. I don't have anything else set up. Oh, Summer's here. I don't know if he'll take you, but you could try. Expect a lot more tuning. Oh, yeah, 100%. 100%. I wonder if... Yeah, it's PTR. It'll happen. I wonder how Season 2 is going to be. The initial changes, for what it is worth, were met with so much hostility. Like, it wasn't just me, you know. It was I think that pretty much universally, every content creator, every voice in the community was just like, I don't know about this. Mind if I go in for a dungeon? Q. I'm not lead right now. Pekko's lead. I have to get back to the place. I gotta remind me to change my hearth again. But like universally, people were pretty upset, I think, about the changes. So we'll have to see. At the end of stream today, what I should do, the leggings aren't on, but believe it or not, I should put on my abdominal binder. And then what I should do is drink some water, hydrate, and then I should actually sing, even though I'm very concerned about this. But it is what I should do, because it will help me with the lightheadedness that I'm starting to feel. And I would like to complete, I have a goal. I would like to complete one successful dungeon, because I don't know, I just feel like I want to make a good impression. I am now in a situation, maybe just in time for karaoke. Yeah, but I have a plan. Plan is I got to get to the dungeon, which they really should fix because it's actually kind of annoying. I'm going to set my hearth over here in the hearth in Orgrimmar. And then this is the hearth, right? Okay. No, that's not the hearth. That's not the inn. This is the inn. 5K points for Fox ears. One second. There's this thing. It'll help me feel better. trying to get snatched, you know. Although I don't have the flu anymore, I'm still recovering. One second. Oh, flex redeem. All right, bet. Starting a woo rant. I will rant about the fact that flex redeem, first of all. Next, I'm gonna play some better music. This is actually Kitty's playlist. I don't know what we're listening to right now, but it's got to be. I'm gonna make this really fucking good. I don't actually know if I want to sing, but I want to listen to music. No. Yes. For the end of stream today, we're gonna turn up the music. I'm gonna turn my camera down. We started the dungeon. That's less than ideal. And I'm gonna show you some giga tanking. When I say giga tanking, I mean I'm probably gonna mess up like a bunch, but that's okay. What I would rant about is the fact that I've been healthy for too long. I don't like feeling sick anymore. I used to feel sick every day of my life, but I don't feel like that anymore. And so now I have a problem with feeling sick. That's hell, man. No, I disagree. I think you should care intently. I think you should just care about the right things. Boom, boom. Not caring is a pseudonym for not trying. Caring what other people think is why we have a successful society. Do. It's like a buzzword saying, I don't care what people think. Yeah, you do. Everybody does. But that's not a bad thing. We just have made it a bad thing. But we could fix that. And we should fix that. Ba-boom, boom, boom. Do. Sure, you have to work so hard? No, that's in your head. You don't have to work that hard. Caring too much can be bad. It can be painful, but not bad. Letting people step on you is bad. Caring about people who don't reciprocate is bad. Well, actually, what's bad? I don't think that's true. That depends so heavily. I can't say that. Context. We need more empathy in today's world, not less. But we need empathy, not sympathy. Sympathy is overrated. Sympathy is, oh my god, I'm so sorry you had such a bad day, whatever. No, we need actual empathy. Not sympathy. Again, the facade of care is the problem. The fact that we think we have a lot of empathy in today, but we don't. A ton of poisons. Too many to find. Bam, bam, boom, boom. Yeah, poison dispels will be very valuable. Too much value, actually. X-Men 97?
I don't remember the classic series. Nah, I do not. That hurts a lot. I also think so, Kanish. They should have brought that back instead of some of the others. Empathy is an illusion? I disagree with that. I don't think so. Take a look at Pally? Yeah, I did. I played Pally earlier. Okay, I need Typhoon on my bars for this. I wonder if this season will make me strafe for once. Let me think about this for a second. Okay. Don't confuse a cold heart for a safe heart. Don't confuse those two things. Empathy is subjective experience. I actually disagree with that completely. Empathy, by definition, is the ability to compensate for subjective experience. I don't need you to know what I have gone through. The server just crashed, by the way, on the PTR. And it was lagging earlier too, but now it's really bad. That's why the DK just DC'd, I'm pretty sure. Corpus, I will never understand the exact version of your life that led you to be who you are today. You will never understand the things that I went through that made me who I am today. Statistically speaking, we will never have had the same experiences. That doesn't mean that you and I cannot relate. However many people are currently watching stream, across the platforms, there are hundreds of people here right now. Not a single one of us has the same level of experience. However, we have all at some point experienced hardship. We have all at some point experienced depression, feelings of depression. We have all at different points in our lives felt hopeless, felt despair. These are all things that people have connected to. And if you tell yourself, but you don't understand, Wu, I had real depression. What they had, that wasn't depression. But you don't understand, Wu, I had real anxiety. What they had, they were just anxious a little bit. You are playing a very dangerous game, and you don't realize that you're doing this. But you are actively putting yourself in a box, and you're making life a lot harder than it needs to be. Because if you're right, then you feel worse. And if you're wrong, then you feel worse. Sometimes we can view isolation as a way to keep ourselves safe. And many people have been so badly hurt that they need that. And they will forego much of what might make them happy, what might be good for them, because they just need to feel safe enough that they get through their damn day. I will never judge somebody for this, but I've been there. It will not make you feel any better. Y'all are way too young to get into philosophical discussions. Do you think that age equals wisdom, Alienacon? Do you think that if somebody is, how old does somebody need to be to have wisdom? Ha 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 ha. Okay. So let's make sure that we don't social. That was a good path. You're 51. Yeah, you might be surprised by the average age of my chat. I feel like the youngins would hang out with somebody else's stream because I'm just not inflammatory enough. I'm not 6'7" enough. Almost 60. How many 60-year-olds that you know, Alienacon, that don't have wisdom? Out of curiosity. You know other 60-year-olds that you would not describe as having the greatest sense of wisdom, perhaps? Ape strong together. See if the DK will grip that one. Not many. Do you know what I have gone through? Out of curiosity? Because I don't know what you've gone through, Alienacon. I have no idea. I have no idea if you're a veteran. I have no idea if you've seen war. I don't know if you've seen death. I have no idea if you have seen things that I have not. But how do you know that I haven't seen things that you haven't? I'm a little older than I appear to be. And I've never really acted my age. You know, Corpus, I'll agree with you or not agree with. I don't think I agree with the concept of what you're talking about with empathy and whatnot, okay? So one thing I can tell you is that altruism is a lie. Altruism is not a real thing. No one, and I mean no one, is truly selfless. But if you really actually dove down into what it means to be truly selfish, you would understand that the better other people do, the better your life is going to be. I don't think altruism exists as a sole concept because everything inherently is selfish. But I also don't think that that's a bad thing. We have a weird relationship with the word selfish. It's inherently negative. But if I really was thinking about what would it mean for me to be truly selfish, I would want artists to succeed. Why do I want artists to succeed? Well, that's because I enjoy their work. If I was truly selfish, I would want the people who do the things and create the products that I genuinely care about. I want them to just have the best time. I want them to make a lot of money. I want them to make a lot of resources. I want my TV shows. I want Hollywood to make money. I would love for Hollywood to make more money. You want to know why? Because that means that I get to watch more movies. And I love watching movies. I'm a huge fan of movies. So if Hollywood succeeds, I get more of what I want. And that applies to a lot of things that we don't realize. It is actually kind of critical, in fact, that I aim. If I was truly selfish, I would want great works of art. I would want a vast variety in this world. If I was truly selfish, the last thing I would want is for everybody to be like me, because that would be hella boring. But my version of what selfishness is a little bit different than the typical definition, because we view selfishness as negative. That is a different connotation. That fundamentally changes the game. Because I think that people who are selfish to the degree where they just hate, bro, I can't, how do I, am I not far enough from the boss there? And how do I get farther? I would have to wild charge it, huh? Because we didn't insta-break. We have reses. Yeah, I was about to say, I couldn't get any farther either without actually gaming a wild charge, which I didn't have on my bars. Holy fuck. I hate these poisons. I do have the spell set. I have to double SI that. Whoa, my game is so laggy right now. I don't know why ping is this high. I'm barely able to cast globals at the moment. Stampeding Roar. Holy shit. But yeah, I wish that people understood that what's best for me is probably what's best for you. And if you are actual corpus, I agree with you. We are creatures of self-preservation. But what's best for me, if you really believe that, if you strongly believe in the biologics of us, then you would be the first person to tell me that empathy is a critical part of that self-preservation. Do you know the general, I don't know if this is entirely accurate, but I have heard the reason that kittens cry, they have mimicked human children, which is smart, because we are wired to hear children crying as incredibly uncomfortable. Do you know why we are wired for that? Because that is self-preservation. Because if we didn't actually have that relationship with children crying, we would not have taken care of our young. And if we don't take care of our young, that could be a real problem. You see? So I think that we are hardwired for empathy. Yeah, cats are super cute. Did this bug or what's going on here? What is this? I think too much of every emotion can be bad. Too much of anything can be bad. Dose makes the poison, right? But I think that I've heard a lot of people, and I used to believe this myself for what it's worth, right? I really did used to believe that, you know, the goal of life was to become so resilient that I didn't care. I really believe that. I was wrong. I understand why I believed it. I was wrong. I think a much better way to say that same thing is that I want to be strong enough to handle the care. Would be a better way to say it. True. And Corpus, don't be like that, for what it's worth. Yes. No one is arguing that. Don't be like that. Don't conflate what we said earlier. There is a fundamental difference between, how do I say this slightly? There's a fundamental difference with arguing that there are, I don't actually want to get into it. It's not an argument. Let's actually just avoid that topic altogether. So does that guy social if they pull like this? I don't know if they actually do social or not. Okay, so we're supposed to drop these and then basically stack. I'm pretty sure. And then I think we have to kite together now. And we kind of like move together like this. Is that how you deal with the fixates? And then I have to basically go away from my team. And then we go here. You have no idea what value you create for other people. If you think you know how much value you have for other people, that is... I don't know. I actually view it as a very arrogant thing. If you think you know what's best for people, that is insanely arrogant. It's the famous quote. Maybe not so famous, but it's the quote of, "Kindly let me help you," said the monkey, safely putting the fish up the tree. You don't know what's best for other people. You barely know what's best for yourself. Yeah. This looks timed right now. I'm playing. Oh, no, you're fine, Morito. You're fine. I like these topics. I like these topics because they're super fun to think about. But I used to be... So one of the things about me... I used to speak on stage publicly. It was my job. My job was to be a public speaker, and my entire life was consumed by mental health advocacy. I talked about depression, talked about autism, mood disorders, anxiety, etc. It was my job. Literally, my job description was to get on stage and talk to high schools and colleges and events, and I gave a ton of speeches. And one of my greatest regrets is that very, very few of them were ever recorded. I never thought about it. I just thought I would do it forever. So I was like, I'll record the next one. I'll record the next one. So I only have maybe like 10 or something recorded. I find that to be a real shame because it was actually, I didn't realize how special it was that I did this. So this was when I was 17, 18 years old. Thought this was going to be my life. Took a different path. And I loved it. But I also was so arrogant when I listened to my own speeches. I mean, I was 17, 18. It's not an expectation that I would actually have everything figured out, of course. But when I hear myself talk, I would tell people that I knew how to do things. And the main thing I would change, I feel like the information was good, but I focused way too much on almost showing off and kind of proving that I was like, yeah, but my opinion is really good. And you know, who was I to tell anyone that I knew what was best for them? Because then I think about what happened when I was a little older than 17 or 18 and I would step on that stage. And I thought about how my life fell apart when I was a little older than that. I thought about, you know, the lag is pretty bad right now, but I think we'll be able to do the last boss at least. You know? And then this should be percentage here. Oh, shoot. Okay, so we should just be getting these two, right? Oh my god. Dude, my game is like frozen. Oh, come on, man. Hold is strong, hold is strong. We're almost there. It's these two into the last pack and then the last boss. I can't shift out into booming form. I actually can't even cast globals right now. Holy shit, look at this lag. Look at this lag. Oh no. Can I do this? Probably. Can you see the lag that I have right now? This is worse than I normally play with, I will say. This is far worse than I normally play with. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, I got this. I got this. Here we go. I've got it. I've got it. This should be 10%. I think. Unless I missed the mob before the second boss. When do you send Bloodlust? We have no idea. This is the first day of testing it, and very few groups are actually coordinated enough to even get to this point properly. Probably based on social knowledge. One thing I can tell you is this. If you want to sound smart, you totally can. But you know what you know who is the smartest person in the room? Whoever the fuck is the happiest. It's a different way to look at intelligence. I missed that when I was younger. I did not understand this whatsoever. I really thought that intelligence, like IQ, raw IQ, was, you know, a huge indicator of intelligence. I was wrong. I can't turn my character. I feel like the value of EQ is so weirdly important, but I did not value this enough when I was younger. I really didn't. So one of the things that I used to do, though, was that I used to be very contrarian. And contrarian in this case is just, I argued pretty much nonstop. We don't have to soak the line if we don't have the thing, right? Yeah. This type of smart, you just can't base it off one metric. Agreed. Because also, the thing is that different types of smarts are very valuable. Like, there are times when you really want people who are super IQ based. And there are times that you really want people who are EQ based. Depends on the moment in history. If I think about history, there are times when I just think to myself, oh, if only we had somebody who was a little bit more emotional. And then I think about it and I say, oh, if only we had somebody who was a little bit more logical. How do I know? Corpus, I'm gonna, with respect, just based on, I hope you can understand that I'm gonna ixnay this conversation from continuing. Not that I disagree, but there is not going to be a very productive nature of this. If we were to continue that conversation for a whole hour, rather than people learning some really cool shit, we will have potentially, yeah. Although, I'll think about that one later. Oh, we timed it. Nice. Easy. Think the Havoc. Well, I've not seen Havoc. Wouldn't be able to say. Holy lag. Holy lag. World first. That was crazy with the lag there, though. All right. So Guardian Druid actually not feeling terrible even with this build. Can't really compare because I'm not playing Apex, but my prop pally, to clarify, in their dungeon run did 100. Wait, this is not overall, is it? Overall damage. 117. My prop pally did 149. Quite a big difference, but obviously route and some other stuff different here. And the lag at the end really did this. Can't say into. Haven't seen a Havoc. Also, tuning to be determined on terms of like what DPS are going to be good. DPS are very different than tanks and healers. I can tell you the damage patterns of tanks and healers, but I cannot tell you for DPS. Literally wouldn't be able to tell you. I will say, Guardian, super tanky. Tankier than Pally. That is DPS across multiple runs, though. Oh, that actually makes sense. Yes, it is. You're right. I can't actually see. Did you, Salmer, do you have a log? Can you show me? You're right. That is DPS across multiple runs. And it's not loading properly. Salmer, do you have the in-game meter? Could you tell me what the number is in-game? Not log, but just in-game meter. What is on Petco's screen right now? Wait, he's streaming. What's this stuff? If numbers are OP. Oh, yeah. What makes a huge part of what makes WoW fun. 109.9. Ew. That's bad. That's even worse than this. I like my number better, Soap. That doesn't make sense. I disagree. Thanks for not banning you. You're welcome. What horde race for Drew do you like? Tauren. Although I don't even have War Stomp on my bars. I am not lead. Good. 109 on Peko? Nah, never mind. Don't look at Peko's screen. I'm sure it was more than that. It was probably like 130. It was probably like 130, most likely. Well, yeah. I'm gonna imagine it was probably like 102 Shadow, 200 Save, Frosty K, U 109, Miss Weaver 56. He missed it. He meant 190. That makes way more sense. Yeah. Soap, you've the Frosty K. Sure a woo? Kitty, it's weird when you called me a woo. Honestly, later tonight, especially when you're settling down for bed, right before you actually fall asleep, I'm going to tell you and I'm going to call you by your full legal name. I'm going to get real close to your ear and I'm going to get in there. And I'm just going to, right as you're drifting off the bed, because I sleep next to you. And that's okay, guys, by the way. It's okay that I sleep next to her because she knows I'm there. It's only a problem if she doesn't know I'm there. Then it's problematic. But otherwise, it's totally fine, okay? So I'm just going to get right up in her ear, and I'm just going to go. Snuffleupagus. Obviously, that'll be replaced with her legal name, which I won't tell you, but you can imagine. Instead of Snuffleupagus, it'll be her legal name, and she'll get really pissed. Let's see what the future brings. That's true. You're right. Maybe I'll get the room to myself. I dare you to try and remember the long version. What do you mean the long version? Honestly, I want a really large dog so that my big dog can be the pillow. What is this? Oh my god. I did a weird movement on my chair and I sat on something and I was like, there's a weird texture and some blue fur. And it just so happens to be my fox ears. Look at that. Holy. I'm going to have such a tiny waist. It's going to be good in case this streaming career ever fails. Oh, I forgot to reduce the music, didn't I? You're right. I totally forgot. So wait, the entire time that we were having that conversation, there was just casual. What was playing in the background? What was playing in the background? Wait a second. So the entire time that we were having this crazy conversation about empathy, human nature, and biology, we got really into it there. Death metal was playing. My Chemical Romance? God, the oxymoron is strong. All right, well, it turns out that no one here is actually altruistic, and my point is proved, because if any of you was truly selfless, somebody would have told me. But no one told me. 0% of you let me know that My Chemical Romance was playing in the background at full volume when I was trying to have this conversation. So my point is proven. Altruism is dead. It's not a real thing. We thrive on irony. You were anemic for some of your life, so no, you do not. It sounded better than you do. What do you want from you? Listen, okay. It started in Black Parade. Was playing. That's true. I was actually listening to this. It's just in the background. I barely hear it. Yeah, but normally it's even more minor than that. Bro, I have to actually check my phone and see a text from my mom saying, music feels a little loud for this conversation. W mom. But somebody I feel like should have told me. All right, anyways. W mom. That's true. That's true. I can only hope to be as good of a mother as, well, point stands. Okay. Let's go say hi to someone. The only viewer that actually cares. Good as a mother? Yeah, why not? I would love to be a good mom. I'm an overachiever. What, Brad? How to be a good mom and a good dad? I want to be both. I want to be a good mom, good dad, good uncle, good aunt, good aunt, good beetle, good worm. I want to give good worm. Just all of it. I'm an overachiever. Like I said, my problem is that I can't. I want to be able to do everything. You know, that's really my. That's my issue. You know, it's tough. It's just I always want to be doing more. Never satisfied. Would you still love me if I was a worm? Kitty, what I am about to say next cannot be said on stream, and therefore I must raid out. So, I'll see you tomorrow. Discord's here if you are new to stream. And if you're new to stream, and one of the first things that you ever heard me say was that I want to be a good worm, please forget about this. I want you, if you are new to stream, if you've never been to my stream before, and the last 2 minutes is the first moment that you've ever actually heard from me, okay? Come back tomorrow and pretend that that never happened. So I want you to come back tomorrow and be like, today is the first day that I'm ever actually finding your stream. And I'll say, wow, it's good to meet you, but not right now. This is the wrong time to do so. Come back tomorrow and let me know. That's true. And tomorrow what I'll tell you is that I didn't lie to you, but to be honest, I didn't tell you the full truth either. I want to be a bad worm. For once, I don't want to be good. I want to be bad. I want to be such a bad worm. Be the baddest worm that ever was. Leather jacket, Harley Davidson riding worm. Alcoholic worm. Cigarette worm. Anyways, see you tomorrow. Bye. See you.